Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. I know it's been some time since Euphoria Season 3 ended, but I needed some time to collect my thoughts and rewatch the show, so here we are. Finally, we have my big, massive Season 3 review of Euphoria. This is a season that I think was simultaneously better than a lot of what the haters were saying, but also on rewatch is comfortably the worst season of Euphoria. In saying this though, I did find it to be utterly compelling TV. Every single time it pissed me off, there was a scene just a couple minutes later that was utterly compelling. I think this season looks absolutely incredible. I think cast members like Sydney Sweeney as Cassie, Alexia Demi as Maddie, and Zendaya as Rue feel fully committed, and there's some really great character beats for those three characters. I also think there's some new characters that are simultaneously not what you want from Euphoria at all, but are fantastic. Notably, Alamo, I think, is a very well-performed character. Bishop's a very well-performed character, well-realized characters. Again, the show does morph and contort into something that you probably didn't sign up for when you started Euphoria, but at the same time, for what it is in Season 3, it does have moments where it's quite good and firing on all cylinders, but at the same time, about once every episode, there's a scene that makes you roll your eyes into the back of your skull. Now, before we continue with the video, just a quick word from today's sponsor, Bellesa. Right now, my friends at Bellesa and I are giving away free toys or free gift cards for toys to anyone who signs up to my giveaway. Not even joking, everyone who enters wins something. So if you're interested, I'll have a link in the description box as well as the top pinned comment. Please go check it out. Now, if you don't know Bellesa, they are a women-founded company dedicated to sexual wellness. Their mission is to empower people to embrace, explore, and celebrate their sexuality. They've become the #1 destination for sexual wellness because of their thoughtful design, premium quality, and for their efforts around creating a more positive conversation around sexual wellness. Now, Bless actually recently sent me a few of their products to try, and they were all fantastic. This included the Air Vibe Pro, the Rose Pro, and the Halo 2. What stood out to me about these products was the attention to detail. All of these products arrive in incredibly discreet packaging. They have beautiful cases, well thought out, well designed cases that keep them discreet but also charged. And they're all designed with comfort, convenience, and ease of use in mind. But again, the main thing here is they are giving away free toys or free gift cards for toys to anyone who signs up to my giveaway with them. Again, literally every single person will win something. If you're even a little bit curious, I implore you to check it out. The links are in the description box below as well as the top pinned comment. Thanks again to Bellesa for sponsoring today's video, and now back to the Euphoria Season 3 deep dive. And that's the big thing with Season 3. It's kind of a double-sided coin. We're dealing with the time jump here. I actually found the new setting and the time jump was really compelling, figuring out where all these characters were. But I found Sam Levinson didn't go to much effort to actually fill us in on what made these characters change, what made them different, what made them grow. I think Nate is pretty much annihilated because of this decision. Nate having positive changes and becoming a better person overall, or a more subdued person with rage somewhere inside, is a really compelling idea. But unfortunately, over the 10 hours of Season 3, we really don't get too much insight into what caused this change and why. We can put a lot of pieces together ourselves with our headcanon, but that's ultimately what it feels like, headcanon. I wish there was more textual exploration in the actual show. I think a cold open about Nate and his change and what he wants, and how he got to sort of this suburban Stepford husband really would have been interesting, but unfortunately, what they do with his character by the end of the season, you're never really going to be given that. At the same time though, this might be a hot take, but at certain points in this season, this was the most I've ever been compelled by Rue as a character. I think the final episode, the season finale, which ended up being the series finale of Euphoria, I think we get some really good Rue stuff, some earth-shatteringly moving and fascinating Rue stuff, and it enters this surreal David Lynch-like dreamscape, which I think is fantastic. I also think Sydney Sweeney as Cassie this season is putting in career best work. I think it's probably matching the best moments from Season 2. I think Sydney Sweeney as Cassie is fantastic in Season 2. And I will say it feels like Sam Levinson and Sydney Sweeney, for better or for worse, are completely in step together. They are completely moving as a creative unit. She seems really game for Sam Levinson's great and also bafflingly stupid ideas. And it is interesting to see a show that has all this money, all this resources, just fully centered. And that's, I think, what makes Euphoria compelling. Somehow operates as glossy, over-the-top pulpy entertainment, but at the same time, every like 30 minutes there'll be something that's really moving, really interesting. I think Maddie gets a little here, but unlike Nate, I think she does a little with a lot. I think Alexa Demi gives a really layered performance with what she's given here, and I found her very compelling anytime she was on screen. There's a lot of subtlety with her character this season, which we'll get into in the episode-by-episode part of this video. This is just the intro right now. I think Jules is a character that in season 3 could have been really interesting. I actually really liked her cold open. I know a lot of people rubbed against it, but I actually didn't mind the idea of her being a sugar baby. I thought the cold open she got, where it was exploring all these different clients and exploring this plastic surgeon and, you know, talking about like how they're pushing against God and all this stuff. There was some really interesting Yorgos Lanthimos level visuals in this opening section. It felt cut right out of Kinds of Kindness or Killing of a Sacred Deer, but unfortunately that's kind of the most interesting stuff we get with Jules throughout the season. But ultimately Jules feels like she was kind of cut off at the knees by Hunter Schafer's scheduling commitments. Like Nate and Jules feel like they just could only give a week or two to this show at most in season 3, which I think is a shame, because I think again, when this show is really operating on all cylinders this season, there are some truly remarkable sequences. Again, I think most of the finale and most of episode 7 is pretty compelling despite the bumpy road getting there. I also think Cassie and Nate's wedding is easily a series highlight. It's just a great episode, and yes, I would have loved some of the pieces built up a bit more and some of the backstory fleshed out a bit more on how these characters got here. But if you just go with it, and that's a big thing for this season, if you just go with it at certain points, it's never too far from having little moments of greatness. But I will say, when editing this video and going back to season 1 and 2, I did miss season 1 and 2. I don't think season 3 is nearly as good as season 1 or 2, but at the same time, I do think season 3 is a cut above a lot of Netflix slop that comes out now. I know that might be a hot take, but I've seen shows corrode over time where they become unwatchable. Feels like they're not trying to do anything interesting. Notably the term like Zombie Simpsons or Zombie Bridgerton, you know, this idea that you're watching these shows kind of lose any passion, vigor, and it just feels like a kind of weird zombie version of its former self. Euphoria season 3 does not feel like that. It's a baffling mess. It makes strange, bold, weird, clunky artistic decisions, but it does feel like there's like weird passion and energy and effort behind it. It might not be what you want from Euphoria, but it's definitely not lazy or phoned in. It's almost too much in the opposite direction, where it's completely going for it, and it feels like maybe someone should have come in at times and been like, maybe tighten this up, maybe cut this out. A good example of this is, I think all the crime stuff this season is really well done, but it's just hard to care at points when it's in the context of the show Euphoria. You can't help but want to go back to the characters that you've invested in over 2 seasons. I actually think all the stuff with Alamo, Bishop, and Laurie is pretty much as good as it possibly could be. It's great performances across the board. All these like units of gangsters and criminals feel really lived in. There's a sense of danger, grimy, and grit, and a unique feeling of danger, grime, and grit. Whether it's the Redneck group or Alamo's group, there's a really different feel to both of them that I think is done really well. But even Rue getting invested in this world feels a little cartoonish and over the top, and I find sometimes the worlds work together really well, but a lot of the times they really kind of clash. It feels like you're watching 2 different shows. And sometimes, to give credit to Sam Levinson, he can pull this off well. There are some episodes where you're bouncing between all these different worlds and each character feels like they're in a different movie, and it pulls it off really well. But when the show isn't working, you feel like you're in a bit of a boring, slow burn Tarantino ripoff, which is strange because despite this clunky journey, I do think episode 7 and episode 8 somehow actually elevate the crime stuff, and I thought it got quite good. I thought Ali's whole spiral in the back end of the season was really riveting, really well done, and that's where I saw the vision with this crime stuff. But the journey there initially, I just felt the pacing completely fall out, especially on rewatch. The pacing would completely fall out whenever it cut to Rue, you know, trying to traffic fentanyl or trying to traffic women or sell guns. It just felt strange and out of place. And eventually you kind of get on board, but it's with a bit of resistance and a bit of patience that you get to that point. Just quickly, because I've got a discussion about this in the episode 8 review, but I do like that this season feels quite angry towards the end. Sam Levinson is clearly furious about the fentanyl epidemic, as well as a bunch of other things going on in America, but he does seem genuinely angry in what he's trying to do about the death of Angus Cloud, and he feels like if he was an addict nowadays, he probably would have died because of a fentanyl overdose. So I will say that is reflected in this really angry, messy feeling in the last 2 episodes of the season, and this is a really nice breath of fresh air compared to so many shows that are dumped on streaming that feels like they're just soulless. Like, yes, this is a very messy season, and a lot of the politics is bizarre, and there's a lot of moments where you're like, what are you trying to say here? But I do appreciate there's some human messiness towards the end of the season. Sam Levinson is angry at part of the drug trade, and there's a very cool idea. It's cool to feel like some passion through the screen, but you have to sift through a lot of stuff to get there. I think Nate is completely almost annihilated this season. There are a lot of ideas with Nate in this season that I really like, and I really like the idea of this guy that operated like a god in season 1 and season 2. All of his plans worked out, and they almost worked out better than he ever could have anticipated. He almost levitates above everyone else in high school because of his power, his privilege, his looks, his stature, all of it, all right? Most notably, I think the Russian roulette in season 2 is a good example of this, where it genuinely feels like he's defying the gods. And I know there's later that clarification that there were never bullets in the chamber, but I almost don't believe that, all right? I wouldn't put it past Nate to just think God won't take him out in that moment. And the reason I bring this up is in season 3, I actually like the idea that Nate has softened out. We did see throughout season 2 that he was softening out. He sent his dad away to jail. Maybe a lot of his issues were resolved to an extent, but I would love to know what Nate wants, whether he's happy as this weird Stepford husband, whether he really loves Cassie, what they like about each other. I felt at arm's length with Cassie and Nate as a couple, and unfortunately I actually thought Cassie's OF pursuit was the most well-defined and interesting thing in this whole season, and it was the most controversial. People really hated it. I think it was a combination of the material being inherently salacious and interesting. I think Sydney Sweeney was fully committed, and there was a lot of time there, and I really enjoyed that arc. And then I read some interview where Sam Levinson is seemingly shaming people that want to do OF. So any charity that I could give this plotline, which I earnestly enjoyed and thought was trying to give a multi-level, interesting, introspective view of what it's like to do OF. I then read Sam Levinson's interview where he almost looks down on it. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Are we serious? God forbid someone doesn't want to do a 9-to-5, especially coming from someone who's in a creative industry who clearly doesn't want to do a 9-to-5 himself. Like, are we serious? But despite that, on my first watch, before I knew these comments from Sam, I thought the OF stuff was all really kind of compelling and funny, and I think the moments that were meant to be off-putting or gauche or tacky were intentionally so. I mean, Maddie points out as such. Circling back to Nate, I think in season 2, Nate was the best character in the show. I think he had a really clearly defined sense of trauma, the way his family were, even the way his mum was to him in season 2. I thought all of that stuff was so well done, and I thought the character shift was well earned, and I could not wait to get into how he felt about Jules, how he felt about Maddie, how he felt about Cassie, and it's just all left on the cutting room floor. It feels like it was never even picked up to begin with. There's so many interesting directions we could take with Nate. There's so many questions we have about how Nate and Kel reconciled after that, how they got along after that. I love the scene, and that's the issue with this show and this season, is I love what we get, but I needed more. I love the scene with Nate and Cal in the kitchen arguing about whether Cal is gay or not. I love the scene with Nate arguing about Cassie about the floral arrangements. I even like the actual sequence with Nate and the loan sharks and the coffin. All of that stuff is really great, really suspenseful, really well executed, and as well done as it possibly could be, but we're missing something on the way to getting there. And unfortunately, I was operating on a lot of good faith when going through season 3 because I didn't think it would be the end of the series. You know, this show was still pulling in a lot of ratings. A lot of people were watching it. So I was like, okay, maybe we'll get more of this. Maybe we'll get more of that. Maybe this is just a fun detour season. But given the fact that this is the final season, there is stuff I wish we got more of. But at the same time, and the tough thing about season 3 is I'm not going to pretend that what we got wasn't thoroughly entertaining each week, and I was anticipating a new episode of Euphoria literally every week, and I enjoyed it every week. It's just on rewatch, some of the seams you can really see, and it is ultimately, I would say, about a 7 out of 10. It's pretty good, but coming off what the show used to be, you know, this incredible like montage of troubled youth, and then season 3, it's a bit more messy, but I do like the ideas. I like the ideas that the American experiment has completely crumbled and failed. We're almost operating through this wasteland of what the American dream was meant to be, and watch as the next generation of youth are stepping into it. Nate's having a crisis of fulfilling his like masculine ideals, and Cassie is having a crisis of what to do, essentially. Like, she's bored bored at home, and she ultimately makes career choices that feel like they're reflective of trauma she experienced herself in season 1 and 2. I think Jules's plotline is a really interesting one, but we just get nothing with it past a certain point, and you're like begging for scraps basically. I think Ali gets some of the best stuff this season, literally out of nowhere. He gets a cold open that is genuinely fantastic. One of the best things Euphoria has ever done. Ali's cold open is a breathtaking sequence to behold. And I actually think the Tarantino sort of story they give Ali in the last episode is expertly well crafted, and we'll get to why I think that is so good in the episode 8 review attached inside this video, right? So skip a couple hours later to hear me talk about that. But I do think that sequence with Ali is genuinely fantastic. And yes, you are watching it, seeing there being like, this doesn't feel like Euphoria, but within season 3, it does work. I also think Alamo, despite again feeling like he's from a different show, is a fantastic addition to the cast. It's a great performance, a really three-dimensional character. His cold open is also genuinely fantastic. I think Laurie is really good too. It's just this weird identity clash throughout the season. So without further ado, let's get into my episode by episode ultimate review of season 3. Thank you so much for waiting so long to get to here. Now, I will note I was able to get away with some clips for a while in a couple episodes, but eventually I just kept getting copyright struck over and over again. So unfortunately, at a certain point, you're just going to have to listen to me talk. I'm really sorry about that. I really want to make this full of clips and everything, but like Warner Brothers have demonetized all my previous Euphoria videos. They are coming after me relentlessly. I don't want to get a strike, and I also would like to make a little money off this video. So I hate to do that, but it's just going to take too long otherwise. It just won't be out for like months. So thank you so much. Now let's get into Euphoria Season 3. Hey guys, if you're enjoying this video, please consider gaining a membership to this channel. For the cost of a couple dollars a month, you get access to a weekly podcast where I talk about every single show and movie I've watched in a given week. This is stuff off the shelf behind me, stuff on streaming I haven't had time to cover on the main channel, anything I say the movies that I don't have time to cover at the main channel. You also get certain videos early. Thank you so much for considering. Again, it's a weekly podcast. I really enjoy doing it. Thank you so much. Links are in the description below, and back to the video. Episode 1, this is me revisiting the season. So it's the first time I've watched an episode since the season 3 finale. I was kind of dreading it. I'm not sure why, because I did enjoy season 3, but then I was watching episode 1. I was simultaneously impressed with some things that went over a lot better, knowing where the season went. But at other points, I do think the pacing still landed as fairly wonky. I think this is, at least from memory, the worst episode of the season, which, if anything, is kind of a good thing. And I also think season 3 holds together as an actual season of television a lot better than season 1 and 2. Hear me out here. It is the weakest season out of season 1 and season 2. But I do think in terms of telling a focused, linear story, it is more traditional in that sense, whereas season 1 and 2 were a bit more montagey. But I also think there's some of the show's worst stuff in season 3. I'm not sure if that makes sense. I'll elaborate as we go. What I will say though is I was struck by how good this episode in particular looked and sounded. I think in this first episode, there's a lot more of a brighter color palette. I think maybe we start to lose some of the color as we are watching Rue eventually lead to her ultimate demise. And I think in this first episode, there's still a bit of hope. There's a bit of vibrancy in the way it's shot, filmed, and composed. I really like the audacity of opening the line with, everyone wants to know what I've been up to since high school, and then just throwing us into the deep end with Rue driving around in the desert in this car, where they're making drug deals. I really like the spectacle. It's so well shot. It's a good opening scene. It is essentially an 8 to 10 minute silent film for the most part, but I really think it makes you sort of shift gears. The spectacle of leaving the car on the fence is a pretty admirable one, and it's a recreation of a real life event. Sam Levinson actually visited the DEA headquarters and saw photos of this, and apparently his quote is he saw it and thought this is some type of dumb shit that Rue would do. It is interesting to hear how Sam views the character compared to how the fan base views the character. Again, her walk off into the sunset is a absolutely fantastic, astounding shot. And one thing that works a lot better on rewatch is Rue in this Christian household. This is ultimately where the season actually ends, where Ali ends up. And we do get a sense that this house overall is a lot more of a calmer, more safe place to be for Rue. I think there's a lot more weight to all this stuff, all this dialogue around it on rewatch, knowing where the show goes this season. And some notable things, they actually set up the cow that we see at the end of the season. So it wasn't just this random birth. They actually say, oh, this cow's pregnant. They say come back in the spring to meet the baby. So on rewatch, it kind of makes it feel like time is ticking away. And that's, I think, going to be the big feeling of rewatching this season, is the idea that a lot of these characters are on borrowed time without realizing it yet. And we didn't realize it when we were watching the season the first time, but there is this really sort of demented feel rewatching this episode again, with the cow, with this Christian household, even driving back with the face card girl kind of talking about how, like, you know, everyone's living their best life, living their hopes and dreams, whereas Rue is dreading going back there. It feels like very heavy dark foreshadowing rewatching the season, but when we watched it on first pass, we didn't even realize. And I like this look that the face card girl gives her, right? After being like, you know, come back in the spring to see the baby. There's this look of hope, but also longing. I hope you do come back. And I guess that's why the moment in the last episode where she realizes Rue isn't coming back hits like a truck. Again, I mentioned this in the episode review, but I do really like them bringing back the Ave Maria motif that was featured in the solo episode for Rue. I like the reintroduction to Laurie. Again, some nice little stuff that we see from the finale. Now, on the way back, we actually see Rue drive past the rattlesnake that eventually takes out Nate. I really like this piece of world building, but more to the point, when we get back, we also are introduced to a bird paladin, which plays a key role later in the season. And that's kind of what I'm getting at here when I said that this season is more like a long movie than the other two seasons. The other two seasons more felt like this long montage. They weren't really concerned with structuring a story around a season. Some things would pick up here, some things would pick up there. Plot lines would be abandoned, seasons would just end. Whereas this one, on rewatch especially, you notice how much was planned and set up. And even just meeting this redneck family, it's like we get to know all these people to an extent. Meeting Alamo's crew, we get to know all these people to an extent. Again, it might not be what a lot of people want from Euphoria, but I admire the effort that was put in. It wasn't a half measure. I do really like Laurie showing up to Rue when Rue was working a smoke shop. The whole, you don't owe me 20,000, you actually owe me 43 million, I'll settle for 100,000 exchange is really fun. And I like Rue becoming a drug mule. I like the cutaway gags, the people that died trying to do this. I actually like the whole sequence of them trying to swallow the baggies. Yeah, it's gross and uncomfortable to watch, but I really like showing how gross the actual system is here. I think it goes a long way to kind of double down on the show never really trying to glamorize drugs and instead showing how horrific they are. And I think taking it a step further by showing how it's done, you know, then straining out the poop and then using that same strainer to make food for dinner. I actually quite like it. Is it subtle? No. Is it blunt? Yes, but I think it's decent storytelling. I like all the attention to detail with the gangsters in the background, the guy that looks like Spring Breakers in the corner. All of the shots are incredible. I love the look of the drug baggies with the blood being washed off. It's this brutal, gross infrastructure. What I also like at this point is drugs essentially got to Rue just in this roundabout, weird sort of way. Like, now she's denied a future, right? Laurie's coming up to her being like, you owe me this, like your whole life is indebted to me here. Now, the way it ends up unfolding over the course of the season is a little different and then starts to feel a bit more personal again. But I like this idea that no matter what, Rue is always tied to drugs in some way, shape or form. I mentioned it in the episode reviews and I can't get over it. I do find kind of the fart noises. I don't know if it's the choice of specific fart noises or just the way they try and get a joke out of it, but something about the poop gags and the fart noises just feel a little juvenile and crass to me in a show that is already being accused of such things. Like, I would like a more refined sense of humor here, but whatever. I like the little dialogue mention, Rue's narration, where it says that, you know, Laurie had to go here after Fez's house got raided. That's a bit of like world building and texture that I appreciate. Later on, the chat around Fez is a little less subtle. I do also like that this whole house feels like a Texas Chainsaw sort of setup. We also have the setup here that Rue eventually wants to rob Wayne's safe with Faye. Now we catch up to Lexi, and truthfully, this is my favorite stuff with Lexi out of the season, or for the most part, some of my favorite stuff with Lexi throughout the season. I think as the season goes on, she gets a little unlikable, but I will say, I think that might be intentional. I think they, on rewatch, they do make an effort to show that she's got like a Greta Thunberg book, and then later on, her TV producer is seen there being like, you know, we can make people think the way we want to think, and they're, you know, like finger snapping, and they've got blue hair. It feels like it's playing with almost overly progressive stereotypes, which I think is one thing, but then also for then that TV producer, Sharon Stone's character, to not actually follow up on this pursuit and bow down with the sort of Jules art piece is an interesting sort of foil. I do think Sam wants Lexi to come off a little judgy and a little annoying, frankly. If not, I think he's written it poorly, but I think he is going for that. So if he's going for that, it's decent writing. If he's not going for that, it's bad writing. Rue talks about the idea that the family she met, this cult-like family with no tech, is the happiest family she's ever met. I do think this season, by the end of it, is a very angry look at America in today and the way the internet is sort of pivoting us in different ways. I do think there's a bit of anger there that Sam wants us to feel. Rue then says, if I grew up religious, maybe my life would be better. And religion becomes a big theme, for better or for worse, of this season. We'll talk about it as it comes up, but it is important to flag here. Lexi then says, I'm not going to be friends with Christians, they're judgmental, which I think is hilarious because Lexi is consistently judgmental throughout this season, and she was insanely judgmental at the end of season 2 with her fucking play. I will say it does make sense that Rue says to Lexi, you should call Fez, and then Lexi talks about feeling guilty. Like, they did have a connection that was cut short because Fez went to jail, and it does make sense that Lexi then wouldn't reach out to Fez because she is a bit judgy and she doesn't want to be associated with someone in jail. That all checks out, and that's fine. I actually think the dialogue exchange for a while goes over okay. It's genuinely just the line where, you know, she's like, oh, you know, he's only in jail for 30 years. Like, I'm wondering if we could have communicated that a different way or saved it for the jail reveal, or maybe just the thing of like, well, he's not getting out anytime soon. There's just something that feels a little like the audience needs to know this, if that makes sense. I like the idea that Fez seems to miss Lexi and Lexi might not miss him as much, or she's a bit embarrassed to be associated with him. Either way, I think that's decent, but we don't get much more around this dynamic past this point. Lexi says my hours and his hours don't line up, which does land as a bit of an excuse. And then, yeah, we cut to Sharon Stone's character saying what you see on TV impacts how we see one another. And yeah, they're all finger snapping. And I do think it's taking the piss out of sort of performative, progressive. That's how it's landed to me, especially with Rue's narration, which I've clarified in my other videos, the season 1 video, the season 2 video, that I feel like Rue is essentially stepping into the brains of other people, not on a literal sense, but her narration is essentially what these characters would say. So when she's narrating for Lexi, that is how Lexi would think of herself in the situation. So when Rue says, you know, oh, you know, they're smart, forward-thinking, passionate people, unlike Cassie, who's in this alt-right bubble, I think that's meant to land as how Lexi's internal monologue would operate, just narrated by Rue. Yeah, the quote being smart, creative people who care about the world. I also think Lexi's setup here is just a nice payoff to her like self-involved play from the end of season 2. I like the idea of Cassie trying to be TikTok famous, and I almost actually do kind of appreciate how jarring the initial presentation of her in the doggy costume is. It feels like it's intentionally trying to throw you, trying to make you uncomfortable. And I think almost getting that shock value out of the way and then working backwards on rewatch almost works to the show's credit, because I do actually think the exploration of OF and Cassie's plotline in general is some of the best stuff of this season, and I almost appreciate just this like whoa and then kind of working backwards, if that makes sense. Seeing Nate in a Cybertruck for the first time was pretty crazy, and even now it does feel kind of crazy. I hope he sold that Cybertruck to make at least some money. I feel like he could have like made a good amount of money to pay back Naz. And that'll be a consistent through line throughout these next 7 to 8 episodes. Now, I will say, I was hoping it would make sense as the season goes on, but even in just this first episode, we see Nate kind of like get into character a bit more. This opening scene, it does just land a little strange. Like Nate being like, oh, I'm out here all day, making business calls, doing deals. Like there's just something about the line or the delivery where it feels like a young boy's idea of what the real world, like working business, would be like. You know, it feels like a weird dream or something. Like it just doesn't feel right.
Non essendo un cagnolino, ma una donna adulta, questo cosa fa di te?
I get that he would be a bit annoyed about Cassie. I get that he would want the cleaner going down to clean. Like all of it technically lands on a story level, but there's something about the lines here and the way it's delivered that just doesn't quite work, which is a bummer because I absolutely love Nate and Jacob Lordy as Nate. I mean, the only scene that really starts to work is when he starts getting frustrated and then does the whole like his doggy being bad or whatever woof woof thing. At least it feels like, okay, we're moving past clunky dialogue, and maybe this is an actual insight into like the weird sexual dynamic of their relationship. But that doesn't even really get explored as the season goes on, unfortunately. Like we only see glimpses of it in this episode. So ultimately, I wish we just got more time with what their relationship looked like. Do they have a strange sex thing going on? Do they have like different dynamics going on? Like, we don't really get a great insight. I will say though, once we cut to Nate and we find out that he's taken over his dad's business and he's talking about like 6,000 boomers die every day, that's one boomer every 15 seconds. I kind of enjoy that. It's funny. It feels like he has this inbuilt resentment for his dad's generation or older. And I don't know. It's decent dialogue. This feels a bit more like Nate. I also like the idea that he's making this aged care home. I think it's a relatively interesting idea. I do like Cassie with her friend by the pool talking about doing OF. I like the initial conversation. I like how initially it just seems like this easy way to make money for her. It's just this like sort of like, oh yeah, well, we can do it. These men can get a personalized text from me. You do get sort of this idea that she would enjoy the validation to an extent, or at least she thinks she would enjoy the validation. There's a bit of her being like, oh, well, people would want me. People would want this. People would want to pay for this, which truthfully to me does feel relatively in line for who Cassie has been up until this point. We find out that Maddie is a manager, but she ultimately doesn't make much money from this pursuit. Now, initially on first watch, the chat between Rue and Ali kind of bothered me, but on rewatch, I genuinely didn't find it too bad. I thought the dialogue between them was relatively amusing. It wasn't the most funny thing in the world, but I don't think it was trying to be. I think it was meant to be very juvenile discussion around the inconsistencies in different religion. It goes over fine. It's like that slightly unfunny convo you have with someone where you kind of giggle out of politeness. It's nice seeing Rue clean talking to Ali, and it's nice hearing them actually talk about religion. And it's interesting given where the season goes, particularly with Ali abandoning his faith by the end of the season. It's interesting to see how passionate he is about it here. On the way home, Rue has started to listen to the audio Bible CD. Again, this is another thing that pays off later down the season. On top of that, I like this consistent motif of Rue getting signs that she's going the wrong way, that she needs to turn around. Here, she's listening to the audiobook talking about let there be light, and then there's a thunder crack, and we see Rue get multiple messages throughout this season that she probably should have taken either differently or put in a different meaning on, and this is one of them. I like that Wayne is trying to be romantic with Faye making the chicken dinner, and then it's a violent process by killing that chicken. It is gross imagery, but I kind of like the approach here, kind of intentionally disturbing us. It kind of poetically rhymes with how later on he'll be giving her romantic tattoos that are swastikas. It's like there's this love and admiration they have for each other, but they're completely fundamentally terrible people. It's this fucked up Bonnie and Clyde situation, and that's how their story kind of ends this season. Now, Rue goes to meet Alamo. Here we are introduced to Alamo, his crew. We are introduced to Bishop. We are introduced to this wide range of characters. They're all here, right? The guy with the dreadlocks, that's a bit more fun. The guy with the cap, like they're all here. They're all scattered around. It's interesting because I thought these were going to be minor characters. I didn't get why we were spending so much time with them initially, but it is nice that on rewatch, it's like these are all characters we get to know, and I'm not going to say love, but we, get perspective and opinions on. Now, I will say Rue's characterization feels a little strange here. We never really see this side of Rue after episode 1 or 2, this sort of like, yeah, like I'm a gangster too, or whatever. I don't even know how to explain it, but she's like kicking it with Alamo, and Alamo is like, I'm in the business of Panani. That's the best business there is. And like Rue's sitting there being like, hell fucking yeah, I'll drink to that. And it's so strangely inconsistent. Now, on one end, maybe she's being performative, maybe she's just trying to fit in, but like, I don't know, man. And I will say throughout the season, there's been occasions where Rue will say something where I'm like, is that what Rue talks about? Is that what Rue cares about? Now, to be fair, the writing has addressed this as such. In season 2, there's that conversation where Dominic Fike's character, Elliot, and Jules are debating whether Rue is asexual or highly sexual, or just because she's on so many drugs, she can't be sexual. They've explored this idea before where people can't really get a read on her. So as much as I'd love to stretch that and defend the writing here, it'd be like, it's consistent. For the first 2 episodes, Rue is this like, I don't know, like this wannabe pimp or something. Like, it's really strange, and we kind of don't see it. And even having just finished season 3, like literally a couple days ago, rewatching this episode, I'm like, what the hell is this? Like, what is this? I will say, I really like the scene where Cassie is stalking Maddie's Instagram. She feels like maybe she's made the wrong choice. And, I think she's seen there with this situation with Nate and just feeling unfulfilled in general, being like, maybe Maddie got out at a good time. Maybe Maddie is on a better path. Maybe Maddie has made a better choice, Even though I thought the Nate and Cassie writing was a little wonky before, I absolutely love the dinner scene with Nate and Cassie. I like it. It's weird. It's slightly psychosexual. It's odd. It's confusing, but in a good way. Like, I liked this was where I was like, okay, this feels a little more lived in. I'm starting to get a bit more of an insight into their dynamic. You can tell that Nate is kind of biting his tongue. Cassie is asking Nate, how's the food? He just wants to enjoy it and eat. He doesn't want to talk about how good the food. Like, you can see he's like, yeah, it's good. I also love the choice to have Ed Sheeran playing in the background. It speaks this idea that Nate has gone from this like larger than life figure to just like, I don't know, like a normie, like an NPC. Sorry, like if you like Ed Sheeran, but that's the vibe I'm getting here. And yeah, you can see that like old Nate is in there somewhere and he's trying desperately to be chill and not just be like, why do we need these flowers? Why are we talking about this? But I will say, in a really nice bit of foreshadowing, all right? Because I think we have a time jump in episode 8. But before that, I think all the events of season 3 take place over maybe a week or so, like maybe a couple days. I'll double check as the season goes on. But it couldn't be that much time. You know, Nate is buried for like 24 hours. They're showing up every couple of days. I don't think the timeline is that long, maybe a couple weeks. But regardless, I do think it's decent writing here where Nate says, you know, I don't want to spend this much money on something that's going to die in a couple of days. And I think that's meant to be a bit of a parallel of how much money they spend on Nate only for him to die. Maybe that's a reach. But given the fact that like Nate's life depends on this whole white fritillary thing, I think Nate and his opponent being flowers is fairly consistent. I mean, Jacob Elordi actually said that if you want to know one thing about this season, it should be white fritillaries. But I do think you're actually meant to sit there, and when he says, you know, why would we spend money on something that's going to die? And then they spend money on him and he's already dead. I don't know. I think that might be a bit of an intentional parallel. Now, Cassie says she'll pay for the flowers. Cassie says she's been researching OF. And he goes, you want to do corn? Now, I will say the writing here, I just feel like both of these characters know what OF is. I feel like most people our age, if you were seen at the table and your missus or your husband was like, I'm going to do OF, you'd be like, you're not going to do OF. Like, I don't think there would need to be this clarification of like, is that the pornography site? Like, but whatever, it's fine. Nate cracks back and says, you want to sell your body for floral arrangements? Cassie says, absolutely not. And you get this feeling that they're polite and civil, but there is this tension simmering underneath. I think Cassie saying, I didn't wait my entire life for a ghetto wedding is a crazy soundbite, just a crazy soundbite. And then Cassie starts really poking at Nate here, all right? She knows Nate wants to be this like trad man legend, make all the money, like fucking crush it. And she starts prodding at him and going like, you know, maybe we shouldn't have a wedding if you can't afford a wedding. She's coming at him here, which I think is an interesting kind of through line given the fact that money is ultimately what wipes him out. Now, Cassie does double down on the whole 50K thing. I like how Nate is basically pleading, being like, please, I'm trying to give you everything you want. I do like Cassie, and I wish we got more scenes of them together, but I think ultimately by the end of the season, you start to realize that Jacob Elordi just simply wasn't on set that much. I don't think he was showing up that much. I do love the scene where Cassie flashes her chest to Nate and is kind of trying to be like, come on, like, is it really that bad? Like, come to mama sort of thing. I like it. It speaks to a weird, fucked up dynamic, and I would like to see more of that, like more interiority for what this couple looks like for these couples. It's a shame, you know, it is a shame. And initially I wasn't as harsh because I thought we'd get more as the season went on. But given the fact that Nate is eventually taken out, yeah, I would have loved more of this. But it's a fun scene. Now, we find out that Rue's drugs are laced, all right? The ones that she's brought are laced because this girl on the floor has OD'd and died, which is nice foreshadowing to what happens to Rue in this weird cosmic way. It almost feels like what Alamo does to Rue is this sort of karmic response for this. And I will say, like, Rue does play a part in the system that has ultimately crippled her up until this point and does take her out. I think that's important to take note. I'm not saying she deserves what happens to her, but I do like that we're dealing with murky territory here ethically and morally, all right? Rue is not just this pure victim. She is engaging in the same system that has ruined so many lives, including her own and her family's. I do really like that Rue explains the high school backstory that got her here, and Alamo is even pretty thrown off. I like the section where Alamo does the whole apple thing with the apple on the head and shoots the apple off and goes, I guess God believes in you. I like Ave Maria playing. All of that is really good. The apple shooting scene is really good. I will say though, there's about 10 minutes or so, 10 to 15 minutes. It feels like ages that could just be cut here. I thought watching the whole season, because I was shocked how much I really got into the character of Alamo and all of his crew and Laurie and all of her crew, because when this first episode came out, I was bored to tears in this section, minus the bits I just highlighted that I like with the apple and the exchange about high school flashback. Outside of that, or the high school backstory, sorry, outside of that, This section, it's paced weirdly. Nothing's really happening for a while. You're just kind of sitting there for 10 minutes being like, that dialogue doesn't feel like Rue. This scene's going on too long. Who's Alamo? I also think this is, I'm not going to say it's a bad performance, but the writing of Alamo here is too over the top. I like that as the show goes on, he becomes more of a human layered character, but here it's a little much. And I thought on rewatch it would go down a lot better, but it still feels like mad whiplash, and we spend way too much time here. This episode could be 50 minutes instead of an hour 5, an hour 10. Tighten up this section because I think the show does a good job of making us like these characters and start to get a bit curious and care about them as it goes on. But here, it's just not quite working. And I do think this is easily the worst episode of the season because of this pacing. The pacing in the crime stuff doesn't work that well for me. And I would say this is probably one of the weaker episodes of Euphoria as a whole, which is a shame because out of this season, I think the season actually kind of goes like this, in my opinion. But yeah, this one's a little wonky. Now I just have some additional things from my rewatch that I noticed. There's a shot when Rue is hanging out with Laurie and her family, and on the TV there's like a scene of someone buried up to their neck in dirt, similar to what happens to Rue later. And it's interesting that's in Laurie's home, but Alamo is the one that does it. It's not Alamo watching this movie. There's a shot where Dylan Reed drinks from a glass that really makes you like look at this glass and look at what he's drinking. And I think they recreate that pretty much frame for frame when he drinks the water or the drink in episode 7 with Nate's finger. I do think that's an intentional parallel. I don't think it's much of a reach. I think on rewatch, I got a giggle out of seeing this scene. I also like the moment where it says that Lexi gained respect when she had the good note that she gave Sharon Stone's character, and it says that's when Lexi gained the respect of Dylan Reed. And then Dylan Reed says, "Hey Lisa," funny little bit. I also like Ali saying religious people are happier, that's a fact. I think this is a really interesting line given the fact that Ali completely abandons religion to go on this sort of like one-way vengeance, Tarantino-style pursuit at the end of the season. I also like that you can feel in the closing section with Bishop, Alamo, and Rue that Bishop already kind of hates Alamo and is thinking about making his move. You can tell he really doesn't like Alamo, but he's so subtle that Alamo doesn't really pick up on this. And yeah, that's Euphoria Season 3, Episode 1. Now onto Episode 2. Alright, so Euphoria Season 3, Episode 2. I just rewatched it. Now I will say, I'm finding these episodes, these early episodes, slower than the latter episodes of the season. So I do think, in a way, despite the messiness of the season, I do think it overall got better as it went along. I will say, I think this second episode definitely should have opened the season, or it should have been a hybrid of episode 1 and episode 2, maybe trim or tighten up some of the pacing of episode 1, because I think this episode really sings at certain points. There's some really good sequences. There's still some clunky stuff. I think there's a lot more meat on the bone here in this episode. For example, I really like the Maddie cold opening. It's not on the level of like those early Euphoria cold opens, but I do like the little exploration here, and more so to the point, I like this sort of Under the Silver Lake style sort of storytelling of this sort of OF generation, and when the pandemic hit, a bunch of people going here, there, and everywhere. I thought the visual storytelling here still held up. I actually thought the show weaved in the pandemic pretty well. It was kind of interesting watching Maddie technically getting paid to do nothing, which is something in season 2 she always said she wanted, right? She loved the idea of getting paid to just sit around and do nothing, just living off money. But now that she's in that situation, at least briefly during the pandemic, it's sort of like this, it's either one thing, right? She's getting a taste of it and she wants to set up a situation where she can keep being like this, or she actually finds it boring. But either way, she's like, okay, time to like see if I can make some money off this OF boom. I really like this shadow shot of the Doja Cat dance. I mentioned this in the initial episode review, but I really like the silhouette. There's something so strange and cold and sterile in the way it's shot. I think in this opening montage, the way the OF stuff is shot in general, there is this, I wouldn't even call it leery, it's this cold, detached look at it. I think it's really interesting to see, you know, this beautiful show shot on film, and we've cut from these vast, sweeping landscapes and vistas to like ring lights and claustrophobic bedrooms and just situations that you probably wouldn't want to be in. I think it's kind of cool. And I like Maddie coaching this girl. We've seen Maddie give pep talks to a couple of characters throughout season 1 and 2, most notably that confidence pep talk she gives Lexi in season 2, and it's kind of good to see this here. I really like the Photoshop montage. I like the chat around implying nudity, but I think the Photoshop montage with this young OF star that Maddie is trying to, manage, I think is a fairly interesting montage where it's like you're seeing someone who's objectively pretty stunning to behold and watches this industry tries to hide every single blemish on her. I think it's pretty compelling storytelling. Now, they weave in something that is kind of a thread throughout the season here. This sort of stigmatization of OF, this TV generation, like TV producers and general celebrity being concerned of OF stars kind of invading their territory. They're kind of intimidated and they don't understand it necessarily. And we kind of see this tension explored throughout the season, but you've got Maddie's boss basically being like, yo, like, we don't want Dylan Reed hanging around this dirty OF star. Can you imagine what that would do for his reputation? He needs a squeaky clean reputation, which I think is a nice setup for ultimately what happens towards the back end of the season where Maddie, kind of exploits him. It's interesting because I think a lot of people see the OF stars as being exploited throughout this season, but I actually think what Maddie is doing with Dylan Reed, consistently trying to use his fame to get his OF stars famous, I think is fairly messy, dicey territory. And it was interesting. I didn't clock it on first pass of the season. Like, oh yeah, she tried to do this already. But having seen the season before, you're like, oh. We have Maddie dropping this client, and a month later, she was making $70,000 a month. The client was making $70,000 a month. I also like that she looks like this more, I'm not going to say refined, but for OF, yes, like this sort of more OF-ified version of Cassie to an extent. I like the line that if Maddie had followed her instincts, she would have been like rich and successful. And then we cut to her looking at the message from Cassie, which is a moment of her running off instinct, right? This friend fucked me over, but I'm reading this message. This could be another business opportunity staring me in the face. Now we leave the cold open. We cut to Alamo and the gang kind of shooting targets out of the sky. Beautiful framing, beautiful shot composition. It looks incredible. Oh, I also like the comparison. We have Rue cleaning up pig shit and then Rue cleaning up the remains of Tish, hair, anything like that. The girl that OD'd, Rue is cleaning up behind her. I think it's not very subtle storytelling, but it's saying like in this world, like women are essentially treated like dirt, pig shit, right? We then have this exchange between Alamo and Laurie where they're both essentially arguing over Rue. I've mentioned this before, but I like that it feels like two family units who both want something from Rue. They're both almost fighting over her. It feels like divorced parents almost arguing over visitation times. I really like this scene too where Laurie calls Alamo a pig, and Alamo kind of gets really pressed about it, right? He's like, oh, like the N-word I'd understand, but calling me a pig, that's something deeper. And I think Bishop is right here where he's like, I think you're thinking too much into this. Like, frankly, I think Laurie just threw out pig because that's something that women often describe brutish men as. That's as far as it goes. But Alamo's really digging his heels in here, and I think you're seeing a disconnect between Bishop and Alamo, which, given where the season goes, is decent setup. I do really like this stripper sequence with Angel. I think it's well shot. I think the Hans Zimmer music is notably good. Now, Hans Zimmer's music throughout the season is pretty lackluster. I think Labyrinth really would have elevated a lot of these scenes, but occasionally Hans Zimmer's score does do the job and does it pretty well. I do like the hard cut again from this, like, they're obviously framing this Angel scene very centrally, right? But the hard cut from this where you're almost getting hypnotized by it to the scene of Rue declogging the toilet, I think is a notably harsh cut. And we get a couple of these throughout the episode. It's also, I think, our first introduction to these moose heads, I think is the animal, but we see that the eye is actually filming, but consistently throughout the season, we have this framing of kind of the moose head and women that are in peril under Alamo's watch. It's very much comparing the animals that were in danger or eventually became Alamo's property to the women in the rooms. Now, Rue and Angel start smashing in the car. All right, now this is an interesting moment because I think in season 2 there was a pretty in-depth discussion around Rue's sexuality, and we're seeing here that she's a lot more sexually promiscuous. I'm wondering if now that she has, I know it's mentioned that she relapsed at a point here and now she's California sober, but for most of this season, Rue is coming off like she's relatively clean or has her habit relatively in control. It's not particularly destroying her life. Again, she clarifies that she's California sober at a certain point. So it seems like she partakes in drugs without them becoming a huge burden on her life. But when she's not cooked by drugs, it seems like she does actually have a fairly high libido. So I guess Elliot's perception of Rue was right in season 2. Now, Rue mentions that she misses Jules. She says she used to visit Jules when she was in art school, which also feels like a bit of a tragic line given the fact that Jules throughout this season kind of somewhat abandons her art pursuits depending how you slice it. We'll get more in depth than that as we get into Jules as a character, but on one end she's buying herself more time to pursue her art, but at the same time she's dropping out of art college. It depends how you look at these colleges that, kind of bank on people that are pursuing creative pursuits, right? Are they worth worth it, or is real world tangible experience and practice better? Rue says that whenever her and Jules caught up, it never feels like high school. And I'm just going to say, I think when they're in high school, they kind of sucked as well. You know, like everyone has this though. You look back on high school and you're like, oh, was that really that bad? But while you're in high school, you're like, this is fucking torture. We find out that Rue's mum isn't talking to her, which again is incredibly tragic given what we get throughout this season. Now, we do get a nice scene between Leslie and Rue towards the back end of the season, but finding out, essentially rewatching this season, knowing that Rue is on borrowed on time, knowing that Nate is on borrowed time, you know, all these scenes between them and their parents hold so much weight, but you know, no one knows what's coming. And again, highlighted it in the episode review, but I love the lights kind of cutting off when Rue is shut out from her family. You know, Rue can't even really ask about Gia or get any information before being cut off. And again, I agree with Leslie's decision making in season 2 when she says she's going to focus on Gia and less on Rue, but it is hard to see here. From there, we find out Rue did relapse. She hasn't been properly sober since. Now, I don't think it's been as intense as the flashback we see here, but yeah, essentially the best she's done since then is California sober, at least what's clarified in this episode. We also clarify that Jules is this sort of drug addiction for Rue. Like, Rue can't help but be swept up in Jules, in the drama, in this toxic spiral that they're kind of in. She really craves the validation from Jules. I also really like this scene where we're focusing on Angel's like pretty intense reaction to losing her friend, not knowing what happened to Tish, and Rue not strictly coming out straight away and telling Angel as such. It's a tough scene to watch, especially because we're rooting for Rue to make not only good decisions for her, but good ethical decisions, and this, at first, isn't particularly a good one. I really like this exchange between Alamo, Bishop, and the other guy where they're talking about, you know, I wouldn't dwell on Pig, and then the other guy's like, what's her tone, though? I also like the way the guy leaves the scene. He's just like, all this talk about pigs is making my dick soft. Like, I'm leaving. I also like that Angel starts spiraling with drugs, and when she's making phone calls, calling Tish, she starts sounding how Rue used to sound in season 2 when she was like having withdrawals or seriously kind of on drugs and having like extreme emotional moments. I think this discussion about Rue is fairly enlightening, where she says the problem with driving Uber is there's too much time to think about shit, think about her family, think about what's going on in her life, whereas when she's at the Silver Slipper, she's not thinking about anything. On one end, you can see that this is healthy, but I think there's meant to be some snark here. When Maddie is like, oh yeah, that seems healthy, I think Maddie means that, but I think Maddie's not properly engaged in the conversation. I think what we're meant to pick up on here is like, that clearly isn't healthy, that's clearly speaking to some inner turmoil that's going on and probably worth addressing from Rue. I do like the exchange where Rue asks Maddie who she's meeting with. Maddie does the whole like boob and tear thing in reference to Cassie. And I do like highlighting that Cassie's sort of doggy material only made 213 likes. Like, again, it's more than a lot of people, but at the same time, given how uncomfortably cringe those early scenes were, you would almost hope for a bigger payoff for Cassie. But I do really like this sort of narration here from Rue. Now, this narration, in my opinion, is almost Maddie's perspective on the whole situation of Cassie, where it says, it's a shame she's with Nate. She's a dream sign for Maddie. She's beautiful but directionless. You know, she needs Maddie's help. And I like that it kind of conveys that Maddie is looking down on Cassie to an extent, seems her as a bit of a dimwit, and feels above her, which to an extent she is. You know, Maddie then says that Cassie is so desperate for attention she'll humiliate herself. Meanwhile, we have this like sort of Cassie wrapped in the American flag, Cassie doing the whole ice cream on the boob thing. It feels like it's sort of this like heightened version of Sydney Sweeney, how people have perceived Sydney Sweeney's celebrity in general. We're kind of dialing up to 11 here. I think both Sam and Sydney Sweeney in general are incredibly provocative. I think they know what they're doing here. But I think it's decent storytelling. Like, it does feel in line with Cassie to an extent. And I mean, yes, the baby costume is intentionally provocative, but I will say here, a lot of people really having this huge reaction to this scene. There's a couple of things I might push back on. First off, I saw a bunch of people saying that this isn't accurate to what OF sells. Like, OF creators came out and were like, I would never do that. And maybe these specific creators wouldn't. But, like, this is a thing. This is a thing people do. I've heard of it. I know this is a thing, all right? Like, I hate to say it. You know, there's a documentary series on Stan here in Australia that's exploring, like, a content house for this sort of stuff where this is a frequent request. So, like it or not, and again, it's not the nicest thing to see. I don't think it's entirely inaccurate, but more to the point, for people that find this tacky or gauche or gross, I think it is meant to be tacky, gauche, and gross. Maddie says as such. She says this is classless stuff. She says it's tacky. She says she needs to be more refined, have taste. This is a plot point in the show itself. I do like Maddie driving down in this beautiful Mercedes, how well it's shot, this beautiful sort of sequence where she comes to see Cassie And I think with a lot of good sort of body language acting from Maddie and Cassie in this scene, I think the way it's framed, the music, you really get a sense of insecurity from Sydney Sweeney here. I think it's a really good performance. There's an uncomfortable tone to her performance. It almost comes off as bad acting, but I think it's meant to highlight that Cassie is incredibly uncomfortable here. And I think this scene and this exchange is really well done. You know, Cassie clearly realizing that Maddie is better off, or at least on a sort of perception level, thinking that Maddie is really better off, is an uncomfortable reality for Cassie. And I kind of like that by the end of the season, they're almost both in the same boat. They feel like two sides of the same coin, particularly in the Nate situation that comes up in the last episode or two. But yeah, I really like the strange tension and feeling to this scene between Cassie and Maddie. I think it's well done. I really like Cassie kind of simplifying the whole Nate drama down to, I should have asked for permission, because I don't think Maddie ever would have said yes. It would have been a much bigger discussion than asking for permission. And also, given how it went down, I don't think that was ever on the cards, right? It was kind of a spontaneous hookup, and then they kept hooking up from there, and by then it's already too late, right? But then Cassie saying, you know, what we have for each other is real. You know, Cassie says, I lost the love of my life, aka Maddie, for the real love of my life, aka Nate, which feels like a tragic line given what happens to Nate by the end of the season. But I really like the narration here from Rue as Maddie, where it says, this dumb bitch waited years to clear her conscience. It's a good line. I also like how simplified and frankly dumb some of the things Cassie is saying here. Like, it speaks credence to why Cassie would actually need an OF manager. You know, lines like, if more people knew me, I'd be huge. You know, I was at a pool party, I was the center of attention, and Maddie being like, look, you're a big fish in a small pond, you know, come on. Cassie saying like, why are all these girls making so much money when I'm so much prettier? I think it speaks to a sort of Cassie we've seen throughout the season, where occasionally she just says something that, like, maybe everyone thinks these sort of things, but bro, stop saying that. It's like, remember when Cassie in season 2 is like, you're gonna listen to Rue, she's a drug addict. It reminds me of the same sort of thing, where it's like, Cassie, chill. I also really like the exchange between Cassie and Maddie, where it's like having good taste, and Cassie's like, what's taste? And Maddie gives like a perfect dictionary definition of taste in this condescending manner. I also really like when Cassie starts being like, that's why I'm here. Wait, no, it's not why I'm here. I'm here to make right for the friendship. I'm not, oh my God. And it's like a really interesting performance texture. Like, I really like the way Sydney Sweeney is playing this. It feels insincere, and it feels strange. It feels false. We then cut to Cal at Nate's house. I really like what we get with Cal and Nate here. This feels like proper Euphoria to me, like dark, seedy, interesting character work. I really like this scene. On rewatch, one of my favorite scenes. So we get clarification. The last 5 years have been humiliating for Cal. He's a broke sexual deviant who narrowly avoided prison. And then he asks, I love this exchange where he asks Nate, like, oh, is Cassie selling pics online? And he's like, yeah, a guy I go to SLA with told me about it. So obviously these people at SLA are still going home and then going on OF and seeing Nate's girlfriend or wife, sorry, which I think is really funny. I think Nate in this scene feels way more like Nate too. Like, even him just typing away while his dad's talking shit. We find out that Nate owes $600,000. He needs $100,000 by the end of the week. And I really like the way this conversation starts, this argument starts. This feels like straight out of Euphoria season 2, which has some of my favorite stuff of Euphoria in general. But this moment where he's like, I'm not getting into the morality of OF with you. And then Cal's sitting there being like, once you give in to temptation, that's it. I didn't start with men. My first affair was with a sexy woman. And then, like, they start having this argument about whether he's gay or not. I think it's hilarious. Like, just this son who was so sexually mutilated by his dad, then sitting there being like, Dad, you're gay, all right? Like, fuck's sake. Like, it almost feels like Nate answering his own questions around his sexuality that were there popping up in season 1. It's almost like he's come to terms with it and figured it out. And now he's just telling his dad, like, dude, like, you're gay. Just fucking own it. Like, Cal saying, like, it came out in weird ways. It's like, weird ways? You were banging men in the butt. The whole I was pitcher, not a catcher. Now, Rue tells Angel initially that the friend OD'd, which I think is a slight misrepresentation, but she then does clarify that the friend did take drugs that were laced with fentanyl. I do actually like that this is really well set up early on, all right? I think as the season goes on, you almost kind of forget this early stuff, but there's a huge mention of fentanyl at the start. Now, Rue takes Angel to rehab. I love when they're arguing over it. Again, it sounds like Rue early in the season. I love Rue saying the quote, you know, oh, it's just like a fun sort of like staycation. It's like a fun holiday, because that's how Rue used to describe rehab in season 1, I think episode 7 or 8. I really like the line from Angel where she's talking about it feels like there's something on the dirt that is attracting evil and pulling people down into the soil, and how wide these shots are. It feels like they're genuinely entering into a bit of a hellscape as they're driving to the rehab. I really like the Nate pool party scene. I like the Nate pool party scene because it feels like he's doing a bit of a performance, a charade of what a traditional marriage, a traditional man kind of looks like. I mean, we've got these goofy ass songs playing in the background. I think we got that whole "Give Me Everything Tonight" song playing in the background, which I just think is so funny. Like, you cannot picture Nate listening to that in the first 2 seasons. And it is truly interesting to see Nate Jacobs in suburbia. Like, I wish we had more time with Nate. It becomes very apparent as the season goes on that Jacob Elordi only showed up for a couple of days, which is such a shame because when we're seeing Nate in these early scenes, it is genuinely fascinating and interesting to kind of try and piece together what is going on with him internally. Cassie has a discussion with a friend about dressing as a baby, and they're like, you know, it's a whole subculture, and the friend is genuinely baffled. Meanwhile, Nate's walking around trying to get people to give him money to help him out of his debt. I love that the friends are genuinely like freaking out about the baby photos. Like, they cannot believe it. They're totally disgusted. I think at this point, I feel like Sam is almost poking at the audience itself and being like, this is you, but I'm not sure. But I also like that Nate's finances kind of become the talk of the town. They're sitting there being like, I think Nate can afford the wedding. Like, I think he's got this. And then other people are like, oh, I don't know. Nate wants to see the phone of what Cassie is posting. I do like the 180 here, especially on rewatch, right? He's really kind of angry at this. He feels like there's things going on in the background that he doesn't understand, that he doesn't know about. But very quickly after, you know, they start threatening to take his finger, or they do take his finger, he suddenly becomes a little like, okay, like, yeah, you know, get on the OnlyFans grind. And you see Nate gets genuinely rattled here. He starts getting numbers wrong. He confuses the 60,000 for 50,000, which feels like a reference to the 600,000 he owes. He starts fumbling around the food and what he wants packaged. I think we're seeing like this crack in Nate's demeanor in general. And Nate looks like a total schmuck here. There's a point where he's being like, oh, I'll buy you flowers if you delete your OF. And, you know, like, it's a nice reference to that season 2 argument where he calls her out for being blackmailed. Now he just goes like, yep, I'm being blackmailed. It feels like we have had a bit of a softening of Nate, but not for the better, almost. It feels like he's bordering on emasculated throughout this season. He's bordering on just like he has no drive or no anything. And I don't know if it's because this crippling fear of the debt is just killing him, or if he's starting to realize that he is also like a small fish in a big pond. But you can see it's just kind of like slowly corroding him. I just would have loved more of this. Now we have Angel being checked into the rehab. We can see that the woman almost has blood under her fingernails, the one that's checking her in. There's no paperwork done. It feels like essentially Angel is walking off into the afterlife. Now, whether it's to have organs taken out of her, I don't think she's been trafficked. The reason I don't think she's been trafficked is she's already at a strip club where she's doing sex work. You know what I mean? I think they're actually going to like take her organs. But regardless, she's never seen again. It's pretty tragic. I do like the line from Nate here saying to Cassie, I grew up in a house with a lot of secrets. I like referencing the earlier seasons with some level of weight, like they did actually happen. And I will say, like, people do change from high school, all right? Like, at the same time, yes, you know, it is weird to watch a show where characters feel different, but I mean, most people I'm friends with high school, like, you know, a lot of us are starting to drift. We're starting to turn to different people. You're starting to realize you're not fully compatible with every single person that you were friends with high school. People do change, like big changes too. I like the exchange where Cassie says Maddie's been helping. Nate then says my Maddie. Cassie says, well, my Maddie actually. I also like that Nate thinks Maddie has ulterior motives. You know, what do you think she wants? I think all of us were primed to expect that Maddie was going to come up with this pretty evil, conniving scheme, which isn't quite what happens, but regardless, you know, like, I think initially Maddie was hoping to just use Cassie, and then the friendship kind of reformed as it went on. Cassie then says she invited Maddie to the wedding, which, like, why does Maddie want to go to that? And it is weird that we didn't get Maddie and Nate talk again. I do like the looks from Maddie throughout this season. We get a lot of like quiet introspection. And I will say, like, in real life, that is how a lot of things go. Just looks, glances, sort of internal processing and thinking. But I would have loved them talk to at least a second, just a little second, you know? I do really like the hard cut to Wayne and Faye banging. Meanwhile, he's got like a Charles Manson tattoo. There's like Yahtzee swastika propaganda in the background. It's all very intense imagery. The sex scene itself is very confronting. Like, I was watching it at home alone this time. I was like, whoa. But I do like the scene. There's this real dirty, gross texture to their house and their way of living and them as people in general. We have the pig inside Shitty and Alamo's room. Again, maybe it's a little much to have the pig literally pooping on screen, but I mean, on rewatch, this is one of the less annoying sort of poop jokes out of the ones I've had to rewatch. Now, we have Jules and Rue reunite. Now, I love the presentation of Jules. I love this like handbag made out of a shoe. I love everything about her. I love how transcendent and huge the music is. I think it's meant to speak to this fantasy, this ideal version she thinks she's living, when in reality, it's probably not all what it's cracked up to be. But I really like this introduction. It feels like she's entering from a different world. Now, I will say it is built into the show early on, or at least the season early on, that Jules is basically fucking with Rue. Like, you know, Rue says, I avoid things that ruin my life. And Jules is sitting there being like, yet you're here. Like, we have this from basically day one with Jules, that she's going to like essentially like lead Rue on. I will say, I don't think Jules has ever particularly been the best person in the show. I think she was all right in season 1. But as the show has gone on, she's seriously morally kind of corroded. So like, it isn't the most satisfying thing to see how she's acting in this season, but I'm not going to say it's completely off base given who she is. Like, she almost seems like an addict to just toying with Rue at this point. I do like this exchange where they talk about not missing high school or suburbs. You know, were we ever really good together? And my answer is absolutely not. They were fucking terrible together. Now, Jules says she has a boyfriend, but it's a married guy, and we see his origin story in the next episode. It's super interesting and full on. We'll get there when we get there. Jules then says, I don't think people are meant to be monogamous, to which Rue says, so do I still have a chance? Jules doesn't quite answer. But then Jules goes to have a bath and is like, do you want to keep me company? So it's like more of the same with Jules and Rue. Now, circling back to additional things I noticed in this episode, we have, you know, the line of his career can last decades if his sex life doesn't become front page news, in reference to Dylan Reed, which eventually it does become front page news with what they do to him, or it can be assumed as such that he would have got in trouble. It would have become front page news. I do love that when Maddie is thinking of seeing Cassie again in the intro, we play the How Much Is That Doggy in the Window song again. I do like that Bishop is not happy with how Alamo is talking to Rue, or talking about recruiting Rue. You can tell he really doesn't like what's going on here, and that's a nice payoff for towards the end of the season, Bishop eventually betraying Alamo. I also like that we see Bishop just progressively getting more annoyed at Alamo's insecurity and antics. I do really like the contrast of Maddie and Cassie seeing each other for the first time again and where they end up. I think initially this feels like false pretenses. They're both kind of trying to get something out of one another, whereas by the end of the season, it does feel like they are earnestly friends together for each other. I think it's a nice contrast to how this first one feels and that ending scene of them in the bar towards the end of the season. I do like when Nate is talking to Naz and trying to get monologues in about the Sun Settler community and all this stuff, and it keeps getting interrupted. You can picture Nate in season 1 or 2 being able to get through these monologues and convince people and manipulate people, but here it never lands. He gets interrupted, and then he has to kind of like kiss the ring and suck up and be really soft in his presentation. I also do like, it's a good performance moment from Jacob Elordi. You can see he's truly terrified by the prospect of $100,000 in a couple of days. I will say Rue throwing shoes at Angel feels like she's part of the system rather than part of the solution. Feels like she's kind of been a piece of shit. I also like that we see Lieutenant Dan. This is the three-legged dog that has a big part in the last episode. He's actually relatively well set up here. Lieutenant Dan, the three-legged dog. That's episode 2 of Euphoria season 3. On to episode 3. All right, so Euphoria season 3, episode 3. I was nervous. All right, I was nervous rewatching episode 1 and 2 because I was a Euphoria season 3 truther. Again, I do think it's the worst season of the show, but I did think that every single week I was kind of hooked to the TV and I was waiting for the next episode every time. But on rewatch, I was watching the first 2 episodes being like, yeah, I still feel kind of the same, but I'm not really looking forward to rewatching the rest of the season. Maybe it was a one and done. And then we got to season 3, episode 3, Nate and Cassie's wedding. I think it's a good episode. I think it's a fantastic episode, and I think it can be held. I'm not sure if it would be in my top 5 episodes of Euphoria. Maybe not even my top 10, but it would be approaching it. It would be in the upper half of Euphoria episodes. It's quite a good episode. And despite some time away from these characters, despite me wishing we had more things filled out, for the show that it was at this point in time, especially in season 3, I think this episode's really good. First off, we get a cold open with Jules. And I like Jules's cold open. I know people were having a fucking conniption about the fact that Jules was being a sugar baby. But truthfully, I thought this was like an elevated version of kind of Kat's opening from season 1. You know, watching someone kind of go down a sexual way of making money. But I thought the sequence itself is really well edited. Despite Hans Zimmer's music being a little whatever this season, I think the theme he has for Jules is really quite hypnotic. It simultaneously sounds dark, but really also enticing and interesting. I really like this section. I really like this cold open. Let's get into it. So we open, Jules is painting in her kind of like glass cage apartment. Rue starts talking about how essentially girls doing OF and sex work feels like the modern version of the gold rush. Now, this is meant to be something that we use our media literacy skills, our critical thinking skills, and apply to what we're hearing. This isn't meant to be gospel, all right? So many times in this season, especially the coverage of this show, you know, the writing of Sam Levinson would say something, and then people would be like, I can't believe Sam Levinson thinks that. I'm not sure if Sam Levinson thinks this, all right? I do think that he thinks some people think this, but do I think that Sam's thoughts on sex work begin and end at, this is just an easy way to make money and it's not complicated at all? No, all right? But I think he's trying to show the sort of thinking that results in people doing it, right? And at the same time, I don't think he thinks they're absolute idiots for doing it. But yeah, I think it's good. There's a sense of naivety, but also a sense of thrill. And there's a sense of sort of being enticed by this world. The narration says that Jules had found her gold rush. So this is Rue's voice narrating from Jules's perspective. And I will say, I do like Jules's justification here, right? And I do implore you to keep in mind that in season 1, Jules was underage and sleeping with the worst guys ever, right? She slept with Cal, she slept with a bunch of shitty dudes in the car. I think she fucked over like 100 men. That was clarified in season 2. So hearing her say like, you know, men are always expecting to fuck, I may as well make money from it. I do kind of get the reasoning. And truthfully, I thought season 3 was the least shocking and least hard to watch season of the show. All right. I genuinely do wonder if people just had some time away from the show and forgot what the early seasons were like. Because season 1 was crazy. I would much rather see Jules making money off doing some occasional sugar baby work and then being able to like do her art, which is something that's explored to a fair extent, right? You know, when you want to be a creative person, when you want to be an artist, there's a constant concern of I need to set my life up well and make money. And there might be a big amount of time where I'm pursuing something creative, where I'm not making money. You know, will that hurt my potential as a husband, as a wife, as a family person? Like, what do I give up in the pursuit of my dreams? And I think what's trying to get at here is this idea that Jules is able to work on her art while she is financially secure by selling her body. All right. Now, yeah, for some people, that sounds like a terrible, terrible deal. I think for some other people, they might actually get it. You know, I had conversations with people after being like, you know, what would you do to get to where you want to go? And it was an interesting discussion. This exchange of Jules saying men always want to fuck anyway, and you just hold out until the price is right is a relatively interesting conversation. And I think it's summed up when Jules says anything is better than retail. That's it. Like, I don't know how many of you have worked like at McDonald's. I'm going to be real. Like there were days where I was thinking, man, I would start an OF over work at McDonald's. There are some things I could do before I go back to the gulag that was McDonald's, you know? And I also like that we see sort of like different levels of Jules's sugar babying. So first there's a guy who has like intimacy issues. And this is another thing I want to talk about with sex work. And I talked about it in my episode reviews too, but I was never going to like enter this show and be like, every single character is being severely debased and degraded by Sam Levinson for doing sex work. Because truthfully, I have a pretty multi-layered view of sex work. I know guys and girls in my life who have done sex work. I know some who have very good experiences from it, some who have some bad experiences from it, some who have good and bad experiences from it. So what I wasn't ever going to do was to come onto the internet and be like, this is incredibly degrading work, inherently Sam Levinson. Like, I wasn't going to do that, all right? Now, it depends on how I feel like the depiction is. And yeah, some of the stuff that Cassie has done is cringe and gauche, but that is intentionally so. And I think what Jules is doing here is a little more up and down. There's some work that Jules is doing in this first episode montage that I think is kind of what sex work should be to an extent, right? She's meeting clients. She's meeting clients that respect her boundaries, are respectful. She goes on a nice dinner. It's people with serious intimacy issues. It's a quick buck for Jules. There's no huge emotional ramifications afterwards. Like the guy that has intimacy issues, I think is a positive example of this work. But then we see the killing of a sacred deer style guy that she's in long term over the season with is a little more complicated. Yes, she gets this insane house and this ability to work on her art, but there is this sort of feeling of her life isn't exactly her. So I actually think it's a fairly layered look at it. And if anything, I wish we got more from it. You know, watching this montage back, I was like, this is so interesting. And I wish we got more of it. If anything, I think Jules is seriously let down by the rest of the season because we don't get much more with her. But yeah, we see he has a nylon fetish. Then we have the Hollywood producer. You know, he talks about like his different levels of wealth. And then she meets the plastic surgeon. And yes, he is fetishizing her transness. That is true, okay? But at the same time, I did find the dialogue between them incredibly interesting. I think the idea of having a plastic surgeon be turned on, and this idea that he has a god complex, and he kind of thinks Jules also thinks she is, you know, they both, or he wants them to both share this idea that, you know, they changed or corrected God's mistakes or like improved upon God's handiwork. Honestly, like kind of compelling and fascinating emotionally to hear them talk. You know, talking about like redefining nature and the natural order of things. You know, he's talking about how she's perfect, she's poreless, you know, her boobs are almost perfect, all this stuff. It's like Jules is someone who has talked about decentering men and their opinions, but also kind of craves some validation from them. So I found this conversation fairly compelling, figuring out where Jules was in all of this. And so she thinks she has a good situation going on with this doctor, right? This surgeon. I really like the section where Jules is dropping out of art school. And on one end, like some of these art schools do suck. Art school can suck. I don't believe, like I wanted to be a musician for a while. I don't know anyone that went to like music college and then had success in the music industry, all right? And I'm sure there are plenty of people that have gone to like study influencing in university, and then there are people that just like post certain photos and do well, right? Like I do think sometimes art school can be a bit of a sham, but it does land a sad Jules leaving art school. And the only way that like you can put a positive spin on this is the idea that like this time and money buys her the ability to really hone her craft. And we do see her work on her art throughout the season, but it's in the confines of this like cold glass prison. We find out that Jules is eventually making more money than she ever imagined. This surgeon is the only guy she sees. And most notably, the quote, "all fears of not making it as an artist disappeared." And I find this like thoroughly relatable as someone who wants to be in creative industries. I think there is that feeling of, I wish I could just have some security to really chase my dreams. But you see with Jules throughout this season, it's a little more complicated than that. She technically has everything she needs to do it, but now there's other issues in the way. And yeah, if to me, this almost feels like a crazy extension of that guy in season 1 with Kat, the black screen guy. It almost feels like this could be the guy, you know, like this feels like a crazy visual, some crazy sexcapades going on here. And I did really admire how impressionistic this section where she was wrapped up in the Glad wrap was. It didn't land to me truthfully as super horrifying and like, oh my God, he's a violent sexual freak, but it is confronting kink play. It is full on visceral imagery. And I thought the final frame of her being like Glad wrapped up like this sort of like, I don't know, display piece in his home that he pays for was a really striking image. And also, I think very evocative of the power play going on here. On one end, Jules feels like she's making a lot of money and taking him for a ride. But at the same time, like she can't even move her arms at this point. So I think there's some really interesting like visual storytelling here. Now we have Rue selling guns. I do think Rue is a character that for some reason, I will say I found the moral compass of the people watching this show incredibly fascinating. They acted like Cassie doing OF was the end of the fucking world. They were like, oh my God, all these characters are being debased and degraded. Meanwhile, Rue was helping, you know, cover up women that had OD'd, pimping out women, working at a strip club with Alamo, selling guns, selling drugs, doing crazy shit. Morally reprehensible shit too. We have the whole section where the pig is running around the strip club and then Alamo shoots it. I'm kind of whatever about this section, honestly. Like, it just feels like a little shock value for shock value's sake. I do find some of the animal stuff and the poop stuff in this season feels a little below Euphoria's pay grade. It feels a little cheap. You know, Euphoria has always had shock value, but this feels like very transparent, silly shock value. Rue invites Jules as a +1 to Cassie and Nate's wedding. It's important to note at this point, Jules hasn't seen Cassie or Nate since graduation. Now, I like Maddie showing up to the wedding. I don't hate the Hans Zimmer music here as much as other people. I don't think it's amazing. And like Labyrinth would have done a better job, but the music playing here is just a bit whatever. I do love Cal and Marsha talking. They're not together, but I do like the fact that they're talking. I actually really find what they did with Cal with the limited time they had with him in this season. I found what they did with Cal Super fascinating. I actually kind of like the added depth we get for Cal. So we see that he still talks to Marsha even though they're not together. Jules walks by and Cal is visibly like thrown back to that place, and Marsha's asking who he is, and he's like, it's just a friend, don't worry about it. We cut to Nate, and this is where I'm like, I wish we knew the new version of Nate more. You know, he is freaking out. At first I thought it was wedding jitters, and I was like, this is, I know time has passed. I know he's a little bitch outside of high school, but I don't know if I can buy him like hyperventilating over wedding nerves. But you quickly realize it's because he's in debt, the loan shark's coming. Even so, it does feel slightly off. There was a lot of adjustment that had to be done this season. And just as you catch up with this new version of Nate, I mean, they take him off the fucking chessboard entirely, right? So this is a thing where it's like, I kind of like what they did with Nate to an extent. I like what they were going for with Nate. I think Jacob Elordi is committed in the scenes that he's given, where he's given the opportunity to do anything. But it's so transparent that he just was not able to give enough time to give a super compelling story. Same with Jules to an extent. Like, they're all in single location scenes. You can just kind of feel it. I do love when Susie is walking Cassie down the aisle and she's just dropping like insanely traumatizing lore about her own life. Like, she's just being like, yeah, get married and then they'll stop talking to you and then you'll get resentful of each other and it'll be a fucking disaster and you wonder why you're doing any of this and blah, blah, blah. It's like, Susie, chill the fuck out. I love Susie, but like, this was the strangest Susie moment ever. Now, a piece of analysis I was pretty proud of picking up on in my initial watch, so I'll highlight it here, was the fact that they play If I Had the Right. They play If I Had the Right to You. I'll flash it on screen, but this is a song that was sung in season 2.
If I had the right to you.
Cassie take this man Nate to your lovely wedded husband.
When Cassie went to go see Nate, and then Nate chose to see Maddie instead and left Cassie waiting. That song that's like, if I ruled the world, what would life be worth? They play like a string arrangement here. It's awesome. Nice little throwback. I do wonder, does Sam Levinson, because sometimes it just feels like he stumbles into accidental greatness. Other times you can tell he really cooked. I do wonder, like, was this just like he forgot he used it? Or was he like, oh yeah, I'll pick that song. So there's some uncertainty in this scene. But regardless, it's a good choice. Susie continues to talk about how the dad was leaving for days on end. And then finally says to Cassie, you are my masterpiece. Which, look, I know we've missed 5 years. And I don't judge Cassie as harshly as some people did in season 2. Like, holy shit, when season 2 was coming out, you would have thought Cassie actually like tortured every single member of the main cast or something, because people hated Cassie. Yeah, she was doing something bad, but Jesus. But at the same time, Cassie has been pretty dysfunctional in the time we've known her, at least. So the mum being like, you're my masterpiece, is it just on a beauty standards level? Is it just like, you're this this smoke show babe, like, oh, or is there something deeper that I feel like we're missing? I would love more time between these two characters to know where this comment's coming from. Or maybe it's just like she has this nuclear family, right? She has this like, trad looking husband and they live in this great house, and maybe from the outside she really thinks Cassie has made it. I don't know. Maybe. Nate looks genuinely very happy here. I would love to know more of this new version of Nate. Like, I would, I don't know. I just felt like we were missing some interiority. Like, he clearly still has some thought about Jules when he sees her later. And I don't know, like, what does he feel about Maddie being here? What does he feel about how he used to be? I feel like Nate would have almost apologized at this point for the gun thing. And before you jump down my throat and start going, no, he's an abuser, blah, 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 he did apologize to Jules. It felt like at the end of season 2, he was on a path in a slightly better direction. I'm not saying the gun thing was good. It was very, very bad. He also held it to his head, which, yes, he did intimidate her with a gun. All right. Like, I'm not saying he was purely good, but I'm saying it felt like at the end of season 2, there was this feeling of, okay, he had to do what he had to do to get this disc because in his own moral compass, that was a greater good situation. And then he started, he got rid of his dad, and assumedly, now that that tension was gone, he went on a better path. And I just would have liked to see, maybe he doesn't come over and give a full-on apology, but just a lingering look. Just, again, there's so much you could have done with this character. He's such an interesting character, and it just feels like there's so much left on the table. Maybe we don't get a really sugary, sweet, total redemption of Nate, but just something, you know? I do really love the conversation Nate and Cassie have about the ice sculpture looking chubby, and then him saying it'll get skinnier as it melts. We catch up with BB, I think is her name, a vape girl. She's pregnant again. Cal gives a very, very strange wedding speech, talks about how like pretty much everyone probably knows his past. He then says that they've been through a lot. He's always believed in Nate. He then says, look at your wife. Who can say that they married better than him? And might I add, this almost sounds like an undrunk or a sober version, of Cal's drunk rant in season 2, where Cal was seen there being like, toast to the big man of the house or whatever, when he was about to like drink drive and was almost like condescendingly mocking Nate's authority. Hey there everyone, editing Marshall here. And as I'm looking back on these clips from season 2 with Cassie and the If I Had the Right scene, and then what's going on here, I am like, goddamn, do I miss season 2? Like, I like season 3 for what it is, but yeah, it's a substantial step down. Like, season 2 for me had the sauce. I thought it was pretty excellent. But regardless, Nate says I love you to Cal. Cal says it back. So you can assume there's been some tension that has been essentially burped between them. And I would love a little more time with them, but you kind of get that feeling, right? Like maybe Cal to an extent was almost relieved that Nate exposed him for who he was so he could like reform himself. And if anything, like it worked in Nate's favor as well. They seem to both untangle their sexual wires that they had crossed with one another. But I would love some info in between. We went from really dark, strange, abstract visions in season 2 of Cal entering Nate from behind to this. Like, I'd love a little more context for what those conversations were like. What does Cassie feel about Nate's dad going to jail for child sex stuff, you know, and Nate's part in that? Like, what were the conversations like? Like, that could have been a whole episode. I think people would have been hooked. Can you imagine if we got a special episode of Cal in therapy or in jail, or Nate even? Come on. Like, if you weren't going to give him much time in season 3, I defended Jules not being in season 2 much. If you're not going to give us much, like, can you imagine a bloody hour-long episode where Nate's talking about everything that got him to this point? Everything that he did in high school, a therapy scene, or even just a conversation where it's Cassie on the other end, you know, listening to who she actually married. Anyways, whatever. You know, I'm just saying, throw me in the writings room. Now, Jules goes up to Cal and says, do you remember me? He goes, how could I forget? It's not every day you fuck one of your son's high school mates. Insane quote to drop. He then says, sorry for recording. He then clarifies and says, it wasn't for distribution. It was just to jerk off to it, which, look, is really bad. Objectively, it's really bad. I do think they almost added that in season 2, because otherwise it would have been a pretty clear thing of like, okay, Jules lied to Cal, and Cal probably wouldn't have slept with her if she was underage if he knew better. And they even went out of their way to say that what he got in trouble for was sleeping with a boy who lied about his age, right? Which, again, like, ideally you check these things better, whatever. But I feel like, yeah, there was almost this retcon at the end of season 2 of like, oh, also he's recording without consent. But I do think the writing of season 3, having them actually talk it out, kind of, I don't know, makes season 2's ending go down a little better, in my opinion. I do really like when Jules talks about also of, I was waiting for the cops to call me, but they never did. And it kind of looks over to Nate. And we get clarification that Nate did actually hand the only copy of Jules's tape to Jules. He gave her that choice. He gave her that option. He gave her that level of control. He didn't make a copy. He didn't make a copy and give it to the police. Like, the only version of existence is what he gave to Jules, which was genuinely a sweet gesture from him. And Jules sees that as such. And again, like, I just wish we got more time with this stuff. It's so interesting. And yeah, Cal clarifies that somehow the video never made it to the police. We also find out that Cal copped a plea deal and is now on the sex offender registry, and he can't drive by a school. Jules then says, I'm surprised you still talk to Nate. Nate is continuously looking at Jules during this scene, which would have loved more of, but it's okay. It kind of hints to us that he clearly is still infatuated with her, at least a tiny little bit, but not the way it used to be. Probably just in the way that a lot of, strange marriages, there's like sort of like feelings of like, oh, what would this person have been like? But not as intensely as it was in season 2. Cal then goes on about, I wish everyone didn't think I was a pedo. I like young but legal. Jules says she likes older, and Cal then almost refuses to believe that. Cal starts going like, really? You don't mind skin tag, saggy skin? It's this interesting sort of like self-insert projection from Cal, and it tells us a lot about Cal and why he's attracted to certain things and what he's attracted to. And we knew that Cal was sort of living his youth over again by sleeping with these young people, because he looks back to the time that he was with Derek when he was younger as the only time he was truly happy and sexually free. Marsha then gets up and gives a speech and talks about how you bite your tongue when, you know, your son brings home a girl that isn't right, and then it kind of looks over to Maddie, and it's a cheap shot at Maddie. Maddie's pretty hurt. I really like this section where Maddie's reacting, and I will say, this is one where it doesn't feel as underwritten or strange as Nate. I think we get Maddie reacting to a lot of high school stuff re-entering the picture throughout this season. And I actually think it's pretty well done. I actually quite like it. We get it throughout the season when she hears about Rue, when she hears about certain things going down with Cassie and Nate, and we get it here as well. And I think it feels intentional. And there was an effort for Maddie at the end of season 2 to leave high school behind. And you see she's kind of conflicted as all this high school shit is coming back into her life. Then Marsha says, you know, but we love Cassie just so much. And then finally they talk about, to the new Mr. and Mrs. Jacobs. We see Maddie looking at Cassie. There's a level of hurt, understanding there. And probably on Maddie's end, she's probably thinking, why could Nate change for Cassie and not for me? And also just looking back at like a time that was objectively pretty awful for all three of them, and especially Maddie. I will say all the flowers behind Cassie reminds me of that very famous shot from season 2 with all the flowers behind Cassie in that sort of surreal montage section. The debt collector comes up behind Nate, and here's the thing with this whole debt collector thing. I think they do it as well as they possibly can, to an extent. All right? I think Naz is performed well. I think Nate acts scared really well. I just think given the first 2 seasons of the show, it's not the most compelling plot line to just kind of be like, oh, this random deal that you didn't see go down with these random people that have just entered the picture are going to take down one of the show's most compelling characters, right? We really need to at least have some, you know, maybe some, if you still want to go down that route that, you know, he's a small fish in a big pond now, and now he's not fucking around with kids. It's adults that are scary and can argue with him and, you know, take him over by force, right? Like, he's not operating like a god the way he used to. If you want to go down that route, that's actually totally fine. I just would have loved at least the journey to Nate making some dumb financial decisions, some bad bets, whatever, right, was built off some more personal melodrama that we could get behind and sink our teeth into. You know, if we knew he was doing this because, you know, Cassie was exploiting him, or there was some really well-built stuff, like maybe he was genuinely trying to repent and then something went wrong and then he bounced down to here. Like, I just would have loved a little more build-up to this situation, because it kind of stays stagnant for a while and it's not as fulfilling as it could be, despite them kind of making it almost work with the little they have. Does that make any sense? It's like, it's objectively, there could have been way more satisfying ways to do this, but given what they seemingly had access to, it's pretty well done. You know, it's like, is the most satisfying way for Nate to have gone, or his story to have gone, being buried alive by people we don't know and then bitten by a snake? No. But the sequence itself is very well done and hard to watch. So it's kind of up in the air, you know? Naz starts citing all the expenses. I will say, like, it is nice that Nate used to pull off all these schemes perfectly and now he's kind of fucked. Like, they are aced here to an extent. I just would have loved a more satisfying downfall. Like, I don't mind him being in debt to loan sharks, but I would have loved the build-up. You know, like, for example, I think in the back end of Breaking Bad, I think the sort of modern day Yahtzees that become the big foil for Walter White, right? They're the big obstacle, I think, are underdeveloped compared to other villains and kind of very simplistic. But because everything else is so good around that, I can kind of just go with it for what it needs to be. Again, it could be better, but it's not the end of the world. I think if this show just had a little more time or was a little better well-crafted in season 3, we still could have had the end thing of him being taken out by loan sharks, but the reasoning why he took on the loan or the debt or whatever could have been a lot more empathetic, or even just emotionally understated, something we understand, you know? I will say this shot where, you know, Cassie's obviously freaking out. She's seen Nate's freaking out. She's realizing he's not the, you know, trad Giga Chad that she thought he was. And Lexi's asking Cassie if she's okay. And then Sydney Sweeney gives a fantastic performance. It feels right out of Mulholland Drive or something. It's like, of course everything's okay. This is the happiest day of my life. Fantastic sequence. And I love their dance sequence afterwards. It's a tough watch. It's hilariously tacky. Like, Cassie's boobs are practically popping out. Nate is terrified. Cassie's crying after what she's learned. It's a really darkly funny sequence. And this is where it's like, we're watching a fantastic episode right now. All of this is working. And again, it's just like, I just sit there and I go, I wish the journey to Nate being in debt was something we could have like witnessed. And why, more importantly, the emotion of how he got there and made dumb choices and why he's making dumb choices, you know, because the Nate I knew in season 1 or 2, I don't think would have made dumb choices. This was a guy that, you know, went out to restaurants and only ate green vegetables, you know, like he's a very clinical guy. And I wish we understood what made him like bounce around. Again, I can put the pieces together. It makes sense, but I would like to feel it more. Now, Nate explains this whole white fratilia explanation. And I know there was a lot of sort of debate as to whether he's lying or not. And I felt like it was true. And I like this idea that it was true. I think this is an example of good writing of he actually almost had something good work out for him and then was foiled by a flower. That's good. That's good. I've seen a lot of people be like, what the fuck? That I think is poetic writing. That I actually don't mind. I think that's seriously kind of cool. And again, I wish we felt it more, but I do like the idea here that, like, you know, there's things out of his control. Something as simple as a flower completely fucks Nate and seals his fate. Again, cool idea. Now, Cassie's friends start thinking that Cassie's only doing OF because she knew Nate was in trouble, which isn't true. She actually just kind of wanted to do that for her, but they start being like, oh, that must be why you're degrading yourself. We have this whole section where Wayne and Bishop are having this sort of face-off. I think it's a good sequence. It's well done. The whole environment feels sticky and tense and sweaty. I like the section where they throw the money and Bishop kind of like air shoots it out of the sky. It almost feels like that air shooting knocks the money off its trajectory. Like Bishop just goes like this with his hands. But it seems like the money actually kind of like changes the rhythm of the way it was going, which is kind of a cool little thing that I picked up on rewatch. I also like this exchange between Nate and Jules, where, you know, he says, you're the last person I expected to be here. We find out that Maddie and Rue left early. Maddie got more emotional than she expected. Now, I will say I would have liked a scene of maybe her crying in the car, but we did have enough of that. We saw she was being, you know, a little confronted by what she was seeing, so I guess it's fine, but would like to sit with Maddie a little more in this as well. Nate then says the quote, you love who you love, while looking at Jules, which is a nice little bit of sort of callback to season 2 and the fact that Nate's true love, or was back then and still might be, Jules deep down, the only person he's truly properly opened up to. And the fact that he ends up dead at the end of this season, it does feel tragic on rewatch. But again, I just wish it was more time with this stuff, please. Now we have Bishop. They're meeting Paladin because they've come up with this plan to kill Paladin, which is Laurie's bird, as revenge for Laurie fucking with them with the pig and stuff. Laurie does genuinely seem to miss Rue, and she says, you know, the grass is always greener when it's by the septic tank, which I think is a great quote. I'm sure it's somewhere. I'm sure it's been said somewhere before, but I think it is a cool quote. We find out that Lexi is a virgin, which, like, of course she is. I don't want to be mean. That's a joke I'm making in jest, but Lexi does feel like the fun police this season, and you know, she kind of doubles down here. It's not just that she's a virgin, but she's sitting there being like, it's better than what all of you are doing, and that's why I riff. That's why I joke. Now, Cassie starts crashing out at Nate. She starts going, I cook, I clean, I suck your wingus. You're not a man. Men provide, and then pops the bottle in his eye socket. Now, I do like the section afterwards where it seems like he's about to crack. We never get the crack, but I do like that we see there's something bubbling there. We do see it briefly. We then cut to Cassie and Nate in the limo. Nate is explaining to Cassie he didn't want to tell her before the wedding. I wanted it to be the best day of your life, he says, and then she goes, no, it's the worst, which, given what happens after, I actually think is a fair assessment. Up until that point, I thought Cassie was being ridiculous, but given what happens after, I kind of get her being like, this was the worst day ever. In terms of like expectations and what actually happened, sure. He then says he'll get her out of it. There is no obstacle, Cassie Jacobs, that I can't get you out of, and we actually see that like he fails to get her out of it. Maddie has to get her out of it. He then says, I love you, Cassie, even though I can't see out of this eye. And then asks for consent. Nate is like, is it cool if we go upstairs after this and knock boots? Tomorrow's a new day. Now, Nate and Cassie get home to Naz. Meanwhile, there's this whole scene with Bishop and Alamo. Honestly, on rewatch, you can kind of move through it fairly quickly. It's Laurie being kind of like microaggression racist to Bishop, or outwardly racist to Bishop, and Bishop wanting to claim that he's a cowboy. He doesn't care about the race labels related to it. Just on rewatch, given how slow this plotline sort of moves, it's not the most compelling stuff in the episode. Now we have Nate getting absolutely wailed on by the henchman from Naz in the background. Meanwhile, Cassie up front is hysterically crying and laughing. And to be fair, I saw Sam being like, oh, it's so self-involved. You know, it's so funny because she's been so selfish, you know, crying about her nose. Meanwhile, he's in the background getting beat up. I will say, dude, she had her nose shattered on the tiles. Like, she would probably be crying. And I don't know, yeah, she is thinking about herself more than Nate, but she probably knows Nate will be fine. And also, like, what's she gonna do? She tried to help and she got thrown to the floor and smashed her nose. Like, and look, Nate getting well, on one end, it does feel like a karmic response to Tyler. But again, I don't even know if Sam is thinking of Tyler at this point in the show. Cassie and Naz actually relate to each other for a second, get along, talking about how Nate just doesn't listen to either of them, which I thought was kind of funny. I will say, I think the shot of Nate on the carpet, on the floor, especially from up above, looks incredible. Like, the insanely yellow looks fantastic on whatever film stock they filmed this on. And then the blood as well looks so real and deep. Whoever worked on, like, the gore and the blood this season did such a good fucking job. Like, this is how I want blood and gore to look. It feels like a more grounded Tarantino blood and gore look to it. It looks fantastic. Nate then gets his toe cut off. I love the look of Nate with the blood on his face. It just looks amazing. We saw that Jules caught the bouquet when she gets home, but she goes home to this glass cage, empty apartment where she hears that he is actually showering, so she has to get ready for him. We see that Bishop has poisoned the water for Paladin, the bird, to drink. We see that the cops pull over Rue, the DEA pull over Rue. Laurie's bird dies, end of episode. Very good. Fantastic episode. Between this and episode 4, and then maybe episode 7. Actually, I would say episode 3 and 4, and then episode 7 and 8 are easily the best episodes of the season for me. But yeah, really solid episode. I get why this seemed to do well for everyone. It's a real fun episode. All right, so Euphoria Season 3, Episode 4. Now, I think on first pass of the season, this was my favorite episode of the season, but I will say on rewatch, while there are some sequences that still work just as well, I do think some of the thrill, some of the wind is thrown out of the sails just because we've seen this episode before. And I think that does reflect on the writing to an extent. Now, on one end, I don't want to be too harsh because sometimes there are movies that never live up to that first experience, or shows that never live up to that first experience because you don't know what's happening. But at the same time, some of the best written things I've ever seen are strengthened by the fact you know what's coming. You know, you appreciate the writing on second pass. And there are some things here that I think were subtly woven in that pay off in the ending, and we'll point that out as we go. But I will say, I am finding in this rewatch, there are some scenes that are a little less engaging just because we ultimately know the answers to these questions. We're also noticing that some of the subplots that I think I was operating on good faith on aren't fully paid off by the end. So on rewatch, while I enjoyed it on first pass, on rewatch, you are sort of seeing there being like, maybe we could have allocated time a little better. But at the same time, like every single episode of Euphoria, there are scenes throughout this episode that are like really great, really entertaining, really pulpy fun. So let's just get into it. I think the opening section where Rue is being questioned by the DEA just isn't that engaging on rewatch. Initially, you're sort of engaged with where is this going. There is some good lines of dialogue here or there, some decent writing, but it's not, you know, like there are some movies you rewatch and you're like chewing on every line and you start appreciating things more and more. Whereas here, it feels like it almost could be tightened up just a little. You know, this isn't like the equivalent of season 2, that scene where Cal abandons his family and goes on that speech. You can watch that scene out of context and it's still fantastic. Or even the hot tub scene in season 2 with Maddie, Cassie, and Nate, and then Cassie vomiting. Those are great scenes to rewatch. They kind of get better each time. Whereas in this section, I was a little like, okay. I do like the line from Rue here, though, where she says, "We may disagree what truth is, but we all know when we're telling a lie." I'm sure Sam heard this somewhere, but it is a good line. It's a good line. I like it. It's cool. Now, I will say this whole montage where she's getting fingerprinted and then we get the title drop where she's holding like the criminal, I don't know what it's called, but the name and where she's being processed. We get the title card. I think the music is biting Labyrinth to an extent. You can picture this sequence in season 1 of Euphoria, but yeah, Hans Zimmer's music here is very much, remember in season 1, that song that'd be like, you know that? Yeah. I think Rue does her best to kind of be like, who's Laurie? I don't know who Laurie is when they're like, who's Laurie? I think the whole the monotone lady thing is a bit of fun. The whole exchange about, you know, have you been to Mexico? Well, I wouldn't say I've been. I would know if I've been to the moon or not. But between the detectives and Rue feels like Tarantino light. It's not quite there. You know what I mean? It's not bad, but you can feel what Sam is trying to do here. And especially on second watch, you're just like, all right, like, come on. I do like that they ended up having a photo of her the entire time, though. That's a decent reveal and kind of makes that meandering nature almost intentionally frustrating. They also found drugs in her car too, and I like that they point out to Rue that the fentanyl she has trafficked has killed people. And especially this is something that is strengthened on rewatch. I remember they kept talking about fentanyl on first pass, and I just didn't take it I'm not going to say didn't take it seriously, but I didn't take notice of it. Whereas on rewatch, I'm like, oh boy, that's really bad. And I also think the ending kind of nailed recontextualizing what happened to Angus Cloud in real life and like blurring the lines of fact and fiction and bringing in that aspect where now on rewatch, things like this do feel a little more tragic. And I like that it's been properly set up too. I didn't notice it on first pass, but here I'm like, oh shit, yeah, they really were beefing up this fentanyl idea. Anyways, this scene ultimately ends with Rue being asked to be an informant, which is a decent plotline, but it's not the most compelling. Now, I do like where we end up with Rue being caught by Alamo in a very subtle way. I like that we don't have him monologuing to anyone. There's not some dramatic, it's like Maddie lets it slip, Alamo seemingly clocks it, and she's punished for this. But I will say, I think there could have been a little more tension in Rue's informant subplot. And I'll bring that up as we go throughout the season, but I do think it could be a little more compelling. Like, if anything, they almost make being an informant look easy because they almost nerf Alamo at times, but yeah, we'll get there when we get there. I do like the exchange where Rue gets back and Alamo's saying, you know, you look like shit. Rue can't tell if it's about her or about the stripper. It's relatively fun. I also think they do a good job in this scene making Alamo come off likable. Now, yes, Alamo is a very bad person, very clearly, but I do like shows, movies that can kind of like give a three-dimensional feel to characters. At the end of the day, most people aren't just one thing. And I think watching how he can be likable and there is almost this ability to be a nice person somewhere in there, but he makes choices to be absolutely despicable, a little more engaging than just like stereotypical gangster, right? Now, a scene that I would kill for more of is the scene between Nate and Cassie where they're arguing about the metaphor of his toe being cut off and what it represents. He sees it as a new beginning, you know, a new chance, a sort of like saving moment for him where he can turn his life around, whereas Cassie's kind of like pushing back on this over and over again. You know, Nate says, I thought we were lost forever. I thought I'd lost the toe forever, but you know, we're coming back and the doctor was able to fix it and we'll be able to fix our lives. Cassie then interprets this as, no, the fact that your toe is scarred, it's never going to feel the same. That's how she's interpreting this toe as a metaphor. They go back and forward, and I think what I like here is it intentionally feels a little pretentious. Nate is reaching here to make good out of something horrific that has happened because of some dumb choices he's made or some really unfortunate luck. Cassie is calling his bluff, but they're ultimately having like a more low-key version of the fight they had in season 2, the what the fuck is wrong with you sort of scene. And I do like this. I wish we had more time with what this couple looked like behind closed doors. I would have loved if what they did with Nate and Cassie was we actually got to see them go out into the real world more often and they had this like perfect looking relationship, and then behind closed doors it was completely fucked. And you could have an aspect of that being the fact that he's in debt and loan sharks are after him. And there would have been a way to make that a little more satisfying. But I think if we were like watching them make sort of local TV appearances, like a nuclear family, and you actually keep that there's fucked up stuff going on from the audience for a while, that would have been a really compelling show. Now, I know they didn't have Jacob Elordi for enough time to do something like that, but here you can see the kernel of a fantastic idea, like right there, you know? I also like Nate being the one to be like, you didn't say our love. And Cassie's just not having any of it because she knows she's going to have to go out and pimp herself out, essentially. Nate clarifies to Cassie that he owes $1 million and says he's going to fix it. Cassie then says the fairy tale's over and Nate is like, what does that even mean? I do like Cassie calling Maddie too, essentially being like, all right, it's time to get me out of this awful situation. I love the shot of how big the house is, Cassie throwing the suitcases over the banister and just like seeing them clunk down. It also gives a really good sense of scale of how big their house is, and maybe they need to lose that to get Nate out of this situation, but it's almost like it happens so quickly, you know, before they know it, like Nate's in a fucking box. I like the exchange of Nate being like, where are you going? And she goes, to work. Now, I pointed out in the initial episode review, I do really love the shot of Cassie and Maddie getting in the car. Meanwhile, there's these younger versions of Maddie and Cassie on the street. Now, again, may just be coincidence with the casting, but at the very least, the storytelling that's here is they are looking at Cassie and Maddie driving off in this nice car from this nice house and going, oh my God, that's going to be us in 10, 20 years. And I think Sam Levinson is playing with the kind of like darkness in that, right? And it is a bit of a Rorschach test. You know, it is showing like impressionable youth and the cycles of this and how they're looking towards these women who are then looking towards other women, et cetera, right? Maddie and Cassie have a conversation about Bad Baby, which, you know, not every OF creator is going to end up being Bad Baby. These girls are looking at Cassie and Maddie being like, they're living the American dream. We're going to be like them. And it just trickles down, right? But I also think them looking like a young version of Cassie and Maddie does work. It is evocative storytelling on a visual level, right? It is sort of suggesting, you know, this like loss of innocence, right? Youth being left behind. I think it's pretty good, all right? We're not in high school anymore. We're not in school in general anymore. I think it's a good, decent visual motif. And that whole section feels like right out of Desperate Housewives to me. It's campy, it's over the top suburbia, but I do like it. Catch up with Jules. She's watching reality TV the way Rue used to in season 1, which is a nice little detail, probably suggesting something about her mental state and her quiet sort of deterioration on a mental health level. Now, we get to something that I actually think is fairly well written, and you can slice it a couple different ways. Lexi calls Jules for an artistic opportunity to work on the show and create a painting that seems to be on rewatch relative to the plot of the show that they're filming, right? Like, it's not just a background piece, it's a piece that a character paints and will be a plot point to an extent. It's not just something in the background. We have the Ave Maria musical motif pop up again. I do also like that as this is going on, Maddie is introducing Cassie. We're getting this sort of contrast between the two careers. And what I liked is on first pass, I was sitting there being like, oh, this is going to be an amazing, like an objectively amazing experience for Jules, whereas the Cassie one's going to be more complicated. But if anything, the Cassie thing kind of goes better and goes more according to plan, and the Jules one feels like a bit of a moral, ethical mess. But I do like this section. You see Jules kind of come to life as she's doing this painting. You also have Cassie and Maddie driving through the streets. It feels straight out of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which Sydney Sweeney was in. But going past the Cinerama Dome, it's cool. It's cool. I'd love to visit there one day. Here we go. So Jules has the painting, and it's full of peni. It's just full of peni, and not just like soft kind of background peni. This is like hard, stiff peni. This is full on kind of abrasive looking peni, all right? Like it reminds me of that Bridesmaids gags where they're like, you know, and then the peni just kind of look at you like this, right? Like, and you know, I think on one end, they then have this long conversation where Jules does say, like, would it have been better if it was boobs? And I think it's like, it's also the combination of the peni with the people like chasing after one another. Like, I kind of get it. All right. I'm just going to say it. Now, I'm not a prude. I love Euphoria. I love really intense art. And if I had it my way, every show would be like super full on and just like true to life. And who cares about nudity or violence or whatever, as long as it's relative to the plot. But at the same time, Jules has been asked to work on this like sort of lame TV show. All right. Now, to be fair, I will say Lexi didn't give her the most amazing barriers ever. But I also think if someone goes, can you make a painting of a nice picnic? I don't think it takes a genius to go, okay, probably not full of like erect and half erect cock. Like, you know, I think most people would go, all right, a nice family picnic. Probably not. Probably not people chasing one another around trying to like rail one another. Probably not, all right? But I get it. At the same time, Jules wants to make something that isn't just like disposable art. It's reflective of her life and her experience and playing with gender expression, right? So we have this initial clash where it's like, in an ideal world, Jules probably would have just read the room. And sometimes you need to make trash art before you get to good art, all right? Like when I started this channel, you know, I was covering blockbusters that I wasn't fully interested in, but I was doing my best. I was like, maybe I'll get some clicks. Like sometimes you just got to do what you got to do, all right? But at the same time, I do think the studio heads give her another chance. Like they do go, can you do it again? Just get rid of the peni, which, yeah, you know, like... And I think the hard thing here is I get for Jules, hear me out here. I do get for Jules that if you've made this beautiful artistic piece, first off, if you're that proud of it, take it home with you and then start from scratch and do another nice picnic for the corporate overlords, right? Just do a nice PG picnic, keep the beautiful painting you made, and that can be yours. On one end, I get her being bummed that they didn't appreciate the art, but it's like sometimes you just got to look at the context around that. But what I think is bad is Lexi did earnestly try to give Jules a job. Now, I know some people on the internet were like, Lexi could have clarified it more. Maybe, but come on, man. But more importantly, Lexi's already been scolded for the 90 minutes they've been wasted, and then Jules throws paint all over it after. Yes, behind the scenes, they're a little condescending and a little baffled. But, you know, the studio heads were like, just fix up the painting for us because we can't put that on TV. And she throws paint on it. And I think it's a bit insensitive to Lexi. I also think it's the type of thing that if you do, and then Hollywood talk about their experience with you and go, yeah, don't hire her. Like, she was really difficult. I mean, can I blame them? You know, like, I feel like Jules is shooting herself in the foot here, and maybe intentionally so. Maybe there is an aspect of it where it's like, you know, that glass cage I'm in with this freaky plastic surgeon guy, it's kind of fucked up, but also I can make whatever art I want to make and it's just mine. No one's there to judge it. I get to like sustain this art and just do it. And no one's judging me. And now I've put my art out there, and that's tough. And you know what? As a creative, like, I get that. I used to make songs that I thought were really great, and then you would put some out, and some people would like, and some other people wouldn't like. And then it's like, oh, I miss when this was just mine. So I get everything Jules is going through here, but like, fuck's sake, man. Just do some corporate art, and then get back to it. All right, then get back to it. There's also some like metatextual euphoria commentary here, right? Like the conversation around like, oh, so boobs are okay, but not penises. Like Euphoria had a lot of penises, notably in season 2, or peni, might I say. I do think there's some funny exchanges here too, when they're like, Jules is like, oh, I just don't know if I can work on the limitations you've given. And they're like, the limitation is just less penis. I will say, I also think the exchange where behind the scenes before Jules comes in, they go, who in their right mind would paint this? And then Lexi comes out with the she's trans. I think Lexi is trying to offer an explanation with this strange interpretation of the task. And you then hear the Hollywood executive almost get like preemptively offended. And I do find it interesting because on one end, I also think there's a commentary on, at the start of the season, these TV executives were talking about how they can push society forward and do forward thinking art and tell people what to think. And then they're confronted with something that is genuinely a gender expression and are completely confronted by it. There isn't even an aspect of like, it's beautiful. We should find a place for this in another show, but we need something that the censors won't go nuts. They are actively offended by it. Now, both things can be true. All right, both things can be true. The painting was never going to be appropriate for the show, but at the same time, they could have also seen it for what it is for just a moment and be like, this is pretty amazing. Because the hard thing here is, and the thing I've been waiting to get to is, I actually think the painting itself is awesome. I think the painting is awesome. And the fact that these TV executives come and even take a second to be like, Jules, this painting's fucking awesome. I love what you're doing here. I love what you're saying here. Just, unfortunately, if we had it our way, we would, but we're not able to get it in this show. We'll save it for another show. Like, I don't know, man. No harm, no foul. And then, but whatever. I do think Jules overreacted. Now, I do like Laurie and her gang wanting to essentially kill the Alamo family or fuck them over really hard because they killed Paladin. I like when movies take pet deaths and animal deaths super seriously, like Shakespearean levels of seriousness. I do appreciate that. I really love, I think it's getting close to peak euphoria, that scene by the pool where Cassie's trying to do the leaf blower shoot and all the girls are kind of talking. I think everyone said this at the time. It feels like something out of classic euphoria. I enjoy it. I love when Lexi is like, you're worth more than your body. And then Cassie is like, I don't know, man. I think my body's kind of worth a lot. It feels like it's playing with Sydney Sweeney's reputation in general, but it's a funny line. Like, it's a really funny line. I also like the exchange about how girls are making millions. They start talking about Bad Baby. The leaf blower kicks up as Cassie is saying this, and it kind of like drowns her out because like it's just gobbledygook. I do enjoy the dialogue here. It shows this naive way of thinking of like, all we need to do is exactly what Bad Baby did and we'll be fine. Now, I will say, I mean, I do think the people doing sex work in this show in particular probably would end up doing well. But I think more importantly, I think Sam is trying to get to a point here of sort of like, you know, everyone thinks it's an easy ticket, but it's a little more complicated. And we do see that throughout the season and this episode. The line from Cassie is when she starts saying this is the business world of today, and she gets cut off by a leaf blower. Now, Rue asks Maddie for drugs. Maddie is visibly uncomfortable, which is a nice little setup for the end of episode 8, where Maddie hears that Rue overdosed and there's a tragedy there. I like what they're doing with Maddie throughout this season, this quiet observer, which is a nice change from who Maddie was at the start of the show, and given what was set up at the end of the season, her leaving high school drama behind, I actually think is a nice through line. You know, we don't get much of Maddie, but what we do get in season 3, I do like of Maddie. I think Lexi is made to come off a little narky and annoying and unlikable and just like shush. Like, I don't know. On one end, maybe she sounds like a lot of the audience of the show. You know, on one end, maybe a lot of people are seeing that being like, I agree with Lexi, but I thought Lexi sounded, I don't know, a bit prudish, a bit annoying. And even if she's spitting some facts, just like, get out of here. I really like the scene where Nate is in the pitch meeting. I think he gives a very excellent performance. I think the look of his bruised face, his hair, all of it's really good. He brings up the endangered plants. We know that endangered plants at this point are legit, but I think his whole monologue, like preaching to God, talking about religion, trying to like bring some sort of gravity to his situation to other people that just don't get it. I thought it was a really great scene and made me genuinely feel bad for Nate. But at the same time, you can picture if you were just sitting there waiting for your turn to speak, this would sound unhinged, crazy, weird, lunatic ramblings. Notably, the line where Nate says, flowers shouldn't move, we should move around them, you know? He then says, my marriage is in shambles because of you, Bill, and then says, is this personal? Is what going on between you and I personal, Bill? Which is a funny line because it just sounds incredibly delusional. But in saying this, I do really like the idea that, again, these simple little flowers are what undoes Nate. I wish we had more time with Nate. I wish there was a little more of like he was trying to redeem himself, or the moment he went down the other direction. It's not that I need him morally redeemed, just some more interesting groundwork with his character before he gets derailed. And this is where, like, I think a bit too much time was spent on the crime stuff with Rue early on in the season. I think it really gets good in the back end of the season, but in the first half of the season, and especially on rewatch, I do find him a bit disconnected from the crime stuff. There's too much time there compared to some other stuff. The rhythm is slightly wonky. We then have Nate on his knees, full on begging. Great performance from Jacob Elordi, despite clearly not being here too long. Then we have this moment where Cassie moves in across from Lexi. I love the shot. There's so many good things here, right? Cassie taking the shot and it's like shadow reflected. First off, it reminds me of season 1 where Cassie is taking the nude photos for McKay and Lexi's in the same room kind of observing as it happens and kind of looking a bit sad and forlorn. That is a direct one-to-one that we're seeing here. On top of that though, it reminds me also of that TikTok dance silhouette that was in episode 2. I think, in Maddie's little intro about her becoming a manager and that client. And then it also reminds me of imagery from stuff like Under the Silver Lake and movies that are already exploring this idea of Hollywood and sex work in general being this sort of like machine that brings in and churns out women, and like the fact that they become these almost like disposable objects in the eye of people that are after that sort of stuff. And I think the imagery is really quite fantastic here. It's a little thing, but a thing I like nonetheless. I also like that we find out Bishop is straight up not happy about having killed Paladin. We also see the Rue, her phone wallpaper is Fez, which I really like. And I think it's a better mention than maybe that like conversation that Rue had about Fez or to Fez in the last episode when she was driving the car, where you know what they're going for, but it just kind of, it doesn't feel right. I like the wallpaper in the background. That feels a little more natural to me. Now we have this card game scene. This is another example of a scene that just goes on too long. It's just not particularly engaging. It's not as well written as some of the stuff with Alamo we get later in the season. And you're just kind of like, eh. But I do like Rue proposing getting connected with people in Mexico. I just can't believe Alamo would buy it. Now on one end, I do like where we end with this scene. You know, I don't really get that Alamo would even... Like, at this point, surely Alamo would be like, what the hell's going on with Rue? But for some reason, he doesn't. But I do like where we end up with this scene, which is Alamo sort of thinking that she's actually on drugs. And it's kind of hard because I think him misreading it this hard is really dumb of him. And he's quite a perceptive guy, so this bugs me. And I do think Bishop is allowing all these things to slide because he ultimately wants to take over. So it would work if Bishop came in and was her guardian angel, but I just think this scene is a little clunkily written. But I like where it ends up in the fact that Alamo actually expresses concern for Rue being back on drugs, right? And that's kind of the misread that is meant to be here, is he thinks her terrible ideas are because she's back on drugs. I do like that he seems to care about her and doesn't want her going back on drugs, which is a nice setup and a nice payoff. And this is one of the few things that is strengthened on the rewatch, the fact that then he ultimately got her and convinced her to take some medication for the pain, take some drugs, Oxycontin or whatever for the pain, whichever drug it is, and then laced her with fentanyl. That is a mean, mean thing to do. Now, on one end, yes, Rue was also helping deliver and kind of give out drugs that were also laced with fentanyl. And maybe on one end, the karmic scale is twisting back, but I think it's really interesting that Alamo here was genuinely trying to fight for Rue's life and was concerned for her, and by the end, obviously does the other thing. I think it's decent writing, decent foreshadowing and setup. Now, I do like when we get back to the Silver Slipper, we find out that the girls are talking about Angel disappearing from rehab, maybe the idea that she ran away. We get the idea that it's something these girls are used to. They're used to this system, and it's almost like they know that eventually they might end up there. There's a really dark, foreboding feel in these scenes as the season goes on. The quote, it's almost like Angel knew she wasn't coming back. We then get Cassie's best outfit, which on first pass I thought looked whack, but I don't know, on rewatch I kind of like. I like how campy and over the top it is. And I think knowing that it actually works out for her, this sequence to an extent, I don't know, maybe it's a bit of iconic Euphoria iconography. No? Yes, maybe. So Maddie and Cassie go to that like influencer's house. They try and seduce him again. Maddie has this line about, tempt him, but don't give him like actual sex or he'll lose interest. Just keep him on the hook, essentially. Now, this is a nice, not like a setup, it's just another example. They do it later in the show with the guy from LA Knights. What's his name? I'll remember later, but the star of LA Knights has a similar situation where they essentially try and honeypot him and seduce him and like exploit him sexually, which is a dark through line in this season for both men and women. And here we have them doing it again. They're trying to create this situation where it's like, we'll seduce him and then we'll use it for you to get famous. I also like the line, it feels like we're going to war. And I also think credit to Sydney Sweeney, all right? Like, I know everyone kind of hates her, but I really do love how embarrassing she's willing to be as Cassie. Cassie can be a tough watch. And in this scene where she's like partying, she doesn't know how Coke works. It's me, Cassie. Like, it's a tough watch, but intentionally so. And I think it's nice watching Sydney Sweeney fully commit, where maybe some other actors feel like they're done with this show. We now have this section, a pretty hard to watch section, where Kitty is kind of getting railed by these frat bros, like essentially like kind of non-consensually, right? It's a pretty tough watch. And then they start doing stuff with the bottle. It's full on, right? It goes from sort of not ideal to flat out horrific and hard to watch and non-consensual. It's a well done sequence. And definitely isn't glorifying what it's showing. Like, it is a tough watch. Feels like something straight out of Requiem for a Dream or something. I will say, I like that Maddie feels like a Kris Jenner type throughout this season, throughout this section. Like, it really reminds me of that. Now, I will say, Rue watching the CCTV of Kitty, on one end, I get what it's going for here. This idea that she's finally realizing how dark the industry she's in is, how confronting it actually is. But I'm also like, Rue isn't that dumb. Rue isn't that dumb. Like, she's seen some other fucked up shit already in this season. I was just kind of, there's something about this scene I feel slightly disconnected to, and I'm struggling to put my finger on as to why. But I feel like Rue's character, and you know what, not just in season 3, I think season 1, season 2, season 3 is totally just kind of like this. And I know that she's a drug addict, so some of that can be explained by when she's high, when she isn't. But just in terms of like her sort of maturity level, her understanding of the world, sometimes she's incredibly naive. Like, how are you going to be in episode 1 being like, you're in the business of pussy? That's the coolest thing ever, Alamo. And then be surprised. Like, I don't know. Like, again, I'm glad she's having some empathy and a bit of a come to Jesus moment. But I'm wondering if we could have like written it a bit more naturally and a bit more like, okay, like I get why she's slipping away, because the fact that she didn't have that much pause when she dropped off Angel to the rehab that was clearly very sinister. I don't know. There's something about it that I think just felt a little unearned. Maybe needed more time in the oven, a little more scenes to get us to that point. I almost would have sand the tension of her not being particularly caring, not being particularly, and a couple people come up to her and going, you're just as bad as these pimps, like earn this sort of like character shift. Because it's like we already had to get on board with the fact that she was seemingly okay with like giving drugs that were killing people and like helping pimp people out and all this stuff and being like, the business of pussy, that's awesome. And so we have to get used to that. And now we're watching this where it's like, I just wish there's a little more A to B for the come to Jesus. I do love Cassie being like, OMG, I love Coke, and she's clearly never done it before. I just think it's a very committed, good performance from Sydney Sweeney. And this whole like upper register talking she does where she's performing of, it's me, Cassie, is so good. And I love Cassie's face after she shoots up. She's clearly never done it before, and she says she's done it before. And again, it's just a good performance. Cassie starts touching herself, trying to win this sort of like seduction competition with the other girl Maddie used to work for. I like this sort of payoff here. They're both trying to take his attention. And then they kick in, Brandon, who's your new friend? Just me, Cassie, that's my handle. It's a great scene. I think it's really fucked up for Brandon. Like, it's a really fucked up thing to do. Really strange, mean, manipulative thing to do. But also, I'm not going to pretend I wasn't completely glued to this sequence. I thought it was really well done, campy, over-the-top TV. So then we have Rue trying to be more caring of the girl. She's going up to Kitty being like, are you sure you want to do this? And it's like, it's a little late, Rue. Like, Now, Rosalina overhears, tells the strip club manager not to trust Rue because she's talking about stripper welfare. Now, we have this whole section where Rue can't find her phone. Her mum is calling, and whenever her mum calls, it's actually the DEA, which is a nice little thing that kind of is threaded throughout the season and gets a pretty nice payoff. I do like the DEA overhearing that Magic Rosalia's character was saying, like, I think Rue is a snitch, and then the DEA get on the phone with Rue and go, yo, like, you're almost busted, all right, she's onto you. We also have Cassie's phone blowing up at the same time. We have this whole section where the robbery goes down, and I will say, I think the section where the robbery goes down on rewatch is another situation where it's just on second pass, goes on a little long for not the world's biggest payoff. It's also framed as a mystery as to who would be robbing them. And so like, yeah, we know, like, we know who's robbing them. Like, the end reveal that, like, Faye was driving, it's like, yeah, like, we know this is Laurie's crew. Who else could it possibly be to spend this much time on it? So on rewatch, just a little bit of a section where it's like, come on, let's move through it. I do think the music's really good here. I do think the visuals of it look great. I will say when it finally, like, explodes and we get the violence, I think the blood, the gore, all of that looks fantastic. I do also like when Magic and Rue are arguing. You know, Rue is like, oh, I was just asking if she's okay. Magic then says, are you really going to trust her? She's a drug addict, which reminds me of what Cassie said in season 2 when Rue brought up Nate. But in this moment, right, Rue is actually bullshitting and lying. And yeah, the music is fantastic here. The music in this section is great. I also do think the choice of using Obama masks is relatively funny. I think the hostage scene itself is pretty good because I like all of the people in the room despite their strange ethical morality, right? All right, so Euphoria, season 3, episode 5. I'm going to be real. I am starting to notice some pacing issues with this season, but hear me out here, all right? On first watch, watching an episode once a week, I was hanging on every single scene when I was watching this show for the first time. I do think there is something to be said about the first watch experience versus the second watch experience. And again, like I said before, it's not always a negative. There are some movies you just can't have the same experience with a second time. However, I do also stand by the idea that really great, shining pieces of art get better the more you watch them. Not worse, minus a couple of exceptions where just the experience of it is undeniable the first time. But yeah, I will say it's also a thing of like a lot of things that were interesting on first watch because you were like, where is this going? I don't know where is this going. You know the answers, and some of the answers aren't the most fulfilling things ever. So re-watching these sections where you're just like, okay, like I know this isn't going anywhere. Again, a lot of the stuff with Rue and the crime stuff going on, it's just these long, drawn out, extended sequences. Even now, the scenes with Maddie kind of like, you know, figuring out how she's going to like pimp out women and stuff were interesting on first pass. But now that we know it ultimately doesn't go too far, it doesn't go anywhere too substantial, it does feel like window dressing. And it's kind of hard because these weren't issues on the first watch. They simply just weren't. But now they're starting to pop up in the sense of like, okay, I'm starting to feel the pace because a lot of these things didn't go in directions that make this rewatch as enjoyable. And I've never had that issue with season 1 or season 2. Season 1 and season 2, there's enough character depth, sticky dialogue, and characters interacting that it keeps it engaging and light. And I guess what's funny is the section that was the most enjoyable to watch was the section I kind of had the most issue with on first pass, which was this whole Cassie Zilla sequence. Because truthfully, compared to a lot of the season on rewatch that's starting to feel a little lifeless and dragged out, this section is full of color, good sort of set design, it's campy, it's over the top. I do still think like we didn't need the boobs through the window. It's not that I'm particularly offended or I don't like nudity or smut in my shows. It's more so just like, for a while, the sequence can be defended as an over-the-top satire of sex work breaking into Hollywood. But this section here, but the boob section specifically just feels a little like, I don't know, juvenile. You know what I mean? It's not particularly funny. It's not particularly gross. I'm not feeling anything. So I'm sort of just sitting there being like, eh. But the whole sequence of Cassie rising to fame and feeling like she's about to enter Hollywood is kind of good and is one of the things that is strengthened by a rewatch because ultimately it doesn't work for her. So there's a sense of tragedy added to this delusion, this fantasy sequence, whereas a lot of the other sequences, I'm just like, can we move? Most notably, I was pretty scared for Nate early on in these sections and wondering if he'd fight back. There was a bit of tension there, but now on rewatch, it's like, okay, I know where this is going. So again, it's not the most amazing critique to say something isn't as surprising or as engaging on rewatch, but I don't know, like I can watch Breaking Bad over and over and over again and every single time get reinvested over and over and over again. I can rewatch Industry, I can rewatch Girls, I can rewatch Girls and get invested in the arcs despite knowing where it's going, but here there's something a bit off. So we do open with this Cassie intro. The line opening the episode is Nate going broke gave her permission to follow her dreams. Again, I like this perspective from Cassie, this idea that doing OF is chasing her dreams, and to an extent you can kind of see why she might feel like that in brief little pockets here and there. We see this montage of Cassie doing ASMR stuff as her following grows. She's doing like farting in jars, all this like gross, tacky stuff. And I do think there's like an intentional absurdity to this sequence that I enjoy. And it reminds me of that Cassie getting ready sequence for Nate in season 2, actually. I'm not sure if that's a point I made in my episode review, but an analysis now that I'm kind of proud of. It does remind me of that whole routine, that ritual that Cassie liked getting ready for Nate. It seems like, she's done this before. To an extent, she's built for this and she's doing it again here. And there's some fun, humorous moments here, her saying, I'm not going to fart in a jar for $700, and then Maddie being like, okay, I'll do it. Like, a bit of fun. I also like Maddie waking Cassie up by slapping her on her butt and be like, you hit 50,000 followers. It's fun. This is a dynamic that I enjoy. I enjoy seeing Maddie and Cassie together, and I think by the end of the season, they kind of run the show. We also have this sequence where she's on podcasts saying controversial things that obviously appeal to right-leaning men that would pay for her stuff. And again, it feels like a meta-commentary on Sydney Sweeney to an extent. But I also found this section incredibly humorous. Like, I actually really enjoy this intro section, minus the boobs through the window, where I just feel like it kind of like jumps overboard into absurdity rather than what it's satirizing. But I enjoy this section. And I do think it's reflective of a bunch of people I've seen. I mean, it's reminded me of Bonnie Blue, for Christ's sake. Apparently this scene with Trisha Paytas, they did an entire podcast. Like, she didn't know what was going to come out of Cassie, Sydney Sweeney's mouth. And it was this sort of like improvised, half-scripted section where Cassie was fed lines by Sam, whereas Trisha was genuinely having authentic reactions. I think that's kind of funny knowing that rewatching this scene. We have the quote from Cassie where she says, I just feel American men are being treated as second-class citizens. What happened to hunter-gatherers? Men should be free. If a man today says he wants to cook and clean, he may as well have said the N-word. And then she goes, you sound like a Democrat. And then we have the R-word drop. Look, I think it's all meant to be polarizing. I think it's a unsubtle, over-the-top satire, but I'm not going to pretend that I haven't been on Instagram and seen content like this all the fucking time. Like, all the time. I also like that they tell us that Cassie misses Nate. Again, I hate to sound like a broken record, but I would have loved more time with Nate. I would have loved more time with Nate and Cassie, just seeing what this relationship is like, because ultimately, I think there is a devastating story here with what happens with Cassie and with Nate, but it's just not ultimately felt. And I think that's a shame. Again, I do think it's a product of not having all these actors on set at the same time, and you really start to feel this on rewatch after that kind of became solidified in the back end of the episodes. Maddie disses Nate, saying he's a bread loser, not a bread winner. Why are you sending money to him? I do like this section where Cassie's ego is getting bigger and she bursts out of the room. I think it's well done. I like that it doesn't look fully, modern day CGI convincing. It's a throwback to Attack of the 50-Foot Woman. It's enjoyable seeing Sydney Sweeney fully committed in this section. I do just think there's some punchlines that take it too far. I also, dare I say, would have taken this section further. I would have loved like multiple towers of buildings of men like gooning to her, right? Like all the office buildings are just, it's like this industry. Like you really could have gone surreal and interesting with it while she's walking around. I truly just think the boob joke is one where it's like, or the boobs through the window. It's literally just as simple as a lot of people giving the show shit. And it's a point where I'm watching it being like, okay, this is like easy target for them. Like this is schlock. But I do think the set design and the practical effect work is good and engaging. And on rewatch, compared to some of the lulls I've been having, like it stands out as a section that ultimately, love it or hate it, will be kind of part of Euphoria's iconography. As tacky and intentionally tacky, might I add, it is. We end with the quote, the world was hers, she'd finally been unleashed, while she's kind of sobbing out of joy in front of the Hollywood sign. Again, like I enjoy the idea of sex work infiltrating Hollywood. I actually would have loved it to be taken further. I think that's the thing, we kind of like tap out of it, which I think is a shame. Now we have this freakout section that, again, like on first pass was tense and nail biting, but on rewatch it's not well written enough to pull out the same tension despite us knowing where it's going. So it's fine. It's a perfectly serviceable scene, but you feel the pacing on rewatch. It's this scene where Alamo is freaking out on one of his like I don't know, guys who gave him the wrong size pants and he intimidates him and the guy pisses himself. Like, it's a well-performed scene. It's well acted enough, but it's not that chewy level of dialogue that makes this scene go over on rewatch. Super exciting. And there's not too much to pull apart from here other than Rue should be scared. You know, and I think we kind of got that already. Now, we have this section where Brandy tells Cassie that Maddie isn't a real manager. We cut to Maddie picking up dog poop off the carpet. And meanwhile, Maddie's boss is saying, oh, you know, that old girl you manage is making a fortune. And it's like, it's a shame because this boss is the one that told Maddie not to pursue that, and now she's rubbing it in her face while she's picking up dog shit. It's a tough position to see Maddie in. I think it's a tough enough position that we understand why Maddie wants to kind of pimp out Cassie and resort to these other lines of work to an extent, because this is shit. And this is kind of making it in traditional means, right? I do like when Cassie's at the influencer house, we see the apple dance going on in the background. There's a nice sort of like lived in feeling to a lot of this show with the background dressing. I just would have loved more of it. I do like the line from Cassie, Maddie's my best friend. It reminds us of season 2 where I think she says it to Nate, where she doesn't want to get caught. Nate's covering her mouth and she's like, Maddie's my best friend. Reminds me of that. It's a nice little callback. I also like cutting to Nate and he's just being a super simp. He's like, yo, I think a sexy video of you and Brandon is going to make a lot of money. Like, you got to do it. We've seen this quick shift from him because his life's in danger now. On one end, it's a funny punchline. I kind of like it. And I kind of like that he's had his shit rocked by Fez and now he's had his shit rocked by these gangsters. So he's almost just like completely softening out to like an insane degree. But again, I hate to say it, I just would have loved to have known this version of Nate a bit more, known what got him here. I can put some pieces together, but I feel like I'm doing some of the heavy lifting for Sam to an extent. Just give us a character intro, like a 6-minute cold open character intro to this new version of Nate. Wouldn't that have been good? All right, I get it, right? Because when he ratted out his dad, it felt like he won this big dick swinging competition that they clarified in season 2. I can see it, but I want to feel it, you know? I also love when Nate is like, I'm counting on you. I'm watching all your videos. Wire me that money, by the way. Like, please do. I do really like this section where Bishop is going full Patrick Bateman. He's got like the kind of like plastic outfit on, whatever it's called, right? And he's getting ready to cut some guy up. Meanwhile, he's talking to Rue about how some people are cursed. Everything around them just starts to decay and crumble. They bring with them a cursed feeling to them. I like it. It's a good little section. Wherever they go, rain doesn't come, cows die out, crops dry. It reminds me of the writing from Angel where she was talking about like this whole sucking things into the ground. There's some cool little writing beats here and there. This is the type of writing that works well on rewatch as well. You know, more like this. This is good. And then Bishop says, ever since you came, trouble's been here. Now, I will say this is another thing that's strengthened on rewatch is Bishop, all right? We know he's planning to take over the thing from Alamo. So if anything, initially people were being like, Bishop clearly knows Rue is working with the DEA and isn't informing what's going on here. But it's clear on rewatch that he's almost allowing this to happen. He knows from the jump that Rue is suspicious, but he almost wants this to work out in his favor. I also really like this scene, especially on rewatch, where Rue calls Laurie being like, oh, sorry about what happened to Paladin. I had no idea that was happening. And Laurie says, I never want to talk to you again. You really hurt my feelings. I think it's a good scene. Like somehow, despite the monotone delivery, like I thought a lot of emotion comes through. It kind of hit like a truck. And again, we're dealing with like shitty people across the board, but I still found this a little heartbreaking delivery. I thought this was a good scene. I liked it. Now, Cassie calls Maddie's office and finds out that Maddie isn't an actual manager, which on one end, Maddie has been doing a good job as her manager regardless, and Cassie judges Maddie for this, which I think is unfair and harsh and a bit self-absorbed, again, but that's kind of Cassie to a T. Now, I do really like this scene where Cassie tries to have this meeting with Maddie and essentially scold her and intimidate her, and it's at Maddie's apartment. She's annoyed that Maddie lied. It's a good little, like Cassie sounds really lame here, essentially. Like, it's embarrassing to watch. I think in this whole section, it's well done because Cassie sounds like a total airhead here. Maddie is already like 3 steps ahead. It's a good little section. Again, I like the attention to detail that we have the photo of Maddie and Cassie in the background. Meanwhile, in the present, we're watching this manipulative relationship where we feel like both of them are using one another. And then Maddie finally goes, you know what? If you want to leave me, that's fine. But I've got an audition for you to LA Nights. So, you know, you can do that if you want. But there goes your big Hollywood career. Bye-bye down the toilet. It's good. Maddie obviously does not have this audition at this point, but it's good manipulation. And I don't know, it's kind of fun to see her like get in that bag and like win over Cassie in this section. Cassie starts squirming again, a very good performance, very committed performance. Cassie then signs the LA Knights contract and leaves the influencer house behind, which is overall, I think, a good choice, because then at the end of the season, they start their own little content online house thing. So yeah, we then cut to Maddie begging Lexi to get Cassie an audition, and Lexi sitting there being like, I can't abuse my power, which like obviously she just doesn't want Cassie there. We have this section where Cassie like walks past the audition line. She's totally self-involved. She gets up and does this Shakespeare monologue, which is simultaneously terrible. Like, it's fucking, like, the part we see is pretty rough, but then it just keeps going, and then I don't know, it starts getting good at a certain point. Like, by some miracle, it goes from the most embarrassingly cringe thing I've ever seen to kind of almost working. Like, when they're all watching her, it does start to work. It does start to sing. You kind of get why they would see this and go, oh yeah, there's something here. But then at the same time, when they start laughing at her, I felt genuinely bad for her. So it's like, I was sitting there laughing and squirming, and then they do it, and I'm like, oh wait, leave my girl Cassie alone. And then I like that they end this just by saying, look, if she can do Shakespeare, she can do LA Knights. It's a piece of shit show. Like, whatever. Then we have this scene with Jules and Rue, which again, especially on rewatch, like all these Jules scenes feels like Jules showed up for like what, maybe 9 days, you know, just showed up a couple hours each day in this mansion, filmed her scenes, and then left. Oh man, like we didn't even get a walk outside once, did we? I guess we got the montage, the Jules intro, which I did like, but yeah, I don't know. We just have these long scenes, and it's Jules double backing in a way where I'm like, what do you want? Which is fine if that was kind of the point. Like, she doesn't know what she wants, but yeah, it's just, we needed more time with her, more clarification on her character. It's just kind of watching, like, I would, sometimes things not being answered is good if it feels intentional, but here it just feels a little wonky. So Jules starts trying to be like, Rue, are you in relationships? When was your last relationship? You don't think we're going to get back together? Like, essentially pestering Rue and positioning Rue, like Jules essentially not wanting to let Rue go. Like, it seems like Rue might be moving on, and Jules is like, come back, which is annoying because Jules has been mocking their relationship the whole season, and then starts pushing her away again in like the next episode. I will say there is a dark implication after what happened to Angel. Rue sitting there being like, oh, we're in like a full-blown relationship. Like, I don't know. I just feel like if I knew I was partially involved with someone literally being disappeared, I wouldn't then be like telling lies about like, oh yeah, we were in like a committed relationship to make Jules jealous. Like, it's definitely questionable from Rue here. You know, and Rue does make some choices this season where I'm like, damn, Rue, but again, interesting. Like, this is decent writing. Jules then says she finds it hard to believe they were in love or that Rue expressed herself, which I think is a relatively astute observation. But again, coming from Jules, it just feels a little murky here. Jules then starts basically being like, you want to say something. Rue, similar to the audience, is taken back here. And then finally, Jules ends up by being like, if you want me, make me yours. And then we have a really great cut. A cut I really like because it seems like they're going to smash. And that was up in the air for a bit because the smashing we smash cut to is the guy that owns the little, you know, glass cage prison that Jules is living in, like blowing her back out, right? And it's a tough cut. It's a jarring cut. It reminds us of Cal and Jules in the first episode. It feels similarly rough and kind of not enjoyable, but I don't know, a bit murky, right? But in saying that, yeah, it's cutting from, you know, two high school lovers potentially getting back together to this. It's a cut I like. It leaves some things up in the air, which we get clarified later. I think it's a good little section. Now, the dude thinks it's a guy's boxers, and he's pretty pissed. Jules tries to lie and go, oh, it's just a girlfriend from school. And he starts saying, like, look, I can't be coming home with an STD, which to an extent, I guess is fair enough. Like, I'm putting you up in this big house. I'm paying you a lot of money. Like, I can't be risking this stuff. Like, please. I guess that's fair, but it also does highlight the reality of, again, this glass prison, this glass cage. It just feels a little isolating and intense, right? Things are getting real in this scene, and like, he does come off a bit uncomfortable. Simultaneously, I get his position, but it also highlights kind of the power imbalance and what's actually going on here. I get him being like, I don't want an STD, like, we might need to renegotiate our contract, or do I need to go over the rule, whatever, right? But him throwing the boxes in her face, it's a little dickish. Now, a few days later, Nate is on the couch. Cassie wires Nate $30,000. He missed his last payment. Nate is boogieing. All right, he's boogieing with alcohol. Again, I would have just loved to know why Nate is, obviously he's happy because he just got money wide, but would have loved to see him soften out. This is a version of Nate I can't picture at all in season 1 and season 2. I would just, you know, like to know what got him to the point where he can boogie and dance like this freely. I guess send his dad to jail, but yeah, would have loved a little more time with this. Regardless, this guy comes, breaks in. I do like the scene of him slowly approaching, rips Nate's toe off again, but again, on rewatch, it's like, You just kind of realize these are gangsters we know nothing about, really. It isn't a satisfying downfall. They didn't earn a satisfying downfall where this is a part of a multi-part downfall. This is the only real part of Nate's downfall. And it's characters that aren't particularly well defined. And on rewatch, it's just, you know, you have to watch like 3 more scenes of this. So you're just like, okay. I do like the savagery, though, of ripping the toe back off and then cutting off his wedding finger as well. That's pretty good. And I do also like the shot of the girls riding bicycles away as Nate's screaming, similar to the last episode kind of recap I did. Similar to what I said in the last episode, it's almost these girls, Maddie and Cassie, young Maddie and Cassie, leaving Nate behind to die. But yeah, I just like it in general. It's a cool shot. Now, Magic starts telling Alamo that Rue framed her, which I like. First off, I think Rosalia is a very good actress, and I like that her character is smart. Despite seemingly, I don't think she's in the last episode. She just kind of leaves the show. And I was enjoying her. But regardless, I'm glad she's a smart cookie and she's onto Rue's shit. Because frankly, I think Rue is kind of a bad person at times in this season. Now, Maddie starts talking to Rue, this conversation about, yeah, I'm getting over what happened with Cassie and I. What will be, will be. This feels like an extension of Maddie's arc in season 2, where she tried to elevate past high school bullshit. She tried to leave high school behind because the Nate, the Cassie thing, all this other stuff, it was just all too much. Right? Especially after the gun to the head. So she's almost leaving all that behind, right? And I like it. Now, we do have Bishop and Maddie meeting, and I actually think that's a little strengthened up by what we know happens between Maddie and Bishop, right? Really what's going on here is it isn't a mutual exchange at all. This scene goes over a lot, I wouldn't say better, but it holds up better than some other scenes here because something substantial did come from this dynamic. Maddie also gets to know Alamo and the relationship he has with Rue. I also like Rue being like, Maddie, we got to get out of here. This isn't right. And Maddie wants to stick around, which is ultimately a mistake. But I do like that Rue is sort of like, oh, I don't know about this. I also like the line where Maddie says she didn't accept her dad because he just accepted his fate. This reminds me of season 1 where Maddie was roasting her parents for not really being in love. It feels consistent with Maddie's character. I actually think, despite what little we got with Maddie's character, it's one of the characters that held up fairly well in this season. Maddie talks about how money is missing from her life. She talks about how Hollywood made $8 billion and OF made $7 billion, so it's catching up. Now, Maddie says Cassie could make $1 million a month. Alamo also asks, like, why are you taking less cut? And she says, I don't know, she's a friend, which is a sweet little line. I'm kind of glad they're rekindling. I genuinely am. Alamo then wants to do a 50-50 split of that profit margin. And then Maddie wants to see his inventory first, and inventory obviously refers to a bunch of women. I do really like this scene between Lexi and Cassie where Lexi is actively mad at Cassie for using the name. On one end, Lexi feels judgy and annoying, but at the same time, I do kind of get it. I do kind of get it, right? Like, not only are you coming into my workplace, but you're also kind of getting me in trouble. Like, please stop. Now, I do like how embarrassing Sydney Sweeney's performance gets here. I like how embarrassing Cassie as a character is in this scene. She's kind of cheering and being like, I'm going to be famous, which, given where this season goes, feels kind of tragic on second pass. This is something that I think is strengthened by where the season goes. Similar to that intro, there's a sense of tragedy because Cassie ultimately is persecuted and judged by Hollywood for what she's done, incredibly briefly too. And I think that's decent storytelling. So watching her get almost embarrassingly excited here, being like, I'm going to be famous. Remember when I was selling underwear for $50, does have a sense of tragedy. And on first pass, I said I wish there was a sense of tragedy rather than just this airy, fairy feel to what's going on. And yeah, this is something that I think is strengthened on rewatch. I feel bad for Cassie in this moment getting excited given how this actually goes for her. It doesn't go particularly well. Then we have this section where Rue starts getting buried alive. This is a perfect example. We even knew on first watch that Rue wasn't going to die here. But at least it's like, okay, it looks good, it sounds good, it's a decently well executed and well performed sequence. But on rewatch, knowing that this is essentially abandoned the moment next episode starts, nothing big comes from it, you kind of seen that for 10 minutes watching her get buried alive. And you know what? A really good example here is in Kill Bill. Beatrix Kiddo at one point is buried alive, all right? And if you've seen that movie, you know that, it doesn't fully stick. She gets out eventually. But even rewatching that movie, it's still an exciting sequence because it's filmed so well, it's executed so well, there's a good sense of tone and tension, even though you know that she's still got a bunch of people left to kill and the movie's not even like half over, right? But this sequence does not do that. On first watch, it was fine. On second watch, you're just seeing that. It's a total clock watcher, And I'm not trying to sound like I'm ADD or anything. It's just like, maybe I've watched this too close together. Like, maybe if I leave it for a while. But I just think ultimately where the season lands, there's a couple of sequences on rewatch that don't fully work because they just feel a little drawn out. It's mostly the crime stuff. I wish it was more of our characters, learn about our characters and their interplay a bit more. Now, Maddie looks at the lineup of girls. I do like this section. I think it's well shot, well executed, visually pretty striking. She chooses to take Kitty and Magic. Kitty played by Amanda Van Patten, which is the woman from Tell Me Lies' sister. And she also takes Magic, played by Rosalia. And we see that Rue has been buried overnight. So overall, a solid episode. A decent, solid episode, but not nearly as good as episode 3 and 4, in my opinion. But I would say probably better than episode... Look, the rewatch factor isn't helping this episode in particular. I did like it on first pass, but not as... It's not super engaging knowing where it's going. All right, so Euphoria Season 3, Episode 6. We open with the Alamo backstory with his mother, which even on rewatch, I still think is exceptionally good. And probably a Season 3 highlight. Definitely in the top 5 things in Season 3. You know what I mean? This was like a really hypnotizing intro, and unlike even the Cassie intro, which I found a lot more effective on rewatch minus some clunky gags, I think this thing is essentially a perfect short film. Now, I do know this owes a lot to a real life gangster's backstory, which is unfortunate. Like, I'd love to be able to just give Sam Levinson some level of credit, and there's actually some new developments I want to talk about in today's episode that I just found out about Sam Levinson, which are a little disappointing, even operating on good faith. I'm just like, okay, so what were you trying to say with this season? But regardless, I think this opening backstory truly is tragic. And on rewatch, knowing where it goes, I think lands is even more tragic. Now, I've seen some bad faith criticism being like, oh, this essentially plays out like a red pill fantasy. Like, this is what women will do to you. This is what women are like. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, can we just watch things where sometimes some people are bad? Like, I don't watch Nate Jacobs in early season 1, season 2 and go, oh, this is clear feminist messaging. This is what they think all men are like. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure there are people like this in real life. Similarly, when I'm watching this intro, I'm sure this has like happened once or twice. And I know this because it's based on a real person, right? So regardless, it's like, yes, if you want to interpret it that way, I guess you can. But I mean, is it fun to live this way? Like, just every single thing you watch, just being like, oh, this is clear bait for this random social movement that no one is actually thinking about. And this is clearly that. It's like, no, it's not. Anyways, I love Danielle Deadwyler. She's a great actress. I would have loved more of her, but I don't know how we're going to get any more because she just pops up in this little intro. But she's fantastic as Alamo Brown's mum. And I really like this new guy, the guy with the scars that she's seen, right? And one, I think he is actually quite a pleasant looking guy with or without scars. She is relentlessly cruel to him throughout the narration, as well as just things she says to Alamo. And initially in the intro, when he was offering Alamo a Hershey's bar, I was wondering if this was going down like a grooming route, like a really dark child abuse route. It doesn't go that way, thankfully. But what we get is still utterly hard to watch and pretty tragic. I do love all the sections of Alamo and this potential father figure getting along and bonding. He really seems to want the best for Alamo. He's talking about, when we get money, we're going to send you to the Wyatt schools. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Like, he really seems to care about Alamo more than his own mother does. And I think that's the real betrayal here in this intro. We find out that Preston is waiting on a settlement for the damage to his face that he got from work at a chemical factory. And importantly, we notice that the person that is giving him ice cream is actually the person that eventually cons him later, which thankfully the internet pointed out. Even on rewatch, I was like, oh, I still probably would have missed that if someone didn't point it out. Like, I don't know, maybe it's just the difference in uniform, but I was like, I actually genuinely didn't catch that. And I will say, I can't tell if it's just the effect of this character intro, but Alamo for the rest of the episode, I said this on first pass, I find him a lot more compelling after this intro. I don't know if they also beefed up his writing after this, but up until this point in both watches, the crime stuff was kind of just like whatever to me. And then I found in episode 6, I got a little more invested in it. So I do actually truly wonder, is it just the Alamo Brown origin story buy-in? I do also like in the sequence where he gets the settlement money, you see the demeanor of the mother change, you see their whole lifestyle change. Like, there's a big attention to detail in the set design and the costuming and also just the performance and the personality. You see how they change as they are given or come into money. Preston then asks Alamo for his permission, like young Alamo for his permission to marry his mum. It's sweet. He says he's going to make up for Alamo's awful dad. And yeah, asks Alamo for his blessing. And then from there, from that trip, they were meant to be returning home to a new life, but they get home and the whole place is robbed. And yes, on first pass, I thought Alamo's mum gave up on this guy suspiciously quickly, like insanely quickly. And like we should have known, right? The intro literally says like this is why Alamo could never trust anyone, like he got fucked over by his mum. But even so, you're watching this and you're like, surely not, surely not. And then she goes to this new apartment and she's the one that's organized the robbery and they're staying with some new person. And to add insult to injury, she says that line of, "Don't look at me that way, Alamo, you're not the one that had to kiss his ugly face." It's a fantastic sequence. It's a heartbreaking sequence. It's pretty awful. All right. And yeah, like if you want to operate on bad faith, sure, this is like a red pill fantasy of like, oh, this is what women will do to you. But like, come on, man. Like, it's just a well-told story. And I also like that we are in the position of Alamo in this sequence. There's this narration saying Alamo didn't understand why they couldn't go back to how things were, why a new city. And I was sitting there being like, yeah, why not? So you kind of go with Alamo to an extent because you're left out in the cold up until the reveal. You also have Alamo's mother saying stuff like the man was bad luck. You can't have that negative energy around, which feels incredibly harsh. Also, one of my favorite tropes is just the whole trope of kids knowing what's up, knowing what their parents are up to, knowing what adult figures are up to. And I love that Alamo pieces together very quickly what his mother has done. And also it's like fucking, like even just on a moral and ethical level, even if you're ignoring what she did to that man, it's also like a terrible move for Alamo and his future, right? Like he was going to go to potentially a nice school, enter different like directions in life, and like look where he ends up. You know, it turns him into a jaded, cold, misogynistic psycho, right? Alamo felt like he'd been conned that night. He made a promise, never again would a bitch outsmart him. Western vibe. This is a nice cut into Rue buried alive. Now, I will say, I didn't like the whole Rue buried alive thing. I hate to say this. Sometimes you can mind tension, even if you know that the ultimate bad thing isn't going to happen. I guess a good example of this is in Django Unchained, in the table scene. You probably know that like at that table scene, Django isn't going to die at that point and the wife probably isn't going to die at that point either. But in that scene, even on rewatch, it's still incredibly tense. There's something about the dialogue, the tension building, all of it. It's so wonderful, right? I will say though, with this whole Rue buried alive section, it didn't work on me in first pass because I'm like, this is such an anticlimactic way to take out Rue. It feels so strange. It feels so odd. I think the way they went about it was a lot better. And probably one of the smartest moves they made in the show. Like, this was never going to be satisfying. Two, it's just like, yeah, you left us on a cliffhanger. But of course, if she got hit with a polo stick off a horse from Alamo, I don't think anyone would have, like, it would have been too far. Even for the people operating in good faith, it would have been too far. Them picking up here and him going off to the side, it's just like, yeah, okay, like, I know that. Come on. But it's an interesting tension, right? I'm almost not wanting Alamo to get caught at this point. Like, I'm not exactly rooting for Rue. I'm not rooting for Alamo. Alamo is obviously a man of incredibly questionable morality. He's quite a bad person, actually, not even questionable. Without question, he's a bad person. But given the intro, it's what Euphoria does best when it wants to lock in, which is like giving perspective to people that are usually awful, and then you kind of feel murky about them. I like this phone call where Faye has been trying the drug. She's been shitting on the toilets for ages. It's like any other character would have cottoned on to what's going on here, and it would have been a penny drop moment. But because Faye is Faye, it's not the biggest deal in the world. I do really like this section where we cut to Faye and Wayne's love story. Even on second pass, I think it's dark and weird. The whole thing has this really gritty, real vibe to it. I love that it feels like this nightmarish romance. You know, she's seen there being like, is it a butterfly and it's a swastika? Like, it's all very uncomfortable, strange territory. You know, you've got these people living in like a dingy, dark basement. Meanwhile, he's saying like, have you taken your prenatal vitamins for today, babe? I want my pure Aryan babies. Like, I don't know. I thought this was kind of good. Like, this is where the show is operating in an interesting lane, right? Because it's not what I signed up for when I started watching Euphoria. This is objectively not what anyone signed up for when they started watching Euphoria. But it commits so hard to the bit in this episode that it comes back around to the point where I just start enjoying this. Like, I liked this whole Faye and Wayne section on its own. As part of Euphoria, I don't know. But like on its own, yeah. I also like the exchange between Rue and Faye, where Rue has such bigger fish to fry that she can't even get hung up on whether Faye is a Yahtzee or not. I also like the mention of Fez here, when Rue is like, you know who would have helped me right now? Fez. But he can't because he's in jail because of you, and starts guilt-tripping Faye. This feels like a natural way to bring up Fez, not like a really clunky way to bring up Fez like they did earlier on in episode 1, or even that like phone call. I found that phone call a little cringe. Like, you can just tell she's not talking to Fez. Like, it doesn't quite pass the sniff test. But here, I think it's well done. I also think Rue's tactics that she's employing here in terms of gaslighting Faye and guilt-tripping Faye remind me of the tactics that Rue encouraged the audience to employ in her little How to Gaslight montage in season 2. I like that in the background of Wayne's apartment, you can see the Charles Manson book. You can see the Yahtzee symbolism literally everywhere. I also like the whole section where he's like telling Faye off for taking drugs, and she's like, yo, it literally wasn't drugs, it was laxatives. But he's like, yeah, but you took it thinking it was drugs. You know what I mean? Like whether or not it wasn't drugs, you took it think it was drugs. This is my baby. And yeah, I kind of like that they have this weird, sweet vibe between one another, despite being literally the worst people on the planet. And that's the type of writing I like Euphoria operating in, where it's like you almost get the appeal of this relationship on their own individually selfish levels, you know, for the two of them. But it's like they are literally despicable people. I like this whole section where Alamo and Laurie meet. It's really interesting because this feels like the episode where a lot of people were like, it was too boring, it was too slow. I think that's actually what I liked about this episode. I liked sitting with these characters for a while. And this was the first section between Alamo and Laurie that I thought was actually kind of cooking. I thought it was well done. I thought it was well done. The music was good. I thought it was all well shot. And I like this whole exchange. You know, now you're watching scenes with Alamo where you realize he just feels like a giant stunted child, which is kind of a vibe that I appreciate. I also love the sound design. Anytime he touches the gun, like all the sound design is cranked up to 11, like the chamber rotating, him putting bullets in the chamber, all of it just sounds and looks great. Now, I will say one thing that I can't really suspend my disbelief on is he literally just buried Rue alive. People are onto Rue. People are suspicious of Rue. Now, Bishop is very suspicious of Rue, but on rewatch, we can kind of piece together that Bishop wasn't passing these concerns on to Alamo, you know, because he wants to take over. But even in saying that, I just can't get over Alamo and Laurie both trusting Rue to be like the major part of this operation. Like he just had her buried alive, not what, 2 hours ago? It's this type of writing where I feel like it's such a shame because Sam Levinson puts a lot of effort into some things. And then this sort of stuff is just so transparent in the sense of like, I want the main character being a main part of this plot. So the characters are just going to be dumb to facilitate that happening. And it's like, it just doesn't make sense. It simply does not make sense. I like Rue well enough, but no, it doesn't make sense for her to be running this thing. He literally just buried her alive because he suspected her. Like, what are we doing? I know she got the 3D printed key, so that may have like ingratiated her a bit, you know, built up some level of appreciation. But I feel like she has a long way to go. Does she not? Does she not? Now, I will say this whole section where they're all meeting up, the DEA are watching over the whole thing. Hans Zimmer's score is popping the fuck off. I reckon for about 20 minutes in this entire season, he locks in and gives us some good stuff. This was some of it. I like Laurie here. I like how dark she feels, how strange she feels, how sad she feels too. She feels like a sad, sad person ever since Paladin died. I also love all of Alamo's henchmen. They are all uniquely defined personalities. They all have a very distinct look and visual design in both the costuming, kind of like the hair, the facial texture, all of it. All right, they're all very distinct, well-cast people. I will give Sam Levinson credit. I think he has a knack for casting minor roles as very memorable. Like even the guy in season 2 with the massive schlong that sat down on the toilet when Cassie was in the bathroom. It's like they all have, I don't know, like he knows how to pick a bunch of extras and pick a bunch of people that kind of stick in your brain and you'll recognize them in other places. I mean, we see Lucas Gage everywhere. We have Bishop holding a gun towards Wayne. We have Alamo holding a gun towards pretty much everyone. It all feels like something straight out of a Tarantino thing, but not to the point where it feels like just a shameless pastiche. I thought here, Sam was actually cooking fairly well. We have the conversation about Gold Rush Medical Services, essentially like confirming that like this hospital that Angel was sent to was, you know, suspicious, right? Like Angel wasn't getting any medical care there. And I enjoy on rewatch this conversation around fentanyl. They start having this conversation around, if you want to go bolt on some boobs to a girl, can you bring back some fentanyl? And then Alamo goes, isn't it interesting? Why would you want to sell something that will kill your clients, kill your customer base, you know? And she's like, well, the better question is, why do they want to take something that will kill them? So then I had to Google. I'm like, okay, fentanyl is obviously very important. Like on rewatch, you're noticing it so much more. And I'm like, fucking hell. So I Google it because I'm like, do people take this? And it is something that doctors prescribe. I guess it's just like, you need to be really careful or something. Like I actually have to like look into how fentanyl works because I'm like, apparently people do willingly buy it and I assume not to die. But then if you take even like a tiny amount in the wrong way, I guess it kills you is what's happening. But I appreciate this conversation because Rue is part of this system. All right, like it is tragic what happens to Rue, but at the same time, like I was pretty let down with her being part of this system. And I don't think we get much interiority as to whether Rue cares about the people that are dying at the hands of the drugs that she's helping like facilitate. Even when she was like happily working at the Silver Slipper briefly. Might I add, with the Silver Slipper, the fact that Alamo has modeled the Silver Slipper after her mother's leg, or his mother's leg, sorry, is a really interesting little tidbit, right? Because he hates his mum. He can't believe what his mum did to him. So is it this like weird fucked up Freudian tribute to his mum? Like he actually does deep down love her? Or is it this level of ownership? Like I trumped my mum, I can trump anyone. Like this is a reminder of where I came from, who fucked me over initially. All women are like my mum. Interesting, right? They eventually blackmail Alamo and he finally says he'll help. And they agree to do one massive job before the border gets shut down, which I actually like that we see this job unfold. And I do appreciate that by the time episode 8 rolls around, it is like a big climax for essentially all of these characters, this job. Like it's a huge climax. So on rewatch, I'm glad this actually went somewhere. There's a lot of stuff with the Alamo plotline and just this like crime stuff in general that doesn't go anywhere, but thankfully this does have a payoff. And yeah, Laurie wants Rue to drive down. They're all having these conversations about whether they trust Rue or not, and I just can't get over it. I'm like, stop trusting Rue. Rue is let go from the DA. They're basically like, thanks, you did a lot, you helped us out, thank you so much. I also like Rue trying to warn Maddie about Alamo and she kind of doesn't listen. It feels back to high school sort of thing. She wants to stay above it. We also find out that Maddie wants to essentially milk all these girls for every single penny they're worth. I love this section where Maddie's doing the Photoshop with Magic, Kitty, and Sydney Sweeney, Cassie. I think this whole sequence is good. All the photos look kind of cool, but simultaneously trashy. There's a cool aesthetic to it. I think it's a decent sequence. I would have actually loved more of this. Now, it is interesting on that episode deep dive that like Maddie's talking about like all the girls getting together, having a good time. I'm like, okay, maybe like halfway between a bad thing and a good thing, but like Maddie is very much just like, this is like female empowerment. This is like women just, hell yeah, doing it for themselves. I'm like, yeah, like you don't forget Alamo. You get what I mean? Like as much as I'd love to ride with this isn't quite like a Balesa situation, like a female-led, female-owned company where it's like, oh, this is good for everyone involved. Like Alamo is around. He's lurking. He's exploiting these women. You're shooting it in his setup, all right? Like I'm actually surprised that actress playing Maddie like just went for that take, but whatever. Maddie comments that the club itself is pretty photogenic, and it is important to note that the club does seem to mirror the aesthetic of the house that Preston kind of built, or his decor after he got some money. Preston being the father figure to Alamo in that opening section, right? The potential baby daddy. The father figure with the scars, his name was Preston. Now, there is an interesting conversation where Maddie is like, I want the girls to have some time off to build their profiles, and Alamo pushes back on this. He's like, no, you can't be giving them time off. What are you doing? They need to make us money. I like this. I like the fact that Maddie cares about the girls more than Alamo does, and I wish they set up this dynamic earlier. Like, this would have been interesting to see Maddie trying to have a sort of better version, a more sort of like lucrative and not as exploitative version of what Alamo was doing, and that kind of clashing. You know, women trying to manage a business that revolves around women's bodies rather than a man, and like how that clashes. That could be an interesting, but we really only get it for like this scene. I do really like the conversation between Bishop and Alamo where Bishop says how one feels is relevant. The question is someone fucking you or not? I don't think Maddie is the one who's fucking you, but you probably are getting fucked. Basically implying like you should keep your eyes out for Rue. Now it's interesting. Bishop is drip feeding Alamo a little bit. You know, Bishop's kind of suggesting, hey, I think Rue might be like, you know, informing on you or like fucking us over, but not enough to actually make Alamo investigate it further. It's interesting, like, because Bishop obviously knows that Rue is up to something, but he wants to let it happen. So it's weird that he'd even like consider tipping off Alamo slightly. But it almost feels like Bishop is like teasing Alamo to see what he can get away with. Like, play with Alamo, play with his food, see how stupid he is, you know? The quote was, there are people trying to fuck you. I don't know if Maddie is one of them. Now, I love the orchestral theme that plays in this scene with Jules. I think it's such a grand, epic theme from Hans Zimmer. It's a fantastic theme. They've already played it in the intro, but this that reminds me of the TikTok meme. But yeah, I like the theme a lot. I also like Jules doing this crazy painting. You can see that Rue is completely hypnotized and enamored by Jules in this scene. Now, Rue starts monologuing, and I do like this scene a lot more on rewatch because there is a way bigger sense of tragedy after what happened to Rue. All right. Now, yes, on one end, when the characters start talking about, here's what I want to do with my life, or a character gets more, you know, development than usual, you go, okay, they're probably going to die soon. But I like that she didn't die this episode. It was 2 episodes later. I also like that the way this episode ends almost feels like it could have been a red herring, you know, a misdirect. And I also like that because she's the main character, she's actually done monologues like this all the time. So I wasn't sitting there being like, yep, this is her death warrant sealed. I was just finding it interesting. So Rue says, I think my problem is I have no responsibilities to anyone except myself. It's why I have anxiety and depression. I want kids, start a life, get married, have a family. Now, this is actually a through line I can kind of buy, especially on rewatch. Jules starts clapping back and says, I don't think you're ready, which is objectively true. Rue is in some crazy crime situation. She's kind of California sober. Like, she's all over the shop, all right? But I think Rue is clearly fishing to see if Jules would be interested in this. I think Jules could operate with a bit more tact. Jules was seen there in the past couple episodes trying to lure Rue in, you know, and trying to be like, do you want to fuck me? Do you want to kiss me? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? Now, when Jules is taking the bait, when Rue is taking the bait, Jules is pushing back on her. Can I just say, it's giving me a stroke trying to say Jules and Rue at different points. It has always been a struggle for me. I always say Rue when I mean Jules and Jules when I mean Rue. So I hope I got that right. But yeah. So Jules says something that is kind of true, but just harshly. And that's kind of the vibe of this conversation. It's just people saying things that are true, but incredibly harshly to one another. So Jules says, I don't think you're ready. Rue says, you know, but when you have kids, problems aren't just about yourself anymore. So that's what will help me. I do really love the quote from Rue where she says, I want good old-fashioned American problems, because I think this season has been about new American problems, and the problems are insane. It's people's bodies being exploited digitally and physically. Like, it's all insane shit everywhere you turn. So it's interesting that Rue is kind of saying, at the very least, I want the old-fashioned American problems, you know, the type living out on that ranch. And I don't think it's as simple as like, oh, the right way to approach life is a conservative American lifestyle. I think it's something different. We'll get there at the end of the season, but I think that like little ending shot is a little more tragic than people think it's trying to get at. Now, Rue starts clapping back at Jules and says, what you're doing is a fantasy. You're in a relationship with a married guy who's never going to be here. She says, I want someone I love who depends on me, expects me to be the best. I have to live for something greater than myself. Jules then says, do you think we're going to be that? Which, yes, is a true statement. Again, if Jules wasn't leading her on the past like 3 episodes, I'm like, Jules, what is your like moral compass here? But at the same time, I'm sitting there being like, Rue, you got to move on from Jules. Like, she's terrible for you. She is a drug addiction at this point. She's terrible for you. She's terrible for you. Jules then says that the last time they were together was a mistake, so it's confirmed for sure that they had sex, which I know, like, the subtlety of storytelling, you would normally piece that together, but because this is a show that always shows sex, or even, like, very clearly outlines when people have had sex, there was a little confusion initially. Now, Rue starts getting a bit mean when she doesn't get what she wants, but to be fair, Jules was also kind of being mean, but regardless, Rue starts going, you're just a little toy, keeps locked in the room, just stay there and paid till I come back and fuck you. Jules slaps Rue into the painting, which on one end, I get Jules getting this worked up. I'm not saying slapping someone is okay, but I'm getting where the emotions came from. It's pretty brutal. It's pretty savage. And I think the scene lands as way more unbelievably devastating given the fact that this is the last time they'll interact. So Rue is never going to see the painting Jules did. And I've heard some pushback. All right, because Rue dies, obviously. This is the last time they hang out. I've seen some pushbacks of the finale, people being like, why didn't we get Rue's funeral? Why didn't we get everyone showing up and saying their goodbyes like a good season finale does? That is not how life goes, all right? This season has big problems, but one of my favorite things about this season is the fact that we didn't get some bullshit series finale where every single... Like, I didn't need Elliot showing up. I didn't need all these fucking people. That's not how life goes for people like Rue. Like, I'm sorry. All right, I know she's a beloved character, but can you imagine Euphoria being the type of show where everyone, like, Avengers style shows up? Like, no. Absolutely fucking not. And I will say, I've been thinking about the ending more and more and more because scenes like this don't get closure. Jules slaps Rue into a painting and then they never like fix up after that. Rue's left crying in the elevator after. I think that's interesting and dark and sad and tragic. All right. Now, yes, I would have loved more time with Jules. I would have loved this moment to feel more earned, but I have to give praise where I can, and I think that's one thing I appreciate, is the fact that, like, Lexi kind of hurts Rue on the way out. Jules hurts Rue on the way out. There are people that don't get proper closure, and that's how life is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how many people you guys have lost in your own life, but you don't just get perfect goodbyes all the time. Not everything is clearly telegraphed. I do love the line from Jules where she says, the person's going to be here soon, so I suggest you get the fuck out of my painting. It goes hard, but, like, it's a tough watch. Rue's crying in the elevator. Even the way she leaves the room feels like a child that's just been told off pretty harshly at school or something. Jules feels like a relapse. It feels like progress is lost. We're back to the same old patterns. We then have Cassie on the set of LA Nights. I think Sharon Stone says, oh, what an interesting figure. She's very womanly. I love the way they're kind of talking about Cassie. I think it does kind of mirror the way, kind of boomers talk about young women in general. I like when the character Dylan Reed, I think is his name, the actor says, oh, you're not the first to come running when the honeymoon's over. And then that parallels, obviously, what Naz says to Cassie, and she has these like PTSD flashbacks. And she starts giving like an accidental great performance, and they run with it. It's a fun scene. And Cassie being like, he lied and lied and lied. There's some hurt in Cassie here. And again, I think Sydney Sweeney is easily the best part of this season. She's absolutely crushing it, and here is no different. I also like when Cassie starts saying like, maybe I deserved it, and the actor starts kind of being like, no one deserves to get hit, and she's like, but I did steal him from my best friend. And I like that Cassie's having this moment of like, is everything bad happening right now a karmic response to how selfish I was in high school? I think it's very easy to fall into that line of thinking, and I kind of like the way the show is playing with how people perceive Cassie at this point. I really like this scene. I also like that the TV producers, the directors are seen there being like, I think she's got something. She seems a little unhinged, but she has something. I also like the interview after where Sharon Stone is like, how long have you been acting? And Cassie says, my whole life. On one end, I think there's actually some truth leaking out here. Obviously on a literal level, she has not been like doing the art of acting her whole life on a technical level. So when Lexi pushes back and is like, have you? Like, I get Lexi saying that, right? But at the same time, I do think Cassie has been performing for what men want rather than what she wants her entire life. I don't think she has a good idea of what she truly wants and how she truly is. It's always this like amalgamation of what she thinks the men in her life want. And so I think that's what the line is getting at. Now, Lexi starts trying to get Cassie kicked off. On one end, I get Lexi doesn't want her sister just like invading her territory, right? Lexi feels like I had to work all this way and you're just like here. But at the same time, it's not like Cassie's getting Lexi's job. Lexi's up here as a producer. Cassie's down here as like an actor that might get a bit more roles, So there is some sisterly resentment coming out here. But I like when Cassie says, I create content, and then Lexi's like, for OF. And then Cassie's like, well, it's not fully nude. And then Lexi's like, yeah, you do that. I think at this point, Lexi's been kind of a bitch. Like, sorry. But I do like the conversation that comes after where they're like, what are joys, JOIs? They need instructions for that? What are you talking about? But I like when Sharon Stone's like, oh, so you're a sex worker. And Cassie is genuinely shocked at this characterization. She is like, her world is shattered by how people perceive what she was doing online. Like for her, it wasn't that, but that's how people perceive it. And she has her own sense of stigmatization around sex work that she brings into this conversation. Sharon then engages with some curiosity. She's like, how does that affect you emotionally? And then Cassie kind of digs back slightly and goes, the hardest part is how people treat me, even my own family, and then digs at Lexi. Now, Sharon Stone goes, oh, so it's like empowering. It's like a new sort of feminism. And you see Lexi is like physically repulsed by this. Like she's viscerally reacting. Cassie says there's a whole wave of girls like me. Lexi says it's a problem. They just go back and forth. And I think it represents both world, like both really seriously, like either side. On these issues, typically people seem to operate in this way where you have to either be 0 or absolutely 100. And I feel like the answer is somewhere in between, but there's like no room for nuance between what Cassie is saying and what Lexi is saying. I think Sharon Stone is pretending to find that nuance, but she doesn't really give a fuck. I think Sharon Stone's character by the end of the season is meant to be someone who pretends to be progressive, pretends to care about things. She gives that speech at the start being like, we can change the world, to her like multicolored hair people that are like finger snapping, but like none of them really give a shit, But I do like that this scene kind of mirrors Hollywood's simultaneous ignorance towards sex work, OF, all that, and their fascination by it. And I would almost give Sam Levinson credit if it wasn't for something that I'll reference later, this interview he did where I think he really, really dropped the ball about this stuff, where I thought he was maybe engaging with some empathy and understanding for these characters, but it seems like he does look down on them. And that was kind of the saddest revelation from Sam Levinson I've had this entire time. I thought he was earnestly trying to somewhat explore this sort of stuff and how Hollywood views them, but he seems to be part of the problem. And it's almost like, do you realize the show you're making? Do you realize the way Sharon Stone is coming off? Like, now I'm really confused because Lexi and Sharon Stone, who are the ones that are pushing back most on this, come off really reductive and really cowardly. But then Sam Levinson comes out being like, yeah, people wanting like an easy way to make money that don't want to work a 9 to 5 and kind of judging them for it. It's totally out of touch. And like, especially from someone whose father was Barry Levinson, director of the Thriller music video and all these like famous movies, American Werewolf in London, he's going to come out and be like shaming real life people that resort to this work. And then that was his intention in this show. It's like, that's not what I got at all. And now I'm really fucking annoyed. Now, Sharon Stone asks, are you ready to leave that will behind to join the show? Lexi's not happy about that. Now, I do love the framing when Cassie is trying to delete the OF and she can't do it. It's framed like a thriller, like a horror movie. She's calling Nate for advice, but he won't answer. And I do love that when she deletes the OF account, it genuinely feels like she is signing Nate's death warrant, especially because we know Nate dies, right? So it's a really nice little moment of writing. I also like that Cassie has a very indifferent reaction initially. Like it's almost this shock of like, did I just really do that? Now, Sharon asked Lexi to write a Cassie plotline. It's a fantastic mirror because Lexi isn't happy about this idea, but she was really happy to do it in her play in season 2 when she was mocking Cassie, you know? Now, Rue's mum actually calls Rue. I love this. This is a fantastic payoff. We thought every single time the phone calls it says mum, it's the DA. This time it's actually the mum. It shows almost on a spiritual level that Rue might be heading down the correct path. You know, she's leaving that world behind. She's going on the up and up. Now her actual mum is calling. I think it's a really great moment. It almost feels cosmic in its storytelling. Now, I know that they didn't cut away to Leslie and the actress that played Leslie was pissed, but it wasn't because they couldn't have her here. They actually filmed all the scenes and then they cut the scenes, I guess, which, yes, the actress was unhappy about, but I kind of liked not leaving the church and sitting with Rue. I actually liked it. Maybe they just thought the performance was good enough. It wasn't laziness. Like, they did film it. They just chose not to show it. And I kind of like staying in the church with Rue. I love the line from Rue where she says, I don't want to be stuck with all the mistakes I've made. She knows she's hurt people. She knows she's fucked over people in this manic state. And I think that's something we can all resonate with, where you hurt people when you're at your lowest. And then you have to come back and figure out how to like even make it up to people. And it's an awful, awful feeling. She says it's hard to change when all you can think about is bad mistakes you've made. I just want to start over and I want to be forgiven. And I really like that we don't get closure to this. She asked for all this stuff, but Rue is denied it. She passes away from fentanyl before that. And I think this is, Sam Levinson wanted to honor Angus Cloud and his early passing due to fentanyl. And I think he captured it perfectly. Like, really making this sad and tragic and showing that Rue wants to change and is denied the chance to do so because drugs took her life, I think is good storytelling. Rue then says, I love you and I'm sorry I made it hard. I didn't realize how tough it is to be out here by yourself. I like this scene because on rewatch, knowing that Rue passes away, these scenes hold a lot more importance and a lot more dramatic weight to them. We finally cut to Leslie. It's a nice cut to Leslie. She looks forlorn, hopeful, but sad. We also have this like very meta conversation where Gideon Alden's character and Lexi, so Lexi and her friend are sitting there saying like, oh, why don't you just kill her character? I'm supposed to build her up. If someone doesn't die, people get bored. And then we have the delivery of Nate's finger. We then have Nate crushing the flowers, calling the flower the white fritillary, the F slur, the way he used to call his dad that. I actually don't mind the use of the slur here. I think it's very in line with who Nate used to be. We're seeing some old Nate come out, but it's weak and it's lame. And I really like this scene of Nate losing a fight to a flower, having resort to going over to a lot and crushing these flowers. I like everything on paper here. I like this scene. I just think Jacob Elordi's heart isn't in it. Like the performance, the vocalization, it just doesn't feel, it doesn't feel the same. It doesn't even feel like a nice version of Nate. It just feels like Jacob Elordi phoning it in slightly, which is a shame because I love this concept on paper. He's crushing the flower, but the flower's really crushing him. I like all of this, especially given the fact that this ultimately kills him. It's just, again, I think Jacob Elordi didn't want to be here. He's phoning it in. He's here for 2 seconds. And it's a scene I simultaneously enjoy in concept, and I like how it looks. But hearing his voice and the effort behind it just feels really one-take wonder, and not in a good way. They just kind of did it and went whatever, you know? The gangster shows back up. At this point, if we got more of Nate, it would have felt like a funny running gag and a funny meme. But like, given the fact that this is essentially the last scene we get of Nate doing anything before he passes away, it's a bit lame. It's a bit lame. And you can feel that Jacob Elordi just showed up on set for a week. Now, Alamo wants Rue to go to Laurie's and get money, which I just absolutely cannot buy. And then B tells this story of the snake, talked about the snake not eating. I love the writing here. He talks about how this snake was actually sizing up its owner. Alamo laughed at the story and bought the snake. I think the story itself is fantastic and chilling. However, I know now that Sam Levinson did not invent this story. Apparently, it's a very famous urban legend, which is a bit of a bummer, but I think Bishop's performance is fantastic. He's basically telling Rue, like, I know what you're up to. I know what you're doing. But I like that he doesn't expose her. He also says, like, oh, I know Leslie, like, I could hurt her if I want to. I felt like on rewatch, it almost feels like Bishop is communicating, I'm kind of working with you. Don't cross me at the very least. Now, we have Rue driving. The godly preaching stuff starts sounding demonic, right? She's flipping the CDs and things start going wrong. And then she almost hits the truck. She then pulls over, or she crashes off the road, and then the tree lights up. It feels like a sign from God. Now, I like this. This is kind of the interesting thing about religion, where it's either meant to be a warning or something good, and it's in the eye of the beholder. It's kind of the murkiness of religion, but it's a striking visual. It feels like a miracle, and to me, it feels like a warning, like you're going the wrong way. Like, you shouldn't be doing this. Stop messing with Laurie and Alamo and go down a better path. You know, this is almost like God being like, I do exist, and I'm watching, and I want you to make the right choices. All in all, I actually still really like this episode. I know for a lot of people it was slow, felt like a filler episode, but for me, this is one of my favorites. I really like it out of this season. Anyways, on to episode 7. All right, so Euphoria season 3, episode 7, we get that Ali cold open, which I think is genuinely fantastic. I think I might like it. It's almost a tie. I can't decide whether I like it better or not than the Alamo Brown origin story. I think I might, because this one might even get me a little more emotional. This is fantastic. And somehow, especially on rewatch, right? Like, you really get a feeling that they've really somehow, out of nowhere, in my opinion, brought out Ali as like a main player. Like a lot of episode 8, the main explosion rests on Ali as a character, right? I think by some miracle, this origin story with Ali almost justifies the ending of season 3, the ending of episode 8, where Ali goes on a Tarantino style revenge quest. And I actually appreciate that they didn't put it at the start of episode 8, they put it at the start of episode 7. So it feels slightly more earned. I do like this opening a lot. I like Natasha Lyonne as the sex worker. I could have watched Coleman Domingo and Natasha Lyonne hanging out in that apartment for ages. I just thought the scenes were good. I think they kind of visually portray young Ali very well. You can see he's totally high. And I also like cutting back from him and the sex worker to his sort of like family unit. And you see, because the Ali we know is this very sweet, caring guy, there's a lot of regret. So it's interesting seeing him in kind of this like destructive space, and you know, like he's arguing with his wife, and then he goes off into the room and humanly beats her, right? It's a dark, tough sequence, and you have to compartmentalize who you know Ali to be and who he used to be, and which I think is something that Euphoria has always done well. I also like the cut from him wailing on his wife to shadow boxing in the apartment with this girl he's cheating with. I also like that eventually he's sick, the doctor insists on morphine, he doesn't want it. We then go through this montage of Ali at the Narcotics Anonymous group, and this is the thing, right? Sequences like this are kind of undeniable, in my opinion. The Alamo Brown opening and the Ali opening here, they're genuinely fantastic, and I get why, especially on rewatch, I do get that season 3 didn't work for a lot of people. I do think there was a lot of bad faith criticism out there, but, you know, there are parts that drag, there are parts that aren't great, but I also think people just put their blinders on and refuse to acknowledge that, like, anything in this show is good. This sequence is very, very good. It's a very, like, one of the better things I've seen on TV in a while. And I like that Ali has this Book of the Dead, and we see this really brutally sad montage of just people that he cares about dying over and over again. His sponsees just passing away. You know, then COVID, lockdown happens, and it intensifies, and you have all these calls from Ali checking in on people, and they're all passed away, passed away, passed away. You know, he's asking people if they want to come over to his, they can't. I love how lonely this feels, how isolating this feels. I think it's a really well done section. And I thought there were some particularly morbid shots when the garage opens and that young guy is hanging from the roof. I think it's just a fantastic sequence. I love the end title drop as well. I think this season has had very good title drops, and this one is no exception. I think it's great. And obvious foreshadowing for what will happen to Rue. I think everyone kind of got the feeling that Rue was going to pass away at this point. Now, next we cut to this scene where the guy that got shot a couple episodes ago in the gut, right, is now back, and he's walking around and he's trying to help Alamo, and Alamo is kind of being mean to him and being like, cover that up, it's nasty, don't be showing anyone, and says, you know, you have a long road of redemption ahead of you, you have to make it up to me, which this guy literally took a bullet for Alamo, and it's pretty cruel. And this is another example of like bad faith criticism. I saw people being like, oh, is Sam Levinson saying that people with colostomy bags are gross? I knew someone with a colostomy bag. Fuck you, Sam Levinson. I'm like, dude, Alamo's the villain. Alamo's being mean here. Like, you get what I mean? No, I don't think Sam Levinson thinks that. I think people just like watch this show and assume everyone behind the camera is just like, yeah, these people are stupid. Yeah, these people. I'm like, probably not. Alamo's a shit dude. It's meant to show that it's a shit dude. We're meant to feel bad for the guy with the colostomy bag walking off being like, okay, I will make it up to you, Alamo Brown. Like, there's a dark sort of irony to the fact that he literally took a bullet for Alamo and Alamo's still kicking him. Now, that guy goes and picks up one of Laurie's gang. I do like the contrast between Laurie and Alamo's gang. I think just like the performances and the way they all feel is very well done. All right, now we have this scene with Rue and Lexi, and this is the only time where I think I'm kind of with Lexi for a while. Lexi's trying to do some work, and Rue just keeps bothering her. And again, on rewatch, I think this is a good scene. I like the idea that, like, they all had these imperfect moments with Rue before she died, right? Like, none of them had these perfect goodbyes. They're all messy and cut short, and they're at points of conflict. So Lexi and Jules both have kind of fights with Rue before she goes. Maddie barely talked to Rue. I think this is kind of well done. This feels tragic and true to life, but this scene here, I was kind of cringing towards Rue for a bit, right? So Rue keeps talking to Lexi about how God showed himself and how she's been reading the Bible, and Lexi keeps being like, I'm trying to write, like, I'm just trying to write. I need to write. And Rue keeps bothering her. I'm like, Rue, stop. But, like, I don't know. Like, on rewatch, it is kind of sad, right? I like when Rue also is like, okay, I'll stop talking. You know, I just thought it was interesting. And then Lexi's like, what was interesting? What was interesting? Rue starts saying she's done a lot of evil. I like that Lexi disagrees here and, you know, says she's been harsh. Then Rue starts talking about working with the Yahtzees, how the Yahtzees introduced her to black cowboys. And then for some reason, Rue thinks it's appropriate to tell Lexi, like, being undercover was, like, the true blessing, despite the fact that she's still working for them. And this is where we get some, like, wonky writing. I kind of, like, hand-waved it at first because I thought maybe something smarter was going on. But it's a bit clumsy how we get to this reveal of Maddie eventually telling Alamo that that Rue was an informant. All right, now Maddie might not fully have pieced together, but it's just, I don't know. It's a chain of clunky coincidences, in my opinion. On one end, I kind of get Maddie not fully understanding what Rue was up to, but, like, surely if you hear whispers of Rue being an informant, you'd go, I just might not say that. Even if Maddie didn't fully clock that Rue was an informant, like, it's writing that I struggle to buy. But then Lexi starts being judgy again regardless. Now Lexi starts being like, oh, all these stories you're saying are crazy, you must be Yuzi again. And then Lexi randomly says, no wonder your mum doesn't talk to you anymore. Like, I don't even get this sort of, like, exacerbation here. I get she was annoyed and wanted to get back to her work, but this really comes out of nowhere. I'm like, holy fuck, Lexi. Also, not the best performance from Maud Apatow in this scene, I will say. But yeah, this was a scene where Lexi was fucking awful, man. Like, now, I would have loved to know what terms Rue and Cassie are on, because we see Rue sees Cassie's apartment and is kind of worried about her. We then get some, like, Pulp Fiction style editing. But yeah, I would have loved some closure as to, like, what terms they were kind of on after Rue did rat on Cassie to Maddie about Nate in season 2. But regardless, Rue goes over to Cassie's apartment. I like the reveal here. There's, like, the henchman looking through the kind of, like, little peephole, and then it turns out that, like, Cassie is tied up on the bed. We kind of flash back and Naz's goons are calling Cassie on the phone. Then we have Cassie stress out, saying that the OF is, like, deleted. She's freaking out about all her followers. It's a well done section. I really like this scene with Sharon Stone and the other TV executive who's basically saying, like, look, we can get an actress to play an OF star. Do you really need to get a real OF star to play an OF star? It's like getting a real murderer to play a murderer. It's a funny sequence. It's a sad sequence. I feel a bit bad for Cassie here. I kind of want her dreams to come true. And we'll talk about Sam Levinson's comments in between the next 2 episodes, because I do want to address that properly with a bit of time dedicated to it. But he pissed me off here because I actually thought there was some empathy built in towards some of the characters in this show that are doing this sex work stuff. When Sam Levinson came out and was like, yeah, these people are, like, lazy and just don't want to do, like, a real job. And it's kind of tainting the initial experience I had with the show, where I was having empathy for some characters, because I'm like, I can't get out of my head that Sam Levinson was kind of being a piece of shit, which is a real bummer. Like, I defended a decent amount of his stuff, but at this point it's like, this is impossible to ignore. Like, what was your intent with this show? Because now I can't even operate on good faith. Like, why did you say that, dude? Because it's a shame he said this, because if it wasn't for that, I would think this is an earnest condemnation of sort of Hollywood's attitude towards sex workers. I mean, I even like that Sam Levinson actually cast Chloe Cherry, who is, like, an OF star. So it's like, what are we doing, Sam? Anyways, the network ends up loving Lexi's story, but they don't want to deal with the complications of hiring a sex worker. Lexi is happy with all of this. Lexi's kind of a loser, man. Lexi's kind of a loser. I kind of don't like Lexi. Like, she kind of sucks. She's, I guess, like, a consistent character, but consistently sucky. And her play in season 2 was, like, so fucking self-absorbed, man. Maddie is then also told off for sending a, quote, corn star to an audition. She's fired from her management job. Not only that, but Maddie then has to find out that Cassie deleted her OF account. I do like that Maddie now starts acting like a pimp. She starts beating Cassie, or, like, slapping Cassie and being like, I should beat your ass. Like, I kind of like that moral degradation a bit. but I would have liked it a little more built up, but I guess she's cracky at this point. Anyways, then we have one of my favorite sequences in the entire season. Genuinely a fun, over-the-top, ridiculous section. It feels like a plot out of one of those dumb, trashy, erotic 90s thrillers or something, you know? Like, I love this section. So basically, Cassie's like, okay, to save Nate, I'm going to have to smash Dylan Reed and then like steal his phone and then post about me. So she catches up with Dylan Reed. He's wearing this obnoxious Family Guy cap. And then we just have Cassie being a total cringe lord with the drinks. It's a great performance from Sydney Sweeney. Like, she can't handle her liquor. She's stumbling around like a goose. Dylan Reed's trying to get in her pants, being like, sorry about LA nights, babe. Like, I just want you to know I really fought for you. You know, and Cassie's been like, I'm used to being judged. People underestimate me. Anyways, and then they just have this ridiculously over-the-top, hilarious sex scene. I thought this sex scene was hysterical. It's over-the-top. It's ridiculous. I love that he's seen there being like, she's like, oh, I'm about to finish. Oh, I'm about to finish. And he's like, again, like, he can't handle it because she's trying to like essentially like fuck his brains out, right? Like, until he's like in a coma. I love this section where he like scoops up the ice in the water and Nate's finger is bobbing around in the water and he's not quite drinking it. Like, this was like a great episode. I think this was the best episode of the season. I think most people seem to agree too. Like, this was ridiculous. It's totally not what you signed up for in the initial stages of Euphoria. But like, I was so caught up in what was happening and having such a dumb, stupid, good time. Like, it like jumped over shit mountain and became good again. And I was like, what the hell? Like, I'm having such a good time. Anyways, Cassie goes on his phone and posts world's greatest fuck on his Instagram in reference to her. Now, I like this because earlier on in the season, they referenced the fact that they wanted Dylan Reed to have a sparkly reputation. They didn't want him to be seen gallivanting around with like OF stars and sex workers and stuff. And now here we are. I also love Maddie and Cassie snoopy around. It's this little shot here. This one here. It's this little shot here. I love Maddie and Cassie snoopy around because it reminds me of like, I don't know, kind of toxic schoolgirls that are also getting along and being friends. Like, you know, I remember like when I was younger, I was in a situation where like people kicked the fucking door in and then tried to take photos. And I'm like, I don't know, this reminds me of like juvenile high school bullshit. And simultaneously, it's a horrific thing going on for Dylan Reed. But also, I mean, Cassie and Maddie are like really coming together through the toxicity of exploiting this guy sexually. But it's like a great sequence. Meanwhile, he's passed out. This post is going viral. She gets 100,000 subscribers overnight. I love when Maddie sees the finger in the glass and she's like, is that a finger? And Cassie's just like, oh no, who moved that? Anyways, then we cut to Nate. He's zip tied. They're asking his hide and talking about like the coffin sizes and how they're going to have to make a custom coffin for him. I assume they didn't and they just put him in a smaller one. I also like Nas digging at Nate, being like, do you think it's possible your wife is enjoying her freedom a little too much? Now, this is all interesting if I knew how Nate actually felt about Cassie, if I knew how Cassie... I mean, I guess I know how Cassie feels about Nate to an extent, but I just would have really loved to see their relationship a bit more, understand what they meant to each other, what they represent to each other, what Nate really thought about Cassie. I just have no clue. And then the show ends and he dies. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck's... Now, we then have this section where Ali is telling Rue not to go to the DEA. He offers to go with Rue as... He then offers to go with Rue because Rue is like, I have to go. Like, I have to do this. And Ali is like, please, I don't want you to die. Like, he knows it's coming. Which, again, I kind of like that in the back end of this season, it kind of goes, Rue's time is coming. It's very heavily telegraphed, and I kind of admire that. Rue also says to Ali that she's going to Texas after that, to that, like, strange family she met at the start. Like, that's where she'll be going back to. Ali thankfully asks a question I've been wondering the entire time, where he's like, do you ever worry the fentanyl you smuggle will kill people? I'm like, thank you. Finally, someone has asked it. Thank the Lord. Rue then asks Ali, do you still think anyone can be redeemed? In reference to her, obviously. Now, Rue actually does run off from Ali. She leaves a post-it note in the morning. You can see Ali is genuinely devastated at this. It's a well-done sequence. Now, we have this section where Rue has to break her own nose, which I think is a relatively well-done section. And then after that, we have Cassie rating some random dude's dick a 3 on a Polaroid. Meanwhile, Naz's goons like kicks in the door and smashes Cassie through a glass table, like an insanely horrific visual, especially her being dragged across the carpet. Nate's buried alive. There's 72 hours before dehydration kicks in. So they basically say you have 72 hours before Nate's dead. Now, obviously something else gets in the way, but I love this section where Nate is buried alive. Again, if we had more time with Nate, this would have really actually kind of worked for me if this felt more earned, cosmically earned. it's a thing where it's like this whole loan shark thing has been so undercooked and so underdeveloped and not really felt that it's like this scene works almost despite itself. It's a really good scene in isolation. It's tense. It's probably uncomfortable. It's just a shame. It's just a shame. I would have loved more of Nate. He was maybe the best character in the show. And they really just kind of went, okay, we have him for like 4 days on set. Let's figure this out. I love Nate's family looking for him. Like Aaron is so close. You know, he's near there. He's looking around. He can't find him. Nate isn't calling at the right time. Like that's all great visuals. And the idea that Cal is actually looking for Nate, like it's all tragic and interesting, but it's just like, I'm reaching into the show, pulling as much out as I can because they just didn't give us much. Now, Cassie calls Lexi asking for help and Lexi is just fucking judgmental and annoying and awful. Maddie asks Lexi to check on Cassie's apartment and Lexi flat out refuses despite it being literally a cross. Like, at what point is your moral compass so cooked that, like, yes, be mad that Cassie is a bit cringe, be mad that Maddie is kind of exploiting her, whatever, but at what point would you not just go, okay, like, she's literally across the fucking, like, I literally just need to walk for 40 seconds. I'll just check on Cassie. But no, she can't. Lexi then calls out the group and says she's probably doing corn thanks to you, which like, okay, sure, fine. Like, worry about this later, Lexi. Now, I love Nate banging on the coffin and essentially summons a sandworm, all right? This little like snake comes over. It's a fantastic scene. The visual of the snake like literally coming down the pipe is so good. Nate in the coffin feels claustrophobic. It's a fantastic sequence. It's a fantastic sequence in isolation that does not feel earned. And I was hoping on rewatching season 3, I would be like, oh, actually, there was a lot of foreshadowing. Yeah, we see the snake at the start, but we just needed more time with Nate, and we needed this thing to feel cosmically earned or satisfying or part of a bigger downfall. But it almost feels like he got, I don't know, like they just, there's no interiority here is kind of the issue, right? So Sam Levinson was like, I really wanted to take a character that people said needed to be punished and suffer and see if I could be like, do you really want this? And that's kind of the hard thing. It's like this snake thing it doesn't feel like a karmic response. It feels like he made a bad loan with like evil people. And like, I would kind of feel the same way about this with anyone. Do you get what I mean? Like, it isn't quite doing what Sam Levinson thinks it does. I do feel bad for Nate. But truthfully, I'd probably feel bad for Nate if like, I don't know, Maddie was the one doing this. Even though he choked her, like, I don't know. Do you get what I mean? It's not quite this like morally sticky situation he thinks it is. And I also think there is something about the fact that like, I don't want to say, I don't want to excuse Nate, but there is something about Nate probably needed to learn to use his words and had some serious issues that he was going through. And like, he did something really fucked up with Maddie. That was terrible. It was a terrible, terrible thing to do. But, you know, at the same time, like, I don't know if he's been doing stuff like that for the past 5 years. I don't know if he has actually grown or changed. The show denies me of that. So am I meant to be sitting here being like, this is for Maddie? No, I don't think so. And I don't even think Maddie particularly wants that. The only thing that, like, why didn't you have, I don't know, Tyler come back? Maybe Tyler's family come back? Something like just earn it well, just write it well. You get what I mean? So it's like, yes, I guess on one end I can be like, ha ha ha, Nate was an abuser in high school. This is what he deserves. But truthfully, I don't know how many people were watching the show feeling that. And I think Sam Levinson being like, oh yeah, I wanted to like punish him and see if people really wanted that. It's like, I think people have, like, the show has seemingly forgot about the first 2 seasons at this point and almost abandoned a lot of it. So it's like, I feel like the audience has as well. Like, I was just watching a guy being like, oh shit, this is like an awful situation to be in. And I don't think many people are going to like finish that scene being like, given what he put Maddie and Tyler through, is this what he deserved? You know, like, you kind of have to really reach into your own brain to like pull that out, because I don't think the show is actually really earning that sort of introspection. But in saying that, the section itself is fantastic. As an isolated, suspenseful scene, it's wonderful. Now, the snake bites his face. It's pretty awful. At this point, I was like, okay, so that's it for Nate. Like, we're not getting any more. I do like when we cut to the Yahtzees. Rue is like, you know, kind of being interrogated on the tree, and they're dancing around this burning tree. It feels like a mockery of her like vision from God in the earlier episode. I also like Jules calling Rue's phone. This feels really tragic given what happens next episode. They never make up. They never make up. Jules might have been calling to apologize. Who knows? We'll never know. I like all of this stuff. This is where I disagree with the fan base being like, I wanted everyone to show up in the finale and have closure. Fuck that. This is way more interesting. I do like this. Anyways, finally, Maddie decides that she's going to sleep with Alamo to get $1 million to save Nate's life and get Cassie out of this situation. I do like the line from Rosalia from the character Magic where she says like, don't overthink it, trade 1,000 bad days for a good life. Because I do throw it out to you. Like, could any of you... Like, because I was sitting there being like, okay, what could I endure to seal the deal for a good life? But I think what this show is trying to show is that even this like idea of like, okay, maybe I give a few hand jobs I don't want to, or have sex with a couple people I don't want to, and then, you know, make gazillions or whatever, right? Or exploit myself online and then make gazillions. I think the show is trying to show it's not always that easy and it doesn't always go according to plan. But I did like that I was also questioning my own limits and lines throughout watching this show. You know, and again, like I have friends that do this sort of work, and like sometimes I'll hear some of the stuff they're doing and I'm like, fuck, you know, like that kind of sounds all right. But then I'll hear other stories where I'm like, okay, I'm kind of glad I don't have to do that. So I did like that I was asking all these questions as I was watching this show. But, you know, I love when Laurie's questioning Rue about Alamo beating her, because Rue has faked an injury saying Alamo did that to get in, and they're like really not buying it. I love Laurie's disposition here. She doesn't trust Rue, but I'm also like, why did you insist on it being Rue? You know what I mean? Like, you were hurt by her because she poisoned Paladin. You don't trust her at all. Like, why is everyone employing Rue here? This is ridiculous. I do like Rue clarifying that she never had a plan with the drugs. It was all just a lie. I like connecting to earlier seasons. I appreciate that, you know? So this conversation where Rue's talking about, I lied to my mom, I lied to this, I lied to that. You know, I never had a plan with the suitcase. Like, it was ridiculous. Now, they start talking about selling Rue into prostitution, which has always been a threat. I thought was the initial actual threat in season 2. I thought that was it. So I'm glad it came back here. Now, Maddie seals the deal with Alamo. She sleeps with Alamo. She rocks up in this dress. She gets in the hot tub. It's very clearly heavily, I wouldn't even say implied. Like, they have sex. Maddie is showing up for Cassie and Nate here. She is showing up for Cassie and Nate here. And that's why I'm saying Nate's death doesn't land as this, like, that shows the abuser. Because Maddie, at this point, I guess, somewhat has come to terms with it. And also, you need to remember, like, Maddie was complicit in what happened to Tyler. She helped put that guy away in jail for what Maddie did to her, which I know, like, abuse victims make bad choices, and she was obviously being coerced by Nate. I am just saying, though, like, given what the characters are doing, given how the characters feel in season 3, I don't think Nate's death is landing as this, like, divine punishment the way Sam Levinson thought he was cooking. And I don't even think he was, like, pulling the really interesting emotional tension he thought he was pulling, because we already kind of felt bad Nate during season 2. Like, season 2 played with some empathy towards Nate, and then in season 3, like, people felt bad for him when he was crying in the courtroom. You know what I mean? Like, you've kind of tried to make this show where it goes, oh, that was high school. That was high school. People have grown and changed and got weird. And now you're like, oh, actually, well, I guess the audience want him to be punished. Am I right? I'm like, dude, you didn't even, like, do enough to earn this. We didn't even get to know, like, an actual likable version of Nate. Like, I don't know if it's a performance or what is going on, you know, in terms of this new version of Nate. Anyways, I like after Maddie and Alamo clearly seal the deal, Maddie is under the kind of the moose head or the animal heads. It's showing she's another one of, like, Alamo's essentially, like, toys, you know. It's good. Anyways, Alamo keeps kind of rubbing it in, being like, oh, you know, you must really love this girl. Alamo ends up shooting the dude, all right, that is holding Cassie hostage, or shooting Naz or whatever. Like, he shoots the guys. But my point is, what I like about this scene is there is an interesting reaction for Maddie here, right? Because Maddie was like, okay, I'm going to sleep with Alamo. I'm going to sell my body for the $1 million hostage money. And she's actually kind of upset with Alamo for him shooting the guys instead of giving the money. Because then Alamo keeps the money, right? Alamo doesn't have to actually give up the $1 million. And to an extent, Maddie feels a bit bummed. She was like, okay, like, at the very least, I could justify it of, like, okay, I had sex for $1 million for this guy to give up $1 million, which, for some people, $1 million, I think I would have sex with men for $1 million. I'm just going to say it, all right? I'm just going to say it. So I'm not saying that Maddie was happy about the decision, but what I'm saying is I do think to an extent, Maddie was sitting there going, okay, I'm asking for something big of him in this fucked up way. There is a response. This is how this guy works. Again, I'm not saying Maddie was particularly happy about it, but I think it made it go down easier. But the fact that then Alamo doesn't have to give up the $1 million, does make her feel played, which I find interesting because either way, if Nate was alive in that coffin, Alamo did help solve the problem. Alamo did help solve the problem whether he gave up the $1 million or not. He showed up and shot the guy. But I think for Maddie, and I think this is an interesting moment of writing, it speaks to the value, the commodification. It speaks to the fact that, like, hey, I thought we had a deal that you were giving up $1 million essentially to me. And it's not like Alamo then goes, okay, I shot him for free. We don't need to give the money. Here's the $1 million for you, or here's some money for you for doing this, right? Like, he keeps the money and then he asks her to be in debt moving forward. So he didn't give up the $1 million, and then he's like, you're going to keep sleeping with me. We find out that she has to keep sleeping with him moving forward. It's a really horrifyingly sad, upsetting situation for May to land in, and actually a really good piece of writing. Like, this is fucked. This is really, really dark. And the more you think about it, the worse it gets. Like, on a principle level, Maddie is initially hurt because, like, oh, I thought we had an agreement with $1 million. Then Alamo has the gall to be like, I did so much. I did so much for you. You need to keep sleeping with me. And it's really fucked up. It's really fucked up. Now, him shooting him is all really good. I love the sound design. I love that Cassie cannot believe what she's seen, right? I like that we have characters, despite us seeing people murdered in the show, we have characters actually freak out the way you would. I think Maddie is a little more muted in this response. Well, she's obviously still reeling off how Alamo has fucked her over. I think all of this is a fantastic section. Anyway, we then have Wayne tell the Kingsman dog story. You know, the whole thing of like, you raise a dog and then at the end you have to shoot the dog. Yeah, it's a story we've heard before. We then have Cassie yelling down the pipe, being like, Nate, I'm coming. Like, just wait a little longer. And you're like, oh no, like, he's gone. Then Alamo says to Maddie, you're more than $1 million in a hole. That's 20% moving forward. And Maddie says, I didn't know you'd do it for free. And he says, what? You think I've got a soft spot for you? You think I'd do it for free? So it's like, not only was the initial sex payment not enough, not only was the initial sex payment not enough, but now he's taking 20% more and she has to keep sleeping with him. Like, it's really tough. Now, Nate is in the coffin with the snake. It's great practical makeup. Like, dead Nate looks absolutely amazing. I think Maddie and Cassie reacting to this situation is a really nice kind of like response. It does remind me like of the way they both view Nate. Maddie is also upset. I would have loved a little more about how Maddie feels about Nate, or just how Nate feels about anyone in general. But it's a good sequence regardless. And then we have this section at the end, this suspense section, where Rue and Faye are trying to rob the safe with the 3D printer key. The 3D printer key doesn't work. They find a bunch of like licenses and ID belonging to a bunch of girls that work at the Silver Slipper. Faye starts accusing Rue of lying all the time because I guess the key didn't work, even though Rue clearly thought the key would work and is also in it with you. Like, it was, I know Faye isn't meant to be the sharpest tool in the shed, but I was just a bit like, yo, really? I guess she's a bit drug rotted in this moment. But regardless, she then calls out to Wayne, who is sleeping while they're trying to rob the safe, and the episode ends on this cliffhanger. I mean, it's a pretty fantastic episode. Despite these problems being problems that have been throughout the season, and the problems are just getting worse because you're like, this is almost really good, the episode itself is fantastic. You know what I mean? It's a bummer that some of it doesn't feel earned, but going off season 3 in general, going with season 3 in general, this is a very, very, very good episode. I think it has a fairly high average episode rating too. So I think everyone kind of acknowledged like, all right, that's pretty entertaining. And that's the issue with season 3 is like a lot of it doesn't work. And even for me, I got annoyed at Sam Levinson clearly, but occasionally there's some good stuff here. And occasionally I was sitting there watching it on TV being like, God damn it, this is great. All right, so EUPHORIA season 3, the season 3 finale, the series finale, all right? The whole time I was watching season 3, I was hoping we'd get more seasons. Even if Rue passed away, maybe we get more seasons. She's just narrating from beyond. Maybe the narration switches. But no, we are in the series finale. It was announced after the episode aired. So we get a final 90-minute movie. And as a 90-minute movie, this thing kind of rips. It is pretty good. It is pretty cool. There's a lot going on. And I will say, like, realizing it is the full series finale simultaneously makes it better and worse. There are some good things, but the good things that are in here are kind of at the expense. The good things that are in here are sort of like a miracle that they are there, if that makes any sense. Like, you're sort of seeing there at this point being like, okay, so many people clearly didn't want to be here. There are so many plot lines that weren't explored properly. That the fact that we're feeling anything at this point. But again, the mantra I've been saying this entire season, if you just go with it, there is some really good stuff here, notably with Ali really caring about Rue. It's a really cool sequence, but yeah, let's just get into it. All right, so I like this opening section where Rue bashes Wayne's leg and then punches Faye in the face. I thought the sequence where she's trying to escape here and the horse is on top of the trapdoor is a relatively well done, proper, tense sequence. It's good. It's a good sequence. Hans Zimmer really cooks with the music here. When that guy's on the horse chase after Rue, it's a pretty majestic sequence. It's a decent sequence. It's this thing where it's like, it's not exactly what you want from Euphoria, but if you're going to do this, at least do it well. And I think this section does do it well. Now, I do love that the guy that saves Rue, right? One of Alamo's men who is like, get your ass over here. He's really hyped up. He like snipes the guy off the horse. You know, the guy that works for Alamo's crew snipes one of Laurie's men off the horse and saves Rue. And they seem to get along, which is kind of tragic because he seems to get almost most of the punishment from Ali at the end of the episode. And he was one of the few guys that was kind of okay to Rue. He gets his ball shot off later. So I do kind of feel bad for him because out of the people to get persecuted, I don't know if it needed to be that guy, but, you know, Ali was on a mission. Now, I do really love the sequence at the cafe diner between Maddie and Cassie, where we've got the song from Blue Velvet playing. It's a very strange feeling scene. There's a real sadness to it. They're completely quiet. I actually don't mind this being one of the last scenes between Maddie and Cassie. It's just silence. They've both lost someone that, for better or worse, did have a huge impact on their lives. He's gone. They don't even know what to do with it. Maddie's obviously reeling after selling her body, and it didn't even get the result she wanted, so it's all pretty heavy stuff. So I do really love how quiet and long this section is. Like, it's a well-done sequence. I like seeing in the silence. I like any show that can really make us sit with characters and just sit in that icky tension. And I do really like Maddie and Cassie saying to one another that they'll figure it out together. I think Cassie says it to Maddie, but it's a really sweet moment, and I actually like the friendship reforming with them. I do like that. After this, Alamo goes to give Rue Percocet as seemingly a caring gesture, all right? But on rewatch, obviously we know this ends up badly, but I think what happened is Maddie let slip to Alamo accidentally, you know, that she was an informant for the DEA. What I like about that is they didn't do some dramatic zoom in into Alamo's face and go, look, he knows. They didn't play some dramatic sting. It's almost like, I'm not going to say blink and you'll miss it, but if you were like half watching this show on your phone, you probably would have missed it. I like that they didn't bring this huge dramatic swing. There was a bit of me that had to go like, okay, why is this happening? Why is this happening? You know, when I found out that he really fucked her over. But I also like that it doesn't feel like an accident. It's an intentional, nasty thing he does. It's like, yeah, you think you're free. You're not free. And he insists that she takes it for the pain. All right. And I kind of like, it feels like Sam is having his cake and eating it too. Ultimately, I think it's a smart idea to be what eventually takes Rue out are drugs of some degree. They're not the type of drugs that she was fully hooked on. And this isn't her fully relapsing, but this is her re-entering the drug world and then getting a drug that is laced with fentanyl. She actually takes the drug how she's meant to, right? It's a drug that is made to help soothe physical pain, but she's also an addict. But she doesn't, we see when Ali goes to her dead body, he checks the amount of pills she's taken. She didn't take them all. It wasn't an OD, right? It was a pill that was taken as essentially prescribed. Yes, it was given to her by Ali, not a doctor. But I think there's a really good sense of tragedy here. It's probably the best writing in the show, is that she finally has some level of control over her addiction. Alamo comes up and is like, yo, take this for your pain. And she's reluctant. And he's like, no. The things you were addicted to with for your head, this is for your body. All right. So just take it. It'll make it feel better. You'll be fine in the morning. She takes like one or two and she's thinking about like really going for it and like really getting high off them, but she doesn't do it and it takes her out anyway. So simultaneously, we have a lot of problems that could have been here getting fixed. All right. Yes, technically Alamo is the one that takes out Rue, but it wasn't in this ridiculous shootout. It wasn't part of any ridiculous crime subplot. It does bring it back down to a really sort of grounded, earthy reality of Rue and her relationship with drugs. And there's a bittersweet irony to the fact that she technically took drugs the way you're somewhat meant to and still got taken out because Alamo's a prick and wanted to take her out. I think it's all really good. But at the same time, on an even better level, it does sort of address that idea I had of like Rue has been giving out these drugs that she knows are laced with fentanyl herself and leading to people passing away. I'm not saying Rue deserved this, all right? I'm not saying I'm happy that Rue passed away, but there is something that feels cosmic and cruel and that, I don't know. I like it. I do really like all of this. I think it's well earned too. Like this isn't just me reaching. This is in the text. This is well earned stuff within the text. And to give credit to someone who people don't like giving credit to, I think this part was actually very well done. When Alamo passes her the bottle, Rue says, I used to love these. He says, that's physical, not mental. He's actively trying to talk her into it. He then also gives Rue a bunch of money. And I like this sequence because initially on first pass, I thought he was actually kind of caring for her. And there was this weird sense of tragedy of like, okay, she's technically fucked him over and he's seemingly been caring for her. But no, he totally fucked her. I do like this sequence where Rue is eyeing up the pill bottle, wondering whether she'll take it or not. I think there's a good sense of tension as to whether she'll relapse or not. I feel like everyone at this point felt like Rue was probably going to die or her life was hanging in the balance. I'm glad it wasn't a DEA sting. I'm glad it wasn't an informant thing. This, I thought, was a really good middle ground of justifying all the stuff with Alamo in this deep, seedy crime world and also bringing it back down to Rue's drug addiction. I thought it was very good. Now, I do really like the whole setup, the whole sting where Gold Rush Medical Services are picking up these girls and also the drugs, and then there's the car swap out. I love the way it's visually communicated with the Coke bottle switch up, and then we see Bishop driving away and he's got the Coke bottle in his car. Good visual storytelling. I like the whole sequence. I think it's all beautifully well shot. It's just, unfortunately on rewatch, there's not too much to analyze here that isn't just and then. It's a good sequence. I like it well enough. Again, it's not really what anyone signed up for when they started watching Euphoria, but it is fairly visually compelling, good music. I like Bishop. I like all the characters involved, and it feels like it's genuinely building to something. And I like that on first pass, that exchange about where'd my bottle of Coke go, and the guy just goes, oh, I drank it, I didn't think you wanted it. Just feels like a strange bit of humor. And then when you eventually get the reveal of the Coke bottle in the swapped out car with Bishop, you're like, oh, nice. You made sure I clocked that for later. We also see that Rue is back with Ali at this point. She's gone back and seen him. He's taking care of her after this whole crazy DEA sort of getting out of Alamo thing. I do like the section of Rue listening to the audio Bible toss out where she's going to take the pills. I also like, if you've noticed throughout the season, everyone's always watching these old Hollywood movies. You see it with Laurie, you see it with Alamo, you used to see it with Fez as well. They're all watching like really old Hollywood movies, which is an important thing to note later in a certain dream sequence we get. Now, I love the way the whole siege sequence is shot and executed. I just don't think there's too much narratively to pull from here. It's a really well done sequence. It looks great. It sounds great. I love all the suspense that's built up. It's all a really good sequence. Like, it's a really well done sequence. There's just not much to pull from it. This is a moment where I would suggest going to my individual episode review, but it's just a fantastic looking sequence. I like all of the extras in Laurie's house kind of gearing up to go against the cops. I like that it actually kind of subverts this to an extent. What is really tragic about this sequence is, to an extent, like, Laurie's a bad person. Laurie is a bad person. But Laurie taking her own life because she thinks they're in trouble, and then they're not quite in trouble because the drugs were actually swapped out. There is this, like, really morbid, tragic sense to that. I think the way she takes herself out of this world, with the noose, right, for lack of a better term, like the poop hitting the wall, it isn't funny. It's not played for laughs. It's all really morbid visual imagery, really horrifying. It's really well done sequence. This whole sequence is great. I love the guy with the three-legged dog getting ready to go into battle, and all of this for nothing. They don't even get in trouble. But really cool sequence. Feels like a series finale. Like, it's huge stuff. Like, this whole sequence to me felt like the Fez and Ash face-off in season 2, but just better, more earned. With characters I do care less about, to be fair, but I thought this was better built up to, and I think had a better sense of finality. Again, it's just, who are these people in the scheme of Euphoria, but it is a cool sequence. Now, one moment that I would have actually watched the whole movie of this, it's Wayne and Faye hijacking the car. So, like, Faye comes out, she hitches a ride with, like, a family, and then Wayne comes out with a gun. It's just, like, you don't see how that scene goes down, but it would be properly horrifying if you were that car. It's really dark feeling. It's just a well done, it's a 40-second scene, but I was like, that, I would watch a movie with whatever vibe this is. It reminds me of Natural Born Killers a bit, but it's cool. Now, we have this sequence that is basically a hypnotic dream off into the afterlife sequence, like Rue passing on sequence, which we don't know on first pass, and I do give credit to the show, it really did dupe me. So we see the sun come into Ali's house. We see that there's a SpaceX rocket launching on the TV, which is a nice contrast because in the real world, when it isn't this dreamscape, it's all Hollywood fantasy movies. In the real world, that's what everyone's watching. But then in this dream sequence, Rue is watching something that's happening in our world to an extent. It was like an interesting choice here, which I found. And I did find it weird. I was like, when do we ever see stuff like this? But it does operate on dream logic, especially on rewatch. There's a lot of stuff here that really, like, you're like, damn, I can't believe I didn't pick up on this straight away. Like, it really does feel dreamlike. Rue turns on the TV and she sees that Fez is doing that climb up the wall thing, which apparently is something that has been really done in real life, but he, like, scales the walls and escapes. And here's what I like about this sequence. On a narrative level, Rue is already passing on. She's about to pass on into the afterlife. This is essentially like a vision, a dream she's having before she fully passes away. But there's a couple cool things going on here. Narratively, it's so out of left field. You're like, this feels too good to be true. And on a metatextual level, we know that Angus Cloud is no longer with us. So we're seeing there being like, I doubt they're going to CGI bring him in. This feels too good to be true. Like, it's the movie, it's the real world and the show working together to kind of create this feeling of this can't be right. You know, like this can't happen. In the show's universe, it feels way too just unbelievable that Fez managed to pull this off. You can't picture Fez doing that. And it just, you're like, what's going on? But then it's also using our knowledge that Fez, like the actor that played Fez, Angus Cloud, is actually gone against us, where we're seeing there being like, well, we literally know this can't happen. So something wrong is going to happen and you can't wait for the shoe to drop. It's a really fascinating writing choice. And it's a moment where like a limitation of cast availability, I know that's a crude way to put it, but the fact that a cast member has passed away, I'm not going to say is benefiting the show, but they're twisting it and using it to pull emotions from us, which I did admire. Because we're sitting there and going like, oh, Zendaya's going to somehow see Angus Cloud, Rue is going to somehow see Rue is somehow going to see Fez. Like, what the hell is going on? And this whole sequence feels like it's out of a Safdie movie. She's driving around everywhere. It feels like kind of a lighter version of, I think what everyone agrees is the best episode of Euphoria, season 2, episode 5, that like solo Rue episode where she's like spiraling and trying to escape rehab and what is it, get money for Laurie, like that whole episode. This feels like a happy version of that almost. It doesn't feel right. And then as she goes back to East Highland, the place where season 1 and 2 took place, as she gets back there, we start having more Euphoria style editing. We start seeing flashbacks, non-linear editing. And on one end, it's like we know the season at the very least is coming to their end. We now know the series is coming to an end. So it almost feels like it's doing a clip show thing, but you're like, well, I guess she's just going back to her old place, and you've seen all these people younger, and you're like, hang on, this is starting to feel weird and dreamy and violating, and she like looks at herself in the car, and you're like, hang on, what the hell is going on? And we're having these beautiful flashbacks to Fez, and you're like, you know, you cut into Jules on the bike, things are starting to feel really weird. And then it gets, very dream logically. For some reason, the police are like, you're not allowed in your house. Which, yes, on one end, like maybe you could be seen there being like, oh, is it because Fez has gone to the house or Fez said he would go to the house, whatever. But it feels like a nightmare or a dream that doesn't quite make sense. Like the police have specifically like seemingly taped off the entrance to Rue's street or Rue's old house. And then she gets into her house, into her room. She gets back into her old house, and I think the plants are okay, which is a weird sign. And then it's like no one hears her enter. So you're like, okay, the house is empty. But then you see Rue's mum, and you're like, hang on, wouldn't she have said something? But Rue's mum is kind of patiently waiting for her, and you're like, hang on, this is weird. I'm being duped. This is, in my opinion, the masterstroke of the season. I would say this whole sequence is some of the best stuff Euphoria has ever done. I genuinely think it's playing with like David Lynchian levels of storytelling. I seriously think it's that good. I really think it was that good. I was fully swept up in this. And up until she saw her mum, I was like, hey, this feels really strange. And then on rewatch, you're like, that was really well done. Like this whole thing feeling like a dream, but not quite giving it away straight away. And like getting back to Euphoria's old sort of non-linear editing style and crazy chaos. And you're like, oh, okay, maybe it's just doing that for a bit. And then you're like, hang on, no. And then Rue starts reaching out to her mum. I'm like, wait, Rue's dead. What is going on? This is awful. We have Armin Maria singing, and then we cut back to what's actually going on, which is she's overdosing and passing away while reaching out to the heavens. Meanwhile, she's picturing reaching out to her mum. It's a cold, lonely, tragic, sad death for Rue, which I like, okay? Like everyone who was being like, why didn't we have a funeral for Rue that went for 42 minutes and like every single cast member showed, like, did you want a funeral where like fucking everyone shows up and acts out of character? I like that we had a bunch of people kind of be a bit mean and dismissive to Rue, and now she's gone. That sometimes that's how life is, you know? And I also think people acting like Lexi was totally, I mean, it wasn't particularly nice, but people acting like Lexi was like totally like unrealistic, just being like, oh, Rue passed away. Like that's how most people would be. All right. I think we watch TV and everyone puts on their own sort of like projections into their characters, and that's not how I feel. But like, truthfully, there are a lot of indignant, indifferent people in life who would just go, oh, did the drug addict pass away? Oh, I guess I knew it would happen. Especially Cassie's reaction. Like, yeah, Cassie's reaction seems really bad because we've been following these characters all our lives. It's not particularly nice, but like, you need to realize you're ideally with a show, these characters don't act like they know they're in a show. this is how a lot of people operate. Like, honestly, I'm being dead set here. All right. Like, a lot of self-involved people would just go, oh, okay, the person I thought would die of a drug overdose died of a drug overdose, and not dig into it that much further. Like, that is, it's not particularly nice, but I think it's true to life. And the best example I can bring up here is I don't like those season finales where people that have been on one energy level the entire show suddenly like change character because it's the last episode. It's like life and the world isn't over for them. It's over for us. But I like a show that can get away with that, you know, and I think Breaking Bad's finale is a good example. There are Sopranos finale is a good example. Yes, they catch up for dinner, but you get what I mean? Like, there are shows that can pull off getting a feeling of closure without sacrificing characters and how they usually operate. You know, I don't like being reminded I'm watching a show. A really good example of this, real wild example here, but Devil Wears Prada, right? If you actually think about the first Devil Wears Prada, for a lot of these characters, this is like a 2-week, 3-week, 4-week stint of just like, we hired an intern and she was pretty good, but I guess she didn't like us, whatever. But for the audience that loves the Devil Wears Prada movie, we sit there and we go, wow, that was like the best thing ever. I'm sure these people think about each other all the time. When they see each other, it's going to be crazy. Everyone's going to talk about it. So then you see Devil Wears Prada 2, and everyone's sitting there being like, you again? You again? I haven't seen you again. You. And it's ridiculous if you actually think about the mechanics of what's going on. So what I'm saying is, I like that this finale is lonely and sad, and we don't get a bunch of like closure that doesn't feel earned, or characters acting out of character and really schmaltzy. Like, Maddie and Cassie are left up in the air. Lexi was kind of a bitch all season. Like, there are things, you know, like, I wish we got more of Nate, but even the way he's kind of just discarded and people are like, where's he gone? I didn't need everything in a tight little bow. And my point is, like, I did not want some overdone, ridiculous funeral where everyone out of nowhere, like, okay, a girl from my school died. I went to the funeral, but I was absolutely shocked at how little people showed up. There were dudes that went out with this girl that didn't show up. There were like her best friends didn't show up. Like, tons of people didn't show up. All right. So ever since I had that experience going to the funeral, and she was young, man, she was like 19 or 20. Ever since I had that experience of going to that funeral, stuff like this does not surprise me and doesn't feel unrealistic. And these people that just want like a show to be wish fulfillment drive me nuts. And that's the thing. There are a lot of problems with Euphoria season 3, but some of the problems that people were outlining, I'm like, okay, just because the show isn't doing what you want it to do, or characters you like are doing bad things, like, that's not the issue. There are issues here. It's not the issues a lot of people were complaining about. Anyway, so we have Rue reaching out to her father, also trying to reach out to her mother. She's hugging her father. She's reaching out to the heavens. She passes away, and then the day actually starts. In a real moment of cruelty, the day actually starts for Ali, and it's cold instead of warm. Ali is completely shattered. It's a fantastic performance from Coleman Domingo. He does a drug test. He confirms it's with fentanyl. I guess we didn't need it, but I actually kind of liked it. I liked the confirmation of like, no, she didn't OD or relapse the way you would have thought. It was laced, and there's some anger here. What I like here too is Sam Levinson is angry at fentanyl. All right, he's talked about in interviews, he's talked about in behind the scenes, the idea that if he was a drug addict now, as opposed to when he was, he would definitely be dead from fentanyl because it's like an epidemic. All right, and he's also very mad at what happened to Angus Cloud, because this is how Angus Cloud passed away. He did some drugs that were laced with fentanyl and died. I like this messy art, okay? This season was very imperfect, but this does not feel like soulless corporate slop. It's messy. Some of the messaging I don't agree with. Sometimes I don't even know if Sam Levinson knows what he wants to say, but through Ali and through what happens to Rue, I can sense a creator that is mad at something. And I like that, all right? After so much soulless Netflix slop, watching someone who has actually got a bee in their bonnet about something and he's using their show to like address that, I think is good. Yes, did anyone have on their bingo card that the closure of Euphoria would be Ali doing a Tarantino-style revenge for Rue and shooting up a strip club? No. And when I say that, it sounds absurd, but what I like is the show kind of gets you on board. It gets you angry. And I thought Ali was going to take himself out when he was sawing off the shotgun. Just the visual of it. So the fact that he showed up instead and went on this like mad mission to take out everyone, I don't know. I kind of had a great time with it. I love Ali monologuing at the group. I love when he says, I'm going to find a way of being of better service. Like, that's a fucking cold line given what we get. Now, Jules hears the news. She's crying. She does this painting. And look, is the painting beautiful? No, it's quite horrifying. I think intentionally so, because this is a lot of what she saw. Like, I mean, have you watched the solo episode with Jules where she talks about the way she sees Rue and how it reminds her of her mother and all this stuff going on? I think she sees someone who is in this sort of like hellscape, and I think she made a painting that kind of reflected that. It's not beautiful. I don't think it's meant to be, but it's not a bad painting. It's a very striking, uncomfortable image. I think that's what it was going for, and I don't know, not to do the whole media literacy card, but people being like, ooh, like, I'm like, no, that it was meant to feel like that. And I will say, like, even though I wish we got more of Jules, I like how cold and lonely this ending for Jules is. The guy's coming out asking for coffee while she's mourning her friend in this glass prison. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. We also find out that Cassie and Maddie are essentially making a content house for OF girls. That's their thing now. So they're like designing this house. Cassie is enjoying that, which I guess is nice for Cassie. And then Cassie says to Maddie, it'll be easier if you pretend to like him. So Maddie is still having to essentially pimp herself out to Alamo, which is pretty tragic. Bishop is driving Maddie. You see Bishop quite likes Maddie, which I really appreciate. I kind of like this idea, and I don't think he likes what Alamo is doing to Maddie. Lexi asks Cassie if Nate is ever going to come back. Cassie says she doesn't like to think about it. Obviously, Cassie knows what happened to Nate, but I do like this section. I will say this is the worst section in the episode to me. I just don't think the writing for Lexi about the Bible was good here. It wasn't terrible, and I actually didn't mind the religious through line of this season. It is very in line for people that are dealing with substance abuse to turn to God and a higher power to help them. And I don't even mind Lexi thinking about what Rue was saying a little too late. I just don't think Maud Apatow is the best actress. I don't think the lines... It's a combination of delivery and writing, but I don't think the scene was amazing. I wasn't mad they were talking about religion. I actually quite like a lot of the religious stuff throughout this season. I just think this scene doesn't work. Lexi wasn't given enough time. I would have given this time to a lot more characters before I gave it to Lexi. I do like, though, when Lexi starts talking about feeling guilty, and then Cassie kind of... I don't know. I think people are a little harsh on Cassie. Like you have to realize that everyone has their own life and their own experiences, right? Cassie is coming from having a father who was a drug addict, and she's had to come to peace with how, he treated her and the lack of closure you get around that. So I think what she's saying here of like, look, Rue's a drug addict, like this was probably going to happen, and you don't always get perfect goodbyes. I mean, think about Dad. Yeah, the way Cassie said, like, I know people hate Sydney Sweeney and hate Cassie, and it does come off flippant for a character we really care about, but I mean, these are people talking behind closed doors. These are sisters talking behind closed doors who have personal experience with this. Like, it's not perfect. It's not particularly caring, but I do think it's sort of like in line with how people talk. And I think some empathy can be applied here. Now, Lexi says no to working in the content house. I absolutely love the ring light lighting up Cassie, lighting up the room, the shot of the cold, empty house that Cassie is in with this ring light. Nate's room is totally abandoned, quiet, dark, cold. It's a lovely, lovely, wonderful ending shot for Cassie. It's a fantastic ending shot. I do love this ending shot. So Maddie is bringing Bishop money and also having a sleep with Bishop. Meanwhile, this guy shows up and starts deadlocking the doors. We need to talk about Kevin's style. Ali shows up and starts putting bike locks on all the doors. Now, here's what I like about this. Ali does come out on top, but there's two separate things going on. Ali is showing up to this face-off, I thought, on a suicide mission. I thought Ali was showing up full on prepared to like not come back. I don't think he thought he was going to survive this. I think obviously Bishop helps him out, but he shows up, in my opinion. I think the point of him looking like he is actually a mass shooter, it's evoking that imagery on purpose. Him doing the bike locks, him showing up completely kind of out of his mind with this big bag. I think it's meant to be really crazy imagery. It's meant to feel like a mental breakdown. This isn't like a cool Django Unchained. I mean, it turns into that for Alamo. But for Ali, he's not showing up like a hero. I don't think he thinks he's getting out of this. He just wants to shoot Alamo in the face. I don't think he thinks he'll survive. And that's what makes this scene fucking cool. Because Ali is sitting here being like, I'm just going to like take this guy out because I'm mad. Alamo is seen here being like, this is like the Western shootout I've always wanted. But Alamo isn't even the Western hero he thinks he is. And Ali is. So yes, this isn't how any of us thought Euphoria would end. But this is a fantastic sequence. I don't give a fuck. I thought this was so cool. Anyways, Alamo is also gross. Before we get to that, Alamo is gross. Alamo wants to marry Maddie, which, by the way, like literally 2 scenes later, he holds her at gunpoint. So it's like, fuck that guy, man. But yeah, Alamo's gross in this episode. He really is gross. Anyways, Ali just starts tearing up the place. He starts yelling out for Rue. He is furious. He throws the deer head through the window. It's all fantastic. There's a lot of sections, a lot of lines of dialogue here that do feel straight out of Pulp Fiction. Like, there's a line where Alamo is like, I count 6 shots, which feels directly out of Django Unchained. And then there's a moment when I think Alamo is shouting out to Kitty, and it's pretty much the, Yolanda, are we cool? Yolanda, tell her to be cool. Yolanda, be cool. It literally feels like it's out of Pulp Fiction. I do think Sam Levinson is biting Tarantino a little too hard here. And I'll also say it's interesting because interviews brought up like, oh, this has a very Tarantino feel. And he kind of like skirted around it and went, oh, it's also got these other feelings of other filmmakers that people don't talk about. It's like, come on, it is Tarantino. Like, just own it. I do like the moment where Ali says Rue sent him, and you see Maddie's face is, I think she's registering fully what happened to Rue here. It's a great moment. I really like it. And I love that Alamo is essentially excited to be involved in a real Western situation. Like, he's just hyped. This is what he's been waiting for. I like that Bishop is telling all the men to put their gun away regardless. Nice payoff for later. And I like that for Ali, this feels like a suicide mission no matter what. You know, it doesn't feel like he's getting out of this, but he's just going to do his best. You know, he's going to shoot Alamo, and then if they shoot him, whatever. But what I really love is they agree that the bottle is going to roll, and then once the bottle rolls off the bench, they'll do a shootout, right? And whoever wins, wins. You know, it's a Mexican standoff. But what I love is Alamo goes to cheat it. He can't even wait, and then goes to shoot Ali, and Bishop has taken the bullets, which feels straight out of Carlito's way, but whatever. I love it. But what I also like, a wonderful little detail, is the fact that Ali still waits for the bottle to drop. This guy cheated. Tried to kill Ali, failed, and then Ali still gets the W, and like ethically speaking gets the W. It's a good moment. I don't know what to tell you, all right? Like, is it good Euphoria? I don't know. Was this some of the best TV I've seen this year? Yes. And I love after all this like insane shootout, just the level of silence we have to sit in afterwards. The level of de-escalation. It's wonderful. I like that Bishop did this, one, because he clearly on rewatch, you notice he's been sized up and wanting to seize this power the entire season. But also, I think he has a soft spot for Maddie. I think he actually quite likes Maddie, not on like a sexual level or anything. I just think he cares about her. I think he's watched her come into this world and watch what Alamo is trying to do, and he just hates it. Now, the season ends with Ali going to the kind of like weird Christian household and, you know, talk about how like Rue, my daughter, said this was one of the best places she's ever visited. You know, they talk about the fact that the cow had the baby 3 months ago. It is very much meant to be, you know, symbolic of Rue passing on. She's not literally a cow. She's not reincarnated as a cow. It's just like, oh yeah, it reminds us of Rue. I do like Ali leading this family in grace, looking over at the chair and seeing Rue. And I love that for Face Card Girl, all right? That girl with the beautiful face, looks over at the chair as well, and seemingly is having a religious experience too, and she knows that Ali is thinking about Rue. That's all a great sequence. I think Rue being there is earnestly beautiful. Yes, I am distracted because it feels like Zendaya was probably ready to leave this show. Jacob Loy was ready to leave this show. But this ending still works, and I really like the way this season ends with the American flag over this house. I don't think it's literally saying like the answer is to become a conservative weirdos over on a bloody ranch, and like I don't think it's alt-right propaganda or anything like that. I think it's meant to summarize the way the season as a whole feels like the American experiment has failed, and like where do you go after that? Where do you find, like, Ali is the last person you would expect to find a home in this sort of place. I think it's trying to say that these things aren't super easy black and white. Everyone's kind of like messed up and things are going here, right, and everywhere. Like where you find salvation and where you find comfort after such awful experiences will probably be surprising to everyone. So yeah, I don't know. Overall, I'd probably give this season a 7 out of 10. Like, it has huge problems, but it also has the source more often than you would think, more often than a lot of people online would let you believe. I'm not particularly mad at this season. I will say when I see clips of season 1 and 2, I miss the show. Like, season 1 and 2 were incredible. Season 3 is pretty solid, though. It's different, but it's not bad. I've seen shows completely jump off a cliff where it's like a zombie version of the show you watched. It's like the show on life support and nothing is cooking. This one, I was like, oh, that's kind of bad, or that's kind of rushed, but then you'd get a great sequence where you're like, all right, this is awesome. This is different and awesome. But yeah, stick around for some additional commentary and the outro. Thank you so much. That is all 8 episodes of Euphoria. Now we'll get into some additional commentary, some outro. Thank you. Hey guys, thank you so much for watching. Please consider getting those memberships. Pickles would really appreciate it, as would I. It really helps out the channel. Hope you enjoyed this video. If there's any comments or anything I missed that you'd like me to talk about, let me know. If I get enough comments, I might do a follow-up video, talk about like little comment reply things for season 3. But thanks so much for watching. Pickles, say thank you. All right. Have a good one, guys. Thank you.